He knew this state couldn't last long. The tear of the heart could sustain him for at most 3 days, and its effect would gradually weaken over time. He struggled to retrieve several bottles of magic potions from the storage bag and poured them into his mouth one by one. Life spring water, spiritual stabilizer, flesh regeneration liquid. These precious potions, which he usually treasured, were all put to use at this moment. The potions started to take effect in his body, the wounds began to heal slowly, the lost blood was partially replenished, and his spirit became more stable. Must warn Hayek. Even in such a critical moment, Sauron did not forget the binding of the contract. He trembled as he constructed his own personal identity rune. A faint magic power was released from his fingertips, forming an invisible communication line pointing directly in Hayek's direction. Bloodline altar, awaken, destroying the seal, supreme apostle, leakage. The fragmented messages were being transmitted through the magical line. Sauron only hoped that these snippets of information would be enough for Hayek to understand the seriousness of the situation. After sending the warning, Sauron had exhausted the little recovery of energy he had. He fell again to the ground, his eyes filled with complex emotions. From apprentice to wizard, how much have I gone through, how much have I given? Sauron let out a bitter laugh, in the end still a pawn in others' hands. He recalled those days ensnared by the contract. Before, he had also wanted to resist countless times, but each attempt brought heart-wrenching pain from the contract brand on his soul. That forced obedience was more painful than death. The saddest part was, he still had to thank the gift of the Crystal Tower. At least he had lived until today, becoming a respected morning star mage, rather than dying quietly in some task or failed experiment like most of his peers, without even his name being remembered. This is the harsh reality of the wizard world. The strong make the rules, and the weak can only obey. Even someone as powerful as Sauron, a morning star mage, is still just a pawn that can be sacrificed at any moment in front of true great powers. But now I must make one last effort. Sauron endured the intense pain and began crawling toward the nearest crystal pillar. The bloodline altar was already on the verge of collapse if action wasn't taken soon. The leakage of abyssal energy would cause the entire school to completely fall apart. By that time, even if he managed to survive, the punishment from the contract would come as expected. Every step he moved, the wound on his chest would tear a bit more, and blood kept gushing out. Just a few more steps. After a long and painful crawl, he finally reached the base of the crystal pillar. This crystal pillar was one of the key nodes of the sealing array. If he could reinforce it, at least the leakage rate of the abyssal energy could be slowed down. Sauron trembled as he placed both hands on the base of the crystal pillar and began infusing his remaining magic power. With my blood, with my soul, delay your collapse. Runes flowed from his fingertips, entwining on the surface of the crystal pillar, forming a temporary reinforcement web. With the infusion of magic power, the shaking of the crystal pillar gradually reduced, and its glow became slightly brighter. The leakage rate of the abyssal energy obviously slowed. The distortion of the space began to stabilize. The Black Mist School probably won't endure long in this disaster. Once abyssal energy connects with the main world, will trigger a series of irreversible changes. Space rules would be distorted, reality structures eroded, and ecosystems polluted. These are the severe challenges facing the school. The bloodline altar is completely ruined. This facility, once one of the most important assets of the school, has now become a breeding ground for abyssal power. Even if the seal can be re-established later, the bloodline energy inside has already been tainted by abyssal contamination, no longer suitable for any form of bloodline enhancement ceremony. A lifetime bound by contracts. Even before death remains the same. Sauron coughed up a mouthful of blood and smiled bitterly. Damn soul contract, the true shackle of the wizard world. This is why Hayek and Uni gave Ron a veiled warning. As high-ranking members of the school, they naturally cannot directly defy the contract to warn explicitly, but at least they tried to give some hints to that promising young man. Ron, I hope you can go further. Sauron muttered, a trace of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Don't repeat my mistakes. Don't become someone else's pawn. His thoughts drifted again to that newly advanced young wizard. If it weren't for Ron's pure grace, he might have already lost consciousness completely under the abyssal contamination and become a walking corpse. Thank you, young one. With that gratitude, Sauron closed his eyes and focused on healing his internal injuries. The tear of the heart could only sustain for a limited time, and he must recover to a state where he could move autonomously as soon as possible. He didn't know what the next target of the Holy Disk was, but one thing was certain, that Mad Abyssal Apostle would not stop there. I hope Hayek, Uni, and Alan can react in time. Sauron's consciousness became blurry again, but this time it wasn't because death was near. Instead, he actively entered a special automatic healing meditation state. In this state, his bodily functions dropped to the lowest, focusing all energy on healing his injuries. And around him, the abyssal energy of the bloodline altar continues to spread slowly but inexorably outward. Only the speed reduced slightly due to his intervention. A thin mist enveloped the black mist jungle in the early morning, casting a mysterious veil over everything. At this moment, Ron had already left the central tower and was on his way to Lady Allen's herb store. The first sensation after becoming an official wizard was a qualitative leap in the clarity of the surrounding world. Every wisp of wind, every slight tremor of leaves, even the dust in the air indistinguishable to the naked eye, could be clearly perceived by him. Even more astonishing, he could now directly sense the flow of magic in the environment. The energy lines that required special magic or tools to observe during his apprentice days now appeared as clearly as a spring to his eyes. The world of an official wizard is truly so dazzling. Ron murmured softly, feeling an indescribable sense of satisfaction rising in his heart. Just then, an unusual energy fluctuation suddenly came from afar, interrupting his thoughts. It was a chaotic and frenzied energy with obvious abyssal traits. Like a silent shriek, it pierced into his field of perception. This energy fluctuation. Ron abruptly stopped in his tracks, furrowing his brow. Relying on the keen perception gained from being a demon hunter knight and an advanced wizard, he could almost be certain that this energy came from the edge area of the school, likely in the direction of the bloodline altar. Strange, the altar was just recently reinforced by Valen. Ron pondered silently, his magic power unconsciously circulating within him, preparing for possible danger. Ever since he ascended to an official wizard, his perception of abyssal energy had become much clearer. The fluctuation before him carried a disturbing aggression. Unlike a natural leak, it seemed more like it was deliberately released. Something's wrong with the bloodline altar. At this moment, he was already very close to Lady Allen's herb store. Ron decided to meet with her first. 2 wizards together is always better. The door to the herb store was open, seemingly waiting for his arrival. As soon as he crossed the threshold, a familiar herbal fragrance greeted him, dispelling some of his worries. Congratulations, Ron Ralph, official wizard. Lady Allen's voice came from the inner room, carrying a rare warmth. She walked out slowly, her emerald eyes gazing at Ron, filled with uncommon gratification and satisfaction. Madam. Ron slightly bowed, saluting her with the courtesies between wizards. Though he had already ascended to a wizard, she had guided his growth all along, and such basic etiquette could not be neglected. Lady Allen looked him up and down, nodding with satisfaction. The path of truth, even with the assistance of magic potions, had only a 50% success rate, yet you walked it through, proving my judgment was not wrong. A faint smile played on her lips, her tone a mix of praise and a hard-to-describe sense of nostalgia. I once got very close as well, just one step away. And now you've completed the path I couldn't finish. Ron could feel the genuine joy in her words. It wasn't just because he had succeeded, but because she saw the path she once pursued being proven viable. It's all thanks to your guidance. Without the star-dew morning glow you provided and the key insights into the path of truth, I couldn't have succeeded. No, I would have hardly known there was such a path. No, Ron, this is entirely your own achievement. Lady Allen shook her head gently. I merely pointed the way, but you are the one who walked it. No amount of help could make the path of truth anything but a dead end without your own talent and that kind of relentless determination. Her gaze turned deep, as if reminiscing about some distant memory. Many geniuses have fallen on this path, yet you succeeded. So what do you plan to do next? Ron took a deep breath, determination flashing in his eyes. I plan to first handle the affairs of the kingdom, and then head to the central lands to pursue a higher wizardry path. Lady Allen nodded in approval. A wise choice. You possess extraordinary talent, and the central lands will provide you with a broader stage and richer resources. However, her eyes turned sharp. Remember, the rarer something is, the more it will be coveted. Your level of purity will likely attract the attention of many true powerhouses. Ron nodded thoughtfully. I will act cautiously. Just then, he suddenly recalled the abyssal energy fluctuation he sensed earlier. By the way, madam, on my way here, I sensed an abnormal abyssal energy, seemingly from the direction of the bloodline altar. Did you notice anything? Lady Allen's expression suddenly turned grave. There indeed have been some anomalies. I was just about to activate a completely isolated protective array, but sensing your arrival, I decided to wait for you first. A trace of vigilance flashed in her eyes. This energy fluctuation is unusual. It doesn't seem like a normal leak. Rather, it seems like some kind of deliberate sabotage. Wasn't the protection of the bloodline altar just reinforced? Ron frowned, contemplating, unless someone has forcibly broken the seal. Lady Allen picked up the conversation, and it's not something ordinary people can do. The two of them exchanged a glance, both seeing the same thought in each other's eyes, eye of the abyss. At that moment, a series of quick footsteps came from the inner chamber. Then came the slightly hurried calls of Lilia, Dale, and Elan, teacher, master. The three of them almost rushed to the doorway. Lilia's face was full of anxiety and worry. Elan's vines trembled nervously, and Dale looked at Ron with wide golden eyes, full of wonder. Master, you've changed, Dale exclaimed, her golden pupils flashing with admiration. Your aura is completely different now. Ron smiled slightly, however. His heart was warmed by this unexpected reunion. Yes, I have successfully been promoted to an official wizard. Lilia gently gasped, her eyes showing a mixture of amazement and a hint of unnoticed melancholy. Congratulations, teacher. Her voice was soft and sincere, yet despite her efforts to hide it, the dampness at the corners of her eyes revealed her complex emotions. Master finally succeeded. Elan's vines gently caressed Ron's arm, an obvious relief showing in her emerald green eyes. In just a few days of separation, it felt like an entire lifetime had passed. Looking at these three familiar faces before him, Ron's heart, which had long since become cold and numb, began to feel a warm current emerging. During his promotion on the path of truth, he had experienced a transformation at the soul level. Recalling those terrifying visions and challenges, standing here now, looking at those who cared about him, he felt a sense of déjà vu. You all seem well, Ron smiled, his tone softer than usual. You must have been quite worried these past few days. Dale immediately jumped to Ron's side, excitedly turning in circles. Master has become so powerful, that feeling, it's like stars shining around. Lilia watched the heartwarming scene before her, feeling both happy and a bit lost inside. She knew that the teacher's success meant they would inevitably part ways in the foreseeable future. The path of an official wizard lies far beyond this black Miss Jungle, extending to a broader world. Yet at the same time, she also felt genuine satisfaction at her teacher's achievement. Ever since she first stepped into the workshop, she knew Ron was destined to be extraordinary. Now witnessing his transformation firsthand, though there was sorrow at the thought of parting, it did not diminish her admiration. I'll go prepare some refreshments with Sister Elan, Lilia said with a smile, trying her best to conceal her complex emotions. Though it might not match the usual standards, at least it can be a little celebration for teacher's promotion. Lady Allen led them to the backyard, which had always been a simple and leisurely resting area. Morning sunshine filtered through the gaps between the leaves, adding a few moments of tranquility to everything. As Ron looked at this scene, he suddenly recalled the vision of destruction he had seen during his promotion. Earth was devoured, everything turned to nothingness. The apocalyptic feeling sharply contrasted with the peace before him. What are you thinking about? Lady Allen keenly noticed Ron's distraction and asked softly. I am thinking about the purpose of the power obtained through the path of truth. Ron's eyes turned deep. During the promotion, I saw stars being devoured, civilizations collapsing. Is it a warning or a prophecy? Lady Allen pondered for a moment, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. That was the perspective and memory of the devourer. It reveals to you the nature and potential of power. Only by mastering the power yourself will you have control. Power itself is neither good nor evil. It is the user who has the standpoint. Ron nodded, feeling somewhat enlightened. Indeed, no matter how distant the road ahead is, it is all walked step by step. He looked up towards the distance, his gaze penetrating through the treetops of the black mist jungle, seemingly able to see even further. I only hope to climb as high as possible. Perhaps someday I may also understand why those truly great ones make the choices they do. Lady Allen's eyes showed an approving look. It seems you truly have a seeking heart, not content with current achievements, always exploring higher, further possibilities. She raised her teacup, toasting to Ron, to the endless path to the never-ending exploration. Ron raised his cup in response, to eternal pursuit. Midst this warm atmosphere, a sudden urgent knocking on the door broke the tranquility. Ron and Lady Allen exchanged a glance, signaling Dale and the others to stay in the courtyard. While the two of them walked through the corridor, Lady Allen controlled the vines to open the door, revealing Holt's tall and slender figure at the entrance. His face bore an unusual tension and anxiety, and he didn't even bother with formalities, rushing straight in. "Ron, I've been looking for you. Luckily you're here." Holt's voice was somewhat hurried. "There's trouble at the Bloodline altar. Master Sauron was attacked, the altar's seal was broken, and a large amount of abyssal energy is leaking." "Who did it?" Ron immediately asked, his voice cold to the point of seeming abnormal. Holt took a deep breath, answering with a solemn expression. "It's said to be Mr. Holy Disk, and he might be looking for you." Ron's gaze sharply locked onto Holt, maintaining a calm demeanor on the surface. But his heart was already on high alert. Since becoming an official wizard, his perception ability has undergone a qualitative leap. And at this moment, a subtle sense of dissonance, like a tiny thorn, gently pricks at the nerve endings. "Really? Then how did you know so quickly, Senior Holt?" Ron asked calmly, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yet his eyes discreetly scanned every detail of Holt. The Demon Hunter Knight's hunting evil ability was triggered, a sense of instinctive alertness spreading from the skin's surface to the depths of his nerves. Like a surge of electricity or perhaps cold water flow, it instantly permeated his sensory system. It was a special perception targeted at the abyss existence, as direct and primal as a hunter being able to smell the scent of prey. This feeling was different from the usual magic power fluctuations, more like a rejection response from deep within the bloodline, a demon hunter's innate sensitivity to evil. Ron almost instantly determined the Holt before him was not the real one. He activated the extraordinary recognition skill, his spiritual power extending out like invisible antennae, cautiously. Gently touched the energy outline of Holt, capturing the subtle fluctuations undetectable to the naked eye. Target disguised creature, Abyss awakened. Entity suspected Mr. Holy Disk. Energy characteristics, chaos fluctuation unique to Abyss 6th layer with evident Mage domain traces. Transformation state, in 80% disguised state, notable energy instability points around the neck and eyes. Threat level, morning star level, potentially dark sun level. Special properties, carrying unidentified high-level energy substance internally, suspected apostle blessing, highly dangerous. Ron's heart sank, yet he remained composed like calm waters concealing a vigorous undercurrent. At this moment, he had discreetly constructed multiple magic models within his spiritual world, each precisely configured, ready to release at the most crucial moment. Simultaneously, he precisely controlled the contraction of the radiation field, completely locking those energy fluctuations meant to be leaked out within his body, avoiding detection by sensitive opponents. How is Master Sauron's injury? How many altered defenses are still operational? Ron feigned concern while actually using each word to buy time, making his preparations even more thorough. His spiritual power had already discreetly extended to his waist, establishing initial contact with the stand-in puppet. Master Sauron's fate is uncertain, The altar's seals are completely shattered. Disguised Holt said anxiously, his eyes glancing inadvertently past Ron, seemingly assessing Lady Allen's state. We need to head to the scene immediately. The deputy dean is already organizing defense. The school has begun showing signs of abyssal energy leak. The situation is more critical than imagined. Ron noticed the subtle change in the other's gaze, further solidifying his judgment. His spiritual power had already constructed the sound wave oscillation erosion state magic model, ready to unleash tremendous lethality with one thought. Lady Allen seemed to have sensed something amiss. Her emerald eyes narrowed slightly, fingers hidden beneath long sleeves already reaching for storage equipment. She exchanged a barely perceptible glance with Ron, an implicit understanding unique to a master and pupil. Is that so? Then we certainly should act immediately. Ron strode forward, expression calm. But before that, I have a question. He suddenly paused, his gaze like a blade piercing straight into the disguiser's eyes, his voice cold and devoid of any warmth. Mr. Holy Disk, why did you disguise yourself as Holt to meet me? The expression of the disguised Holt froze, surprise flickering in his eyes, but it quickly turned into a sinister smile. The previously gentle eyes suddenly filled with malice, lips curving into a disconcerting arc. It's truly surprising that you managed to see through my disguise. The voice was no longer Holt's timbre. It had transformed into a hoarse and unpleasant weird intonation, like multiple voices overlapping. As expected from someone marked by the throne holders. Before the words even finished, Holt's figure began to twist and deform, like a wax figure melting and reshaping under high temperature. Purple-black energy surged beneath the skin, flowing like liquid, completely distorting the human form. The eyes transformed into 7 bizarre eyeballs of varying sizes, each rotating with seemingly independent consciousness. The body swelled dramatically, tearing apart the original clothing, exposing deformed limbs covered in purple-black scales. But it's already too late. Ron Ralph, the Eye of the Abyss has long marked you as the vessel for the throne seed. Void Spider Lord Mags personally chose this seed for you. You will become the vessel for the birth of the 14th throne. However, at the moment when Holy Disk transformed, Ron was already in motion. In this instant, all prior preparations erupted. Origin circuit activated. Magic power within his body flowed via the most efficient path, entirely different from the usual simple magic power output. Every unit of magic now precisely guided to the best position, with no waste. Radiation field expanded instantly, enveloping the entire space. Energy particles in the air were drawn and accelerated by this power. Super magic techniques were pushed to the limit. The speed and power of magic construction reached unprecedented levels. Sound wave oscillation erosion state. Ron gently pushed with his palm, and a wave of energy, almost invisible to the naked eye, spread towards the holy disk. After combining with the erosion chapter, the sound wave contains corrosive ravings from the depths of the starry sky, exceptionally effective on any who have been tainted by abyssal energy. Added to that, the hunting evil trait of the demon hunter profession amplifies the damage to abyssal creatures severalfold, forming an almost perfect counter. The residual energy from the star ring convergence still flowed in the air. The special star energy resonated with the sound waves, further enhancing the power of this strike. The ripples seemed gentle, but actually contained terrifying power enough to tear apart morning star-level foes. The holy disk, not yet fully transformed, clearly hadn't expected Ron to muster such a terrifying attack so quickly. By the time he realized the danger, it was too late to construct an effective defense. The ripple touched his deformed body surface, immediately producing a hair-raising effect. The deformed tissues began to rot rapidly, as if corroded by some strong acid, making a sizzling sound. Purple-black liquid gushed from the wounds, but more terrifying was that this liquid itself also began to decompose, turning into black smoke and quickly dissipating into the air. Ron's eyes showed calm calculation. This was the harmonized wave pattern trait at work, achieving perfect frequency resonance with the target. Echo, echo, the horror lies in the repeated echo. The ripple did not dissipate, but continued to trigger and overlap inside the holy disk. Wave after wave of oscillation tore apart his tissues and organs from within. Each resonance was more violent than the last, the damage increasing geometrically, like an ever-enlarging nightmare, utterly disintegrating the target from the inside. The holy disk let out a piercing scream. The surface of his body began to collapse and rot extensively, the 7 eyes filled with disbelief and fear. Damn it, how can this power be something a newly advanced official wizard can control? The holy disk was almost instantly battered into a severe injury state by this attack, but Ron's assault was far from over. Thanks to unlocking the dual soul special talent, he could now construct 2 sets of magic models simultaneously. Ring of Radiance Compression Burst. A light bird made of pure light elements flew out from Ron's palm, its form graceful like a mythical phoenix, each feather exquisitely detailed, reflecting dazzling brilliance. It traced a beautiful arc through the air, then hovered, finally diving precisely towards the already devastated holy disk. Beneath the beautiful exterior of the light bird hid lethal intent, each feather containing destruction energy compressed to the extreme. The holy disk seemed to recognize the attack, pure fear filling his 7 eyes. Before he finished speaking, the light bird already collided with his body. The initial impact wasn't shocking, even allowing the holy disk a sigh of relief. But the next moment, a horrific scene occurred. The light bird imploded suddenly, transforming into countless light blades, thoroughly shredding the holy disk from the inside. It was the power of the compression burst trait, concentrating all energy into a minuscule area for release, causing damage far surpassing conventional attacks. Each light blade acted like a sharp scalpel, precisely severing every energy line within the holy disk, disrupting his circulation and dismantling his defense mechanisms. Most of the holy disk's body was destroyed, leaving only a mass of mangled flesh barely maintaining a humanoid shape. 4 of the 7 eyes had already extinguished completely. The remaining 3 were dim and lifeless. Yet surprisingly, he did not fall but instead let out a near-mad laugh. That sound was mixed with pain and despair, yet carried a certain pathological fervor. I cannot fail. Mage's gift, the throne seed, will grant me rebirth. The holy disk's chest suddenly split open, as if a blooming flower of flesh, revealing a blood-red orb. The orb was about the size of a fist, its surface covered with intricate patterns, emitting a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation. Clearly a power not of this world. As the orb activated, a suffocating energy surge erupted from the holy disk's body. His shattered body began to restructure with visible speed. The corroded tissues regenerated, and broken bones automatically rejoined. Even the eyes that had gone dark rekindled, emitting an even more eerie light than before. At the same time, the aura emitted by the holy disk grew increasingly powerful, rapidly climbing from its initial morning star level, soon nearing the moon level, and still rising swiftly. The oppressive feel became almost tangible, making the room's air thick and even breathing difficult. Apostle transformation. Lady Allen's voice came, tinged with a trace of caution and seriousness. A hand had already reached for the magic potion bag at her waist, clearly ready to join the battle at any moment. Yet her face showed a faint, unhealthy pallor, and a glimmer of suppressed pain flickered in her eyes. Ron noticed this and reached out to stop her. "Madam, please stay where you are." He could clearly see Lady Allen's condition. Her magic power active phase had passed, and her aura was somewhat disordered. There was an obvious distortion and fracture in the energy flow paths, clearly the aftereffect of long-term use of stimulating magic potions. Through extraordinary recognition, Ron could clearly see the unstable energy structures within Lady Allen. Like a dam on the verge of collapsing, maintaining a tenuous surface integrity, yet filled with dangerous cracks inside. If she forced herself to fight at this moment, it could very likely cause those cracks to completely widen, causing irreparable damage to her life energy. "In your current state, there's no need to take risks. This opponent is enough for me." Ron's voice was calm and firm, yet it also carried a force that allowed no refusal. "Besides, I'm no longer the apprentice needing protection." Lady Allen's gaze lingered on Ron for a moment. A series of complex emotions flashed in her eyes: surprise, hesitation, reluctance, and finally a near-proud relief. She could feel the confidence and power emanating from Ron. It wasn't just bravado but serenity brought by true strength. "I just saw it through my special talent." Ron's voice was soft, yet it reached Lady Allen's ears precisely. If you rest honestly for half a year without using those stimulating magic potions, under my grace, you could live for at least several more decades. Your injury is not irreversible. It just requires time and proper nurturing." Lady Allen was slightly taken aback. A trace of surprise flashed in her emerald eyes, followed by an inescapable touch. For years, she had thought her state was irretrievable and had to rely on various stimulating magic potions just to barely maintain herself. But now, the spark of hope she thought dormant suddenly ignited. Meanwhile, the change in the holy disk had entered a critical stage, leaving no room for hesitation on their part. The blood-red orb fully merged into his body, making his energy fluctuations soar dramatically, surpassing the morning star peak and continuing to rise. His form underwent astonishing changes. A pair of gigantic wing membranes grew from his back, his skin turned a metallic dark purple. His height doubled, and every inch of muscle contained destructive power. "Ron Ralph, your resistance is meaningless." The Holy Disk's voice had completely changed, like the sound of thousands of insects speaking. "Kneel and receive grace. Lord Mags has chosen you. You will be reborn and become the heir to the throne." Ron no longer hesitated, directly using the current most direct interference method, the spiritual shock. After becoming an official wizard, this skill had evolved from mere spiritual interference into a more terrifying attack method capable of directly destroying the target's consciousness core. At this moment, he also incorporated the principles of sound echo, elevating its power and activation speed to a qualitative leap. Spiritual power transformed into invisible spikes, piercing directly into the consciousness core of the Holy Disk, while triggering the echo effect, causing a chain of explosions in its spiritual world. This attack completely bypassed physical defenses, directly impacting the soul layer, like an invisible blade stabbing straight at the soul's core. Typically, spiritual shock is rarely used between wizards of the same level, because most wizards possess the ability to resist such attacks with complete mental barriers and countermeasures. But this happens to be one of the best weapons against abyssal beings. A peculiar symbiotic and antagonistic relationship exists between wizards and abyssal beings. While the awakened often hold the advantage due to the effects of erosion and their physically aberrant forms, wizards also have dedicated countermeasures, and spiritual level attacks are among them. Although abyssal beings possess strong bodies, their mental structures are often their most vulnerable parts, especially those in the early stages of awakening or in this transitional state. Their spiritual defenses are virtually non-existent. The Holy Disk let out a piercing scream, all 7 eyes simultaneously bulging, oozing black fluid. The apostle transformation process was forcibly interrupted, the energy structure showing signs of chaotic collapse. The blood-red orb also lost control, beginning to throb violently in his chest, seemingly trying to break free of its restraints. Apostle Mags, At this moment, he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. His body began to twist violently, and the newly grown tissue started to collapse again. The high concentration of abyssal energy lost control inside him, turning into a weapon of self-destruction. Black energy spewed from his 7 orifices, forming a strange black mist in the air, which then quickly dissipated. Ron seized the opportunity, quickly activating the flowing shield wall, while also releasing the demon-hunting transformation state of the stand-in puppet. The flowing shield wall transformed into an intricate cage, thoroughly imprisoning the Holy Disk. Meanwhile, the demonically transformed stand-in puppet lunged at the bewildered awakened, displaying a chilling, devouring capability. The stand-in puppet's form had completely deformed, no longer a simple puppet, but a hideous monster. Its surface was covered with dense black scales, its limbs elongated and reshaped, and its fingertips turned into sharp bone blades. The most terrifying aspect was its head. Once hollow eye sockets now sprouted compound eyes, glistening with a metallic cold light. The mouth tore and extended, forming an exaggeratedly large maw filled with overlapping serrated teeth. The stand-in puppet opened its grotesque mouth and began to frantically devour the Holy Disk's body and energy. With the aid of the hunting evil enhancement and its inherent devouring trait, the process was exceptionally efficient. The Holy Disk's body visibly shrank, the abyssal energy that should have been powerful being hungrily absorbed by the stand-in puppet as if it were a delicacy. "No, no, Lord Mags." The holy disk let out its final wail, trying to struggle, but it was already too late. In just a few minutes, the holy disk's figure vanished completely, leaving a single blood-red bead quietly suspended in the air. It was the so-called throne seed. "It's over." Ron recalled the stand-in puppet, his gaze resting on the strange bead. Despite his calm exterior, his heart was filled with vigilance. The bead radiated terrifying energy fluctuations, far exceeding any abyssal material he had ever seen, clearly from a deeper level of existence. Lady Allen stepped forward, her eyes cautiously fixed on the bead. "This is the throne seed, the crystallization of the Supreme Apostle's power from the deepest part of the abyss." Her voice bore a rare gravity. It said that each throne seed is personally refined by an apostle, containing a portion of their essence. Possessing it establishes a certain connection with the apostle, serving as both a source of power and a fatal weakness. Lady Allen gave Ron a deep look. "You have two choices: submit it to the Crystal Tower, where they will forward it to the Court of Truth, or keep it yourself, but it requires complete isolation, and regardless of whether it's discovered or not, it poses a significant risk." Ron stared at the bead, a surge of thoughts racing through his mind. Indeed, the energy emitted by the bead was tempting, containing power that might help him rapidly enhance his strength, ascending to higher realms. But at the same time, he was well aware that such gifts from the abyss inevitably came with a price. It was a form of power that defied conventional understanding, potentially bringing unforeseen dangers. This was a gamble concerning the soul, whether to choose the steady but slow conventional path, or to risk taking this unknown shortcut. "Submit it or keep it?" Lady Allen inquired again, with a hint of exploration in her eyes, as if observing Ron's reaction to temptation. Ron took a deep breath and made his decision. He recalled everything he had undergone during his ascension along the path of truth. The terrifying illusions, the helplessness of being toyed with by higher existences, and the sense of accomplishment from ultimately triumphing over challenges through his own will. "Submit it. I don't need this power with hidden dangers." His voice was firm, without a trace of hesitation. "I'd rather climb to higher realms step by step through my own efforts than risk taking shortcuts. This power from the abyss ultimately doesn't align with my path." In truth, he thought he could safely explore it through his own dissection and research. But accepting such a throne seed, which certainly harbored deep-seated dangers, was something he would not let its manipulator succeed in. Lady Allen's eyes flashed with a hint of approval, her lips curling slightly. "A wise choice. I will arrange for it to be sent to the Crystal Tower, where they have facilities specifically for handling such items. They will report this discovery to the Court of Truth, where the great wizards who truly understand the mysteries of the abyss will handle it." Just then, urgent footsteps approached from outside, accompanied by several powerful energy fluctuations. The door was thrown open roughly, and Hayek and Uni stormed in, their robes stained with blood and remnants of abyssal energy. Clearly having rushed from a battlefield, Hayek's gaze swiftly scanned the situation in the room. Upon seeing the blood-red bead floating in the air and Ron's calm demeanor, a look of shock and confusion appeared in his eyes. "The intruder, you defeated it." Hayek's voice was filled with disbelief. That holy disk, blessed by the Supreme Apostle, was just. Uni asked with concern, her purple eyes shining with care. Her gaze quickly checked Ron from head to toe, as if ensuring he hadn't been injured. "I'm fine," Ron simply answered. "Mr. Holy Disk, disguised as Holt to lure me to the bloodline altar. Fortunately, I sensed something unusual with my special talent early on, and defeated him before he completed his apostle transformation." Hayek and Uni exchanged a shocked glance, clearly finding it hard to believe the strength Ron had displayed. "What about Sauron? He was supposed to be guarding the bloodline altar." Lady Allen frowned and suddenly asked, "What happened to him?" Hayek's expression instantly turned grave. "It's not looking good. He was ambushed by the holy disk at the bloodline altar. His heart was taken, and he's barely clinging to life with a tear of the heart. Worse still, the abyssal contamination has started to erode his spiritual world. He's currently using his willpower to temporarily delay the complete collapse of the seal, buying us some time." Uni added, her eyes flickering with a painful light, but his condition is extremely dangerous and requires immediate deep treatment otherwise. Ron's expression became solemn. I'll go take a look. Maybe I can help. Hayek and Uni heard Ron volunteer and wanted to say something. But recalling his incredible achievements, they swallowed their words. He turned to Lady Allen. Ma'am, I'll go handle this emergency first, regarding the throne seed. I'll take care of it. Lady Allen interrupted, a long unseen determination appearing on her face. Go help Sauron with peace of mind. Ron nodded, then left with Hayek and Uni for the bloodline altar. When only Lady Allen and the three young ones were left in the room, Lilia carefully stepped forward. Lady Allen. About everything that just happened, Don't worry, children. Lady Allen smiled slightly, a sparkle of wisdom in her emerald eyes. You three are close to Ron, so naturally, you have the right to know these things. But we have more important tasks ahead preparing to leave here. Her gaze turned to the window, where the outline of the black mist jungle had begun to distort, indicating the abyssal energy's leakage was affecting the entire school. The Black Mist School might not survive this calamity. The seventh layer of the abyss, Soul Abyss. The 13 thrones formed a twisted eye shape, with the gray vortex at the center slowly rotating. But it was more active than before, emitting a low rumbling, like a slumbering beast snoring. Mags, whose body was composed of countless black threads, trembled slightly, the 9 eyes on his mask flickering with different colors of light. It seems that your plan has failed. A cold voice came from the 10th throne, a bizarre being stitched together from countless bones, its voice like shattering glass. The seed you personally selected and the emissary you personally blessed, defeated by a newly promoted official wizard. The woman on the 5th throne, wrapped in chains, let out a sharp laugh. What a pity, Mags. The other apostles on the thrones joined in, mocking the failed action with a chorus of remarks. Some sneered, some gloated, while others feigned sympathy, shaking their heads and sighing. Facing these taunts, Mags maintained an exterior of calm, the 9 eyes on his spider mask flickering one by one, as if calculating something. But beneath the calm exterior, a barely concealable anxiety was spreading. The plan wasn't a complete failure. Mags finally spoke, his voice as usual. We have confirmed that Ron Ralph indeed has the potential to become the 14th Supreme Apostle. His performance even exceeded expectations, being able to defeat the blessed Holy Disk in his newly promoted state already demonstrates his extraordinary talent. The dragon-head apostle on the 3rd throne sneered, his golden eyes flashing with ridicule. If the seed is discovered and destroyed on that side, and the Holy Disk is killed, we lose a valuable piece and gain nothing. Mag's thread-like body expanded slightly, seemingly expressing dissatisfaction. Not so. Whether Ron Ralph chooses to keep or surrender it, the abyssal taint within the seed is already an indelible connection. Even so, we can't influence him in the short term. The liquid metal creature on the 7th throne made a buzzing noise, its form constantly changing. Unless he voluntarily steps into the abyss, we can't directly intervene. Mag's 9 eyes flickered simultaneously, radiating a profound light. That's exactly what I've been waiting for. Ron Ralph has the nature of an explorer, his spirit yearns for truth and power. One day he will willingly step into the abyss, seeking the answers only we can provide. Have you forgotten the watchful eyes of those witch kings and great wizards? The dragon-head apostle retorted, especially now, a primordial wizard who ascended through the path of truth is bound to attract the attention of the court of truth. Any attempt by us could alert those old fellows. Mags was silent for a moment, the eyes on his mask dimming. We indeed cannot act directly right now, but time is on our side, the abyss is awakening, the boundary is blurring. One day, we will no longer be bound by these constraints. The thrones fell into silence, each apostle immersed in their thoughts. They all knew that an awakened being like the Holy Disk, capable of short-term bursts close to dark sun level through special means, was already the limit. Any stronger awakened, and apostles were registered, known entities. Any small disturbance would be targeted by the wizard world. And the power of these supreme apostles was hard to extend beyond the abyss. All we can hope for is that Ron Ralph retains the throne seed and one day voluntarily ventures into the abyss. Mags finally said, his voice filled with anticipation and a trace of imperceptible anger. Only then will we have the chance to act. The gray vortex suddenly spun violently, emitting a deafening roar, as if responding to the discussion. The 13 Supreme Apostles immediately ceased their conversation, all turning to the vortex, their eyes filled with both reverence and fear. It seems to be more active, the chained woman on the fifth throne whispered, a hint of unease in her voice. It hasn't been this restless since the end of the Third Era. Mag's thread body contracted slightly, a defensive posture by instinct. Perhaps the time is shorter than we imagined. Regardless, we must find the successor to the 14th Apostle as soon as possible, whether it's Ron, Ralph, or other potential candidates. The chained woman glanced at Mags, a trace of mockery flashing in her silver eyes. You wouldn't still be holding onto that ridiculous hope, would you? Thinking the 14th throne could change our fate? Mags did not respond, the 9 eyes on his spider mask extinguishing one by one, falling into a state of contemplation. In the world of Supreme Apostles, hope was a luxury, even a dangerous delusion. But at this moment, Mags couldn't deny that, within his heart made of countless threads, there indeed existed a faint but stubborn hope. The 14th throne might really be able to change something. The sky of the black mist jungle gradually became distorted, a strange violet halo spreading through the clouds, diffusing like ink in clear water. In the distance, alarms rang out from the central area of the school, where members of the law enforcement team quickly assembled in various regions, trying to control the expanding chaos. Ron, Hayek, and Uni walked swiftly through the corridors, heading directly towards the bloodline altar. The air was filled with a corrosive smell that made people uncomfortable, a clear sign of abyssal energy leakage. The situation is worse than expected. Hayek frowned, his expression serious. The collapse of the seal is already affecting the school's magic barrier. If not controlled soon, the entire black mist jungle will be contaminated by the abyss. Uni nodded, her violet eyes gleaming with worry. Apprentices have reported finding many distorted creatures in the East District. Clearly, small-scale spatial tears are beginning to appear in weak spots of the barrier. Do we need to evacuate the apprentices? Ron asked calmly, his gaze sweeping over the panicking low-level apprentices along the way. That's already in progress, Hayek replied. Maxim is prioritizing moving ordinary apprentices to safe areas, but advanced apprentices and candidate wizard sequence members need to stay and assist in controlling the situation. The 3 soon arrived outside the control node of the bloodline altar. The situation here was more severe than imagined. The ground already had several deep cracks, with violet black energy oozing out, thick and corrosive like pus. The air was filled with a nauseating stench, like a mix of rotting flesh and metal. Even more unsettling was the distortion starting among the surrounding plants. Originally normal shrubs gradually twisted and deformed, their leaves turning into spikes, while their roots writhed like tentacles. Abyssal plant aberration. Ron immediately recognized the phenomenon. The contamination has already begun to affect the ecosystem. It's becoming more like a small abyss. Uni sighed softly, worry flashed in her eyes, for she also bore a soul contract. This area might never return to its original state. The 3 carefully passed through the already twisting corridor, arriving at the control node of the bloodline altar. This was Ron's first time truly seeing the control node up close, different from the internal space environment he had seen during testing. The energy flow here was more chaotic, the spatial twisting more severe. The entire area was cloaked in a layer of translucent violet mist. The central stone platform had completely shattered, leaving only scattered remnants. Of the 12 crystal pillars, 9 had collapsed entirely, leaving 3 still barely standing. At the base of those remaining pillars lay a figure covered in blood Sauron. His chest had a huge hollow, a red crystal flickering inside it. The rhythm of that crystal's pulse was very similar to a heartbeat, but obviously unstable, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. His skin showed an unnatural gray-white color, as if already nearing the brink of death, but his eyes were still open, albeit vacant. Uni quickly checked Sauron's condition, then shook her head. The situation is worse than we imagined. Tear of the heart is failing, unable to sustain his vital signs. Furthermore, the abyssal contamination has seeped into his blood and soul, eroding his spiritual world. Hayek's expression was grave. Can we transfer him back to the school's medical area? Uni frowned deeply, shaking her head again. The risk is too high. His current state can't withstand the shock of any teleportation magic. Moreover, this level of abyssal contamination. Ordinary treatments are completely ineffective. Ron stepped forward. Let me try. Hayek and Uni exchanged a glance, then silently stepped aside. The opponent had already proven himself with his expertise in magic potion making and bloodline modulation. If anyone could help Sauron in this situation, it would only be Ron. Ron walked to Sauron's side, crouched down, and began to carefully examine his condition. He first used extraordinary recognition to observe Sauron's vital signs and energy flow. The contents displayed by extraordinary recognition were worrying. Sauron, Morning Star level Mage. Status, dying, life energy loss 60%, spiritual pollution 42%. 1 heart missing, tear of the heart, temporary replacement effect weakening. 2. Abyssal contamination, eroding vascular system and spiritual world. 3. Magic power flow severely chaotic, core energy node damaged. Ron's brows furrowed slightly. He pondered for a moment, then looked up at the two wizards. The situation is indeed difficult, but there's still a glimmer of hope. He took a deep breath, then began to analyze in detail. First, we must address the 3 core issues: stabilize life, clear contamination, repair energy system. This requires combining techniques from magic potion, alchemy, and bloodline modulation. But we lack time and resources. Uni's expression was serious. Even the most basic purification potion takes hours of refining. Ron gave a slight confident smile. That's where my advantage lies. He quickly retrieved several small bottles from his storage bag, containing the basic materials of magic potions he carried with him for emergencies. He also activated his radiation field ability, a subtle energy field spread outward centered on him, enveloping Sauron's body. This energy field appeared as a clear blue-white, pure as a spring, contrasting sharply with the surrounding purple-black abyssal energy. It seems my radiation field is more special than that of ordinary Morning Star mages, able to temporarily isolate external contamination, gaining more operation time. In the confused gazes of the two, Ron casually explained, while he had already started preparing the magic potion materials. At that moment, an unexpected sound interrupted their plan. It was a chilling scream, like the sound of nails scraping glass, yet carrying some sort of biological trait. The 3 quickly turned around, only to see a group of twisted creatures crawling from the end of the corridor. The creatures looked like mutated rats. Their sizes were at least 3 times larger than normal rats. Their skin was a sickly purple-gray, their backs were covered with spikes, and the ends of their tails split into 3 strands, each with sharp bone barbs. What was most unsettling was their eyes, not 2, but densely distributed across the front of their heads, resembling a mass of wriggling red flesh. Abyssal rats, Hayek said softly. The energy leakage from the altar has already begun to affect the surrounding creatures. Uni immediately stood in front of Sauron, gathering a mass of purple flame in her hand. Ron, focus on healing, will handle these aberrant creatures. Hayek stepped forward as well, the tip of his magic wand shimmering with a cold light. They aren't numerous, but be careful. Abyssal creatures often possess special abilities that can't be predicted by conventional means. Ron nodded, not stopping his work. He knew he had to complete the treatment as quickly as possible, not only to save Sauron, but also to ensure that all of them could safely leave this collapsing area. Detected profession synergy. Alchemist 2 stars, plus WIZARD Japanese symbol PRIMORDIAL 3 stars. Gain additional synergy bonuses. 1. Increased potion purification efficiency. 2. Enhanced magic potion effectiveness, improved stability. The moment this synergy prompt flashed through Ron's mind, he felt an unprecedented affinity with the herbs. Every strand of magic particles in the surrounding air became clearly visible, and the energy structure of the herbs unfolded before his eyes like an open book. Ron began to efficiently mix the herbs, his movements more fluid than ever, as if each step was guided with precision. The core materials of the life-stabilizing potion are sunlight flower honey and crystal ore liquid, which need to be mixed at specific ratios to produce a powerful life energy enhancement effect. Even seasoned alchemists require at least half an hour for precise handling and purification, but Ron completed it in less than 5 minutes. The magic power boost from the origin circuit sped up the purification process, and the impurities melted away like snow under high-concentration magic power, leaving only the purest effective components. The number of rats was more than initially expected, continuously emerging from the shadows of the corridor. They moved with rapid speed and agility, able to traverse walls and ceilings freely, forming a dimensional attack formation. More troublesome was that these aberrant creatures exhibited a certain level of collective intelligence. Their actions were not chaotic, but showed strategic awareness. One group drew fire, while another sought out breakthroughs. Be careful of their self-destruction, Hayek casually warned as he unleashed a chilling ice storm, effortlessly covering a large area. Their bodies are composed of activated abyssal material, and once they self-destruct, they disperse into the air, potentially allowing contamination to seep directly into the bloodstream. Uni, evidently prepared in advance, used purple flame to form a protective wall, blocking most of the rat onslaught while also shielding against debris from explosions. Ron did not turn around, nor did he halt his work. He merely turned his head slightly, glimpsing the approaching aberrant rats out of the corner of his eye. Detected profession synergy. Demon Hunter Knight, 2.5 stars, plus WIZARD Japanese symbol PRIMORDIAL, 3 stars. Gain additional synergy bonuses. 1. Expanded perception range of aberrant creatures. 2. Increased destructive power of spiritual attacks against aberrant creatures. 3. Significantly enhanced ability to analyze the essence of creatures. The precise spatial map formed in his mind detailed every creature's position, movement trajectory, and energy fluctuations within the room. The weaknesses of the aberrant rats also became clear. The multi-eyed region on their heads was the neural center of the entire creature, and it was where abyssal energy was most concentrated. Spiritual SHOCK Japanese symbol BUNDLE wave. An invisible spiritual wave shot out from behind him, with no dazzling visual effects, not even disturbing the dust in the air. But the abyssal rats suddenly all halted in place, their heads subsequently exploding as if blasted, spraying a substantial amount of purple-black liquid. No wonder. A primordial wizard encountered only once every few hundred years, Hayek appraised softly, his eyes flickering with amazement. Such precision in power control is rare even among official wizards. Uni nodded, her purple eyes glimmering with a complex light. The combat prowess of a primordial wizard truly lives up to its reputation. Ron paid no heed to their admiration, continuing his medical work. By now he had completed the refining of the life-stabilizing potion, a bottle of emerald liquid shimmering with a gentle glow in his hand. Under the dual influence of the radiation field and the synergy of the alchemist and primordial wizard, its effectiveness had increased at least threefold. This life-stabilizing potion of his was somewhat different from the regular ones. Not only could it temporarily stabilize vital signs, but it could also enhance the integration of tear of the heart with biological tissue, extending its effective time. Ron carefully poured the magic potion into Sauron's mouth. Sure enough, as the magic potion was absorbed, the other's complexion began to improve, and his breathing became a bit steadier. The red crystal on his chest no longer flickered, but maintained a stable glow and rhythm. Now the problem of abyssal contamination must be addressed. Ron frowned in thought, observing the obvious purplish-black marks in Sauron's blood vessels. Conventional suppression methods have limited effect on this high-concentration abyssal contamination. I need to try another approach. Detected profession synergy. Bloodline modifier, 2 stars, plus wizard Japanese symbol primordial, 3 stars. Gained additional synergy bonuses. 1. Increased success rate of bloodline modulation. 2. Improved biological tissue affinity of the radiation field. 3. Ability to perform finer bloodline energy control. As this synergy prompt appeared, a look of understanding flashed in Ron's eyes. his fingertips traced through the air, as if manipulating some invisible threads. With these movements, the purplish-black contaminants in Sauron's blood vessels began to flow slowly, gradually separating from the blood, concentrating towards the surface. This was an extremely intricate process, akin to separating drops of oil mixed in water bit by bit. Regular bloodline modifiers might require several days of continuous operation to complete, but under the fortified synergy bonuses, Ron achieved significant progress in just a dozen minutes. "This is," Uni exclaimed, intently staring at the surface of Sauron's skin. Strands of purplish-black substance seeped out from his pores, writhing like tiny snakes. Once these contaminants left the body, they were neutralized by the pure energy in the radiation field, turning into harmless ashes that dissipated in the air. Bloodline shaping, proficient. Experience points +1. Bloodline shaping, proficient experience points +1. Bloodline shaping, proficient experience points +1. Current progress, bloodline shaping, proficient 56/100. Perhaps because these operations were indeed so complex, the skill experience points increased much faster than usual. Thankfully, the surface contamination has been temporarily suppressed. Sweat beaded on his forehead, clearly indicating that such high-precision operations were no small burden for him. Now there's one last critical issue left. That is creating a stable heart replacement for Sauron. This is basically impossible, even for an alchemy master. It would take weeks or even months to create an organ replacement with a sufficient match rate. Hayek shook his head. And he must also be adept in bloodline modulation. Such individuals are all listed in the Court of Truth's appointed roster. Ron offered no explanation and focused on his work at hand. He retrieved a set of streamlined alchemy tools from his storage bag, along with several rare materials, meanwhile collecting a few drops of already purified Sauron's blood as a foundational template. Although it's not possible to configure a replacement heart for Sauron Master, Ron could only explain briefly, but if it's just a slightly more stable temporary organ replacement, I can still manage. His fingers flickered, and the strange living substance in hand started to undergo marvelous changes. Its form gradually transformed from a piece of metal into a lifelike heart shape. On its surface, golden energy patterns swirled, and its interior was constructed of innumerable fine magic power conduits, simulating a real heart circulatory system. He dripped a droplet of Sauron's blood onto the artificial heart. The pure benefic energy contained in the blood was immediately absorbed, causing the entire heart to emit an even brighter light. Material refining, proficient experience points +1. Current progress, material refining, proficient 78/100. Ron took a deep breath, cradling the beating golden heart in both hands. This step was far more demanding than any prior work. A slight mishap could lead to severe rejection or even immediate death. He carefully removed the tear of the heart from Sauron's chest. The red crystal was already noticeably dimmed, clearly on the verge of depleting energy. He then swiftly placed the artificial heart into that ghastly cavity. Thump, thump, thump. The sound was clear and strong, and the ghastly cavity visibly shrank. It succeeded. Ron let out a sigh of relief, his hair damp with sweat from his forehead. The heart has perfectly fused with his body. Now his life is stabilized. Sauron's eyes slowly opened, his gaze no longer dazed but gradually regaining clarity. "I'm still alive." Sauron's voice was still weak, but already tinged with an incredulous joy. "Under normal circumstances, your soul should now be burning in flames." Hayek stepped forward, making a hellish joke with a calm expression. Then he turned to Ron, his tone carrying a certain undisguisable admiration. "But our young friend just proved to us with facts that the abilities of a primordial wizard far exceed our imagination." Sauron attempted to sit up. Although his movements were slow, he was able to move on his own. He took a deep look at Ron, gratitude evident in his eyes without the need for words. Then he turned to survey the surroundings, his expression becoming vigilant once more. "The bloodline altar, the holy disk. What's the situation?" "The holy disk has been dealt with," Ron answered briefly, not wanting to elaborate on the intense confrontation. "But the seal on the bloodline altar has completely collapsed, and abyssal contamination is spreading." Hayek nodded, his expression serious. Yes, we must evacuate immediately. Your temporary repair only slowed the contamination spread. At that moment, the ground suddenly shook violently. The situation is deteriorating faster than expected. A flicker of fear crossed Uni's purple eyes. The spatial structure is accelerating its collapse. Ron quickly surveyed his surroundings, various escape plans flashing through his mind. At this moment, Sauron suddenly spoke. The northern passage is relatively stable and should hold until we leave. But we must act immediately, every second counts. Are you sure you can move? Hayek looked at the other's pale face with concern. Sauron gave a bitter smile. Vice Dean, if we don't leave immediately, we will all be devoured by the abyss. Don't worry, this new heart seems to be much more robust than I imagined. The passage was already beginning to twist and deform, irregular cracks appearing on the walls, with purple-black energy seeping out like blood. Rocks were continually falling from the rock walls. The ground became uneven, as if pulled by some invisible force. Besides the abyssal rat swarm encountered earlier, there were other, even more bizarre existences. Originally ordinary reptiles and insects, under the influence of abyssal energy, had become abnormally large and their shapes twisted. A group of spiders hung down from the ceiling, each the size of a plate, their backs covered with tumor-like protrusions, and their eyes bizarrely grew on their abdomens, flickering with a sickly purple light. The silk they spun was no longer the usual white, but a fluorescent purplish black, and anything ensnared by this silk would begin to corrode slowly. Abyss spiders, watch out for their poisonous silk. Uni warned, the purple flame flickering in her palm forming a protective barrier. Ron's gaze sharpened, and with a wave of his left hand, the stand-in puppet quietly appeared beside him. This puppet was vastly different from before, emitting an eerie aura of trepidation, like a predator ready to pounce. Go, Ron commanded softly. The stand-in puppet lunged forward like a shadow, its movements as fast as lightning. Its form underwent an astonishing transformation as it moved. The torso elongated, and its arms turned into scythe-like limbs. Spikes grew from its back, the entire silhouette looking like a perfect killing machine born for combat. Most astonishing was its method of attack. Faced with the hanging abyss spiders, the stand-in puppet did not simply shred or repel them, but rather devoured them one by one with an almost greedy posture. That gaping mouth could expand to an unimaginable extent, engulfing each plate-sized spider whole in one bite. With each abyss spider devoured, the black patterns on the stand-in puppet's surface would light up momentarily, as if absorbing and transforming something. Stand-in puppet charge progress plus 0.2%. Hayek and Sauron exchanged glances, feeling that Ron's strange puppet looked somewhat familiar, but they couldn't associate this terrifyingly featured thing with the mundane, stand-in puppet. After all, after Ron's transformation into a demon hunter, its aura had been completely renewed. Ron ignored their reactions, focusing solely on controlling the stand-in puppet to clear the path ahead. As they delved deeper, the variety of mutated creatures in the passageway increased. Beside the abyss spiders, there were mutated rat swarms and deformed reptiles. Even a few creatures that should have been rabbits now had extra heads and limbs, behaving with extreme ferocity. Yet none of these seemed to pose a challenge for the stand-in puppet. It demonstrated astonishing combat instincts and a special perception ability toward abyssal creatures. No matter how these mutated creatures hid or camouflaged, the stand-in puppet always found them with precision, then devoured them without hesitation. Stand-in puppet charge progress plus 0.3%. Stand-in puppet charge progress plus 0.1%. Stand-in puppet charge progress plus 0.2%. Charging notifications continuously flashed in Ron's mind, with each act of devouring bringing a boost in energy to the puppet. This specialized capability against abyssal creatures. Hayek's eyes flickered with intense academic interest. It's almost like the perfect weapon designed to combat the abyss. A particularly massive abyss spider suddenly sprang from the side, targeting Sauron, whose aura was the most fragile among them. Almost instinctively, Ron raised his hand, and a sound wave vibration struck out silently. The giant spider abruptly halted in mid-air, and then its entire body was crushed by an invisible force, exploding into a mist of purplish black. Unexpectedly, This mist did not disperse, but was drawn by an invisible force, rushing entirely into the stand-in puppet's body. Stand-in puppet charge progress plus 1%. Truly unbelievable, Uni lightly exclaimed. It's not just eliminating these creatures, but in a sense, purifying them. The passage continued to extend forward, and the degree of spatial distortion worsened. The walls began to flow like melting wax, the ceiling cracks expanded continuously, and waves of unsettling vibrations emanated from the depths. This is the weakest part of the seal. The spatial structure is already starting to collapse. Sauron explained weakly, we must find a way out quickly. Though the riot of these abyss creatures was annoying, they could be cleared with ease. But if faced with a spatial collapse, even at dark sun level, it would be a catastrophe with no chances of survival. Merging through the exit, the four finally returned to the surface of the black mist jungle. The sky remained overcast, but at least the suffocating pressure of abyssal energy was gone. In the distance, the central tower of the Black Mist School was faintly visible, seemingly still standing firm amidst the chaos. Sauron let out a long breath, looking up at the sky. I survived. Yes, you survived thanks to Ron, Uni gently reminded with a hint of a smile. Sauron, not lacking in tact, directly retrieved a piece of parchment from the storage bag. He quickly scribbled some terms on it and handed it over, explaining. This is a contract, Ron Wizard. Once back at the school, you can use this to exchange with me for extraordinary items or magic stones equivalent to the aid provided. The young wizard nodded without pretense and placed it into his storage bag. Suddenly, Hayek sighed and his expression turned grave. I must tell you some bad news. The Black Mist School might be facing significant changes. All three turned their gaze simultaneously towards him, Ron's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Is the damage to the bloodline altar that severe? Far beyond your imagination. Hayek said heavily. The bloodline altar is not just a trial site, but also the key node for the energy balance of the entire Black Mist jungle. Its collapse will lead to a continuous leak of abyssal energy. According to my estimate, within 10 years, the entire Black Mist jungle will be completely drenched in abyssal material, becoming a lifeless land. What about the school? Sauron, though weak, still had sharp thoughts. Must relocate, Hayek affirmed. In fact, I estimate that within at most 2 years, the school will be forced to completely move, and the first batch of evacuation work might begin in a few days. Ron listened silently. The news had very limited impact on him personally at this moment, but it was of great significance to the overall fate of this region. So the destruction of the bloodline altar, will it be reported upward? Ron asked, the implied meaning quite clear. How would the Crystal Tower and the Court of Truth react? Hayek understood his concern. You're right, in a few days, I'll head to the Central Lands to report the specific situation. This is no small matter and requires discussion of strategies by the School Alliance. He looked at Ron with a certain encouragement in his eyes. Speaking of that, since you have become an official wizard, there's something you should know. There is a general airship service, specifically for official wizards between regions. General airship, Ron raised an eyebrow slightly. Yes, as an official wizard, you can ride these airships for free. Of course, in return, you will also bear certain airship defense duties. Hayek explained, this is a convenience established by the wizard world to promote exchange. Uni added, it's much safer than ordinary land or sea routes, especially on the way to the Central Lands. The dangers in Blackwater Bay and the Endless Sea connected to it are truly great. Rarely do ships manage to navigate it. It's said that deep in the Endless Sea, ancient wild beasts reside, capable of devouring entire islands. Sauron, though not in good shape, couldn't help but interject. Moreover, the sea surface is shrouded in storms all year round. Regular sailing is almost suicidal. Ron showed a keen interest in this geographical information. With the geographical knowledge he currently possessed, the overall structure of the Ring Abyss continent group still seemed full of mysteries. There's something else you might find interesting, Hayek suddenly said, his tone carrying some probing. When you reach the Central Lands, it's very likely that the Crystal Tower will send over an evaluation team to assess your special talent and academic achievements. Ron frowned slightly. Evaluation team. Yes, this is a routine procedure for newly promoted wizards. They will conduct a comprehensive evaluation of your research results, bloodline traits, and personal abilities, and then give an overall ranking. The higher the rank, the higher your status within the wizarding community. You can also gain access to more and higher-level mysticism knowledge. Uni nodded. The rarity and value of primordial wizards are self-evident. Through formal evaluation, corresponding status recognition and resource allocation can be granted. Moreover, Sauron confidently added, "Your achievements are already astonishing enough, having been promoted to primordial wizard at such a young age, coupled with those extraordinary talents across disciplines. I bet the evaluation team will pay special attention to you." A distant rumbling interrupted their conversation. Everyone looked up, only to see the ground, in the direction of the bloodline altar, suddenly collapse, forming a huge pit. Purple-black energy gushed out from it, like a volcano in eruption. It seems the space inside has completely collapsed. Hayek's expression turned grave. "We must immediately return to the school's central area to assist with the evacuation work." The sky over the black mist jungle grew increasingly murky, and the shadow of the abyss had already enveloped this once prosperous school. The evacuation work lasted for 3 straight days. Under the organization of Hayek and other masters, ordinary apprentices were sent to safe areas via large transportation means. Some advanced apprentices were assigned to various keynodes to assist in collecting precious documents and equipment. Members of the candidate wizard sequence were responsible for maintaining order and fighting against the constantly emerging abyss creatures. Ron actively took on defense work in the most dangerous frontline area, using his newly acquired primordial wizard abilities to establish temporary energy barriers, buying valuable time for evacuation. Of course, his zeal wasn't purely out of gratitude to the school. On one hand, it was to train his new abilities, and on the other, it also served to continue charging the stand-in puppet. The stand-in puppet has fully absorbed energy. Current charging progress, 80%/100%. With the charging progress obtained from the previously devoured holy disk, reaching 100% to unlock the incarnation form of the glory legacy was no longer far off. Next stage requires higher purity of abyssal energy. In the evening of the 3rd day, when the last group near the altar was safely moved, Ron finally returned to his workshop. Opening the main door, a familiar herb fragrance wafted over. Lilia, Dale, and Aelin had already packed up. Several large boxes were neatly placed in the center of the hall, evidently ready for departure. Back already, Lady Allen wasn't in her herb store. The old lady sat in a rocking chair by the fireplace, her emerald eyes shimmering with calm light. "The school's evacuation work is finished." Ron used a magic trick to remove the dust from his cloak, nodding without feeling surprised by the arrival of this mentor. "Yes, madam. The most critical part has been completed. And what follows will be a long-term orderly evacuation plan." He glanced around and noticed that the main equipment and documents in the workshop had been properly packed, everything orderly. "It seems everyone is ready." "Yes, teacher," Lilia stepped forward. "According to your instructions, we have packed the most important equipment and materials. Some inconvenient items have been sealed in the basement, waiting for you to destroy them yourself." Aelin also came over, vines wrapping a thick record book. "I have organized all the experiment records and outcomes, categorized and numbered by importance. The core research has been protected with encrypted runes, and only you can decipher it." Ron nodded contentedly. "Well done. Go ahead, have a good rest tonight." Lady Allen smiled slightly. "Tomorrow you will embark on a brand new journey." Ron nodded, following Lilia to the dining room. Dinner was ready, with Dale and Aelin waiting at their seats. Aelin served Ron a bowl of hot soup. "Master, you look exhausted. The evacuation work over the past 3 days must have been difficult." "Not too bad." Ron accepted the bowl, sipping gently and feeling the warm liquid slide down his throat. The seal on the bloodline altar has completely collapsed, and abyssal energy is spreading around. The Black Mist School has already initiated a long-term evacuation plan and will fully relocate in approximately 5 years. Lilia cautiously asked, "Teacher, are we moving with the school in a few days?" "Yes," Ron nodded affirmatively, looking at the 3 women with a gentle tone. Pack your personal belongings. Although most of the equipment and materials are already packed, be sure not to miss any important personal items. Once we leave, it will be very difficult to come back. After dinner, Ron went to the laboratory alone, needing some private time to review the previous battle. Sitting at the lab bench, he closed his eyes and began to replay the confrontation with the holy disk in his mind. Though the victory seemed easy, he understood the key factors and was aware of his own shortcomings. Winning this time was mainly because I had the first strike. Ron pondered, his expression becoming more serious. The ravings of erosion and the traits like hunting evil of the demon hunter are specialized means of restraining abyssal creatures, and combined with various advanced traits, the explosive power is astonishing. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes, but if he had completed the apostle transformation, the situation would have been completely different. Moreover, I used only 3 moves in the battle with the holy disk, yet due to the super magic techniques, nearly half of my magic power was consumed. The endurance capability is still far from sufficient. If he could withstand my 3 strokes, the ensuing battle would become extremely dangerous. Ron shook his head, displaying a harshness towards himself. 1. The precision level is insufficient. Every magic release has energy leakage, with high power but low efficiency. 2. Endurance is also lacking, currently. I can only manage 3 strokes. The road ahead is still long, and he needs to enhance precision and spell control, and increase magic power through star projection more frequently. Ron looked down at his hands, still bearing a faint heat from the magic release. The super magic techniques are still rough, like a sharp knife without a handle, dangerous and inefficient to use. He needs continuous improvement in magic construction skills to fully unleash the potential of this trait. The next morning, sunlight broke through the clouds, spilling across the roof of the workshop. Ron got up early to perform a final comprehensive inspection. All important equipment and materials had been properly packed, with unnecessary large facilities sealed with runes to delay the erosion from abyssal contamination. Alan, Dale, and Lilia had also finished packing, ready to depart. "Are you all ready?" Ron looked around, making one last confirmation. "Everything is set, Master," Alan responded gracefully. Dale excitedly patted her crystal vat. "I can't wait to set off." Lilia nodded slightly. All the lists have been checked with nothing missing. Ron nodded in satisfaction, taking one last look at the workshop that had accompanied his growth, then gently closed the door. Time and space here have lost their meaning. Like a puzzle twisted and crushed by an invisible hand, and then reassembled. Both complete and fragmented. The Court of Truth is not a concrete location, but a special existence that transcends dimensions. It is not in the Black Mist jungle, not in the Central Lands, and not even entirely present in any part of the Ring Abyss continent group. If one were to describe its appearance, the closest metaphor would be an endless crystal palace suspended in the void. Composed of starlit crystals so pure they are almost transparent, countless beams of light refract within, creating a dazzling spectacle that would overwhelm mortals. However, this palace simultaneously possesses countless overlapping, yet independent entrances. Each one leads to different planes of existence, and only those who have reached the realm of the Great Wizard can find the correct path. For an official wizard, even a dark sun-level powerhouse standing at the entrance of the Court of Truth would perceive only a great void, gaining nothing. The core area of the Court of Truth is known as the Hall of Eternity. Here there is no conventional ceiling or floor, but numerous spiral crystal passages intertwine. In the ever-flowing gentle light, they extend into seemingly infinite space. Light here feels particularly warm and textured, like the breath of a living creature. On the surface, this is the highest hall of the wizard world, a symbol of knowledge, wisdom, and power. However, upon delving deep into this seemingly sacred hall, another entirely different scene unfolds. Above the Hall of Eternity, thousands of giant crystal sacks float in the void. Each resembles a transparent coffin, differing in size and shape. More disconcerting is that in these crystal sacks, countless suspended figures are stored. Men, women, young, old, human, or non-human, and even some forms that entirely defy conventional understanding. All are suspended in eerie poses, bodies floating in a pale golden liquid, eyes tightly shut, yet faintly exuding a living presence. The entire space is silent, with only an occasional faint heartbeat from some crystal sacs, indicating that life within is not entirely extinguished. This is the core secret of the Court of Truth, the Specimen Library, a special area storing the remains and souls of the most elite great wizards from several eras. Every great wizard preserved here once stirred the sea of knowledge in the wizard world in their lifetime. Their research achievements and intelligence are deemed valuable enough to be preserved in this unique manner. As the history records suggest, great wizards have transcended the confines of ordinary life forms. They no longer bound by a single corporeal form, but through numerous self-modifications and transformations, they attained an ultimate form known as the Void Remains. The Void Remains is the highly condensed crystallization of a great wizard's life achievements and magical power, a reinterpretation of their essential nature. In this state, a great wizard can transcend the limitations of the fleshly shell, existing in a purer form, and even briefly touch the borders of dimensions. Within the Specimen Library, these great wizards' void remains are intentionally kept in a semi-hibernation state, retaining self-awareness, yet not interfering with the normal operation of the Court of Truth. In this mysterious and terrifying sea of suspended beings, a faint golden light suddenly flickered in one corner. The light originated from a particular information transmission device, the Wizard General Record Projection Platform. This is a special device capable of real-time reception and display of all wizard registration information from the Ring Abyss Continent Group. No matter how far the distance, as long as a wizard signs their identity confirmation on the Wizard General Record, the information will be transmitted here first. Above the projection platform, a line of golden text slowly emerged. Promoted to official wizard, Prime through the path of truth. Time, 4th era 3721. This seemingly ordinary information fluctuation was like a stone thrown into a still lake, causing subtle ripples in this space of deathly silence. Several crystal sacs near the projection platform suddenly lit up with a faint glow. The liquid inside began to flow slowly, as if the beings slumbering within were awakened by some force. Path of Truth, another one. A hoarse, ancient voice resonated in the void, with a gravelly tone laden with the weight of age. Contained within the voice was a special magical power wave, enough to strike fear in ordinary wizards and even cause a mental collapse. Path of Truth, downstream of the Crystal Tower Black Mist School, Ron Ralph. Another voice chimed in, sounding younger with an indescribable metallic quality, like a curious mix of crystal and steel. Star Devourer. A meditation technique associated with the Devourer, quite interesting. The third voice sounded like liquid flowing, each syllable accompanied by a kind of moist reverberation. The first speaking crystal sac brightened, revealing an apparently ordinary old man suspended inside. Provided one ignores his scale-covered skin and unusually pale complexion. That was not ordinary modification, but the ultimate research outcome of his lifetime studies on the dragon scale theory. Every scale was an independent magic core, containing complex energy conversion formulas. Another lucky one. The scale-skinned old man sneered, his voice filled with contempt and disdain for the younger generation. Back in the day, the death rate for the Path of Truth was as high as 90%. These young ones are simply enjoying the benefits of their predecessors. In my time, a single mistake would lead to soul collapse where there was no ready guidance or auxiliary magic potion. The elder was named Varian, a great wizard from the mid-3rd era, specializing in space magic research. His achievements in the theory of planar boundaries are still considered classics to this day. Nearly 10,000 years later, few have surpassed them. However, he still has a single regret: he advanced using the key potion. Despite having surpassed many primordial wizards of the Path of Truth through his own efforts, this matter has always left him resentful. Varian, you remain so harsh. The owner of the second voice revealed his true form, a young-looking man. At a glance, he seemed almost no different from ordinary people, except for his eyes, which were pure silver without any pupils or irises. Those silver eyes were not decorative, but the pinnacle of his research into spirit vision magic dialysis eye, capable of directly discerning all mysteries on the material, energy, and even soul levels. Legend has it that during an experiment, he accidentally glimpsed the essence of an ancient being, causing his eyes to permanently change to their current state, yet granting him this extraordinary insight. The silver-eyed youth sighed, his voice carrying a hint of regret, but more so a yearning for the past. In our time, even a failed experiment could cost half a life. I remember the first time I attempted to build a spirit bridge, I almost lost my soul to the void forever. If not for the accidental discovery of that broken anchor point, I'd probably be a wandering soul in the universe now. The silver-eyed youth was named Karen, a master of vision from the late Third Era, who founded the Spiritual Vision School and invented 17 kinds of insight spells still widely used today. He was halfway through his advancement along the path of truth, yet luckier than Lady Allen, he found fortune in disaster. Karen's temperament is much gentler than the scaly elder, but he is equally proud of his research. The scaly elder Varian sneered, his body in the crystal sack trembling slightly with anger. These descendants have it too easy. The path of truth advancement rate went from the 1 or 2/10 of my era to nearly half now. They simply don't understand that behind every successful person, there were dozens, even hundreds of failures as stepping stones. In reality, this number is far less than estimated, because those with breakthrough potential must first withstand the enormous increase of pollution from gem-level and crown-level meditation techniques, while also possessing enough special talent. So the breakthrough probability seems to go from 1/10 to nearly half, but the number of primordial wizards has not increased much over the years of auxiliary potion inventions. As Varian spoke, his void power began to faintly manifest. Cracks in space flickered around the crystal sack, as if about to tear apart the fabric of reality at any moment. This was his natural reaction to emotional fluctuations. Even in a semi-dormant state, his void power was formidable. The third crystal sack lit up, revealing a young-looking woman suspended upside down inside. However, her lower body was completely integrated into a mass of deep blue gelatinous matter, with dozens of tentacles extending and slightly trembling from it. This was not a simple mutation, but rather the pinnacle of her research on form fluidity. Those seemingly randomly writhing tentacles could precisely control different types of energy flows, executing complex magic formulas. It is said that she once used these tentacles to simultaneously sustain 72 abyssal giant beasts, creating a record that remains unbroken to this day. You too spare the sarcasm. The voice of the jellyfish woman carried a hint of mockery, mixed with disdain for her colleagues' childish behavior. Our era of hangers is over. Besides, no matter how difficult the path of truth is, it's not something key wizards like you can comprehend. After all, there is no shortcut in direct dialogue between the soul and high beings. The jellyfish woman was named Mola, a rare success in the path of truth. Her research field was form transcendence, having created 13 different forms of bloodline extreme transformations, each possessing distinct traits and abilities. Her achievements have left many traditional path great wizards feeling deeply envious and uneasy. Shut up, Mola. The scaly elder Varian was enraged, his body in the crystal sack shaking violently, causing an energy fluctuation. You were merely lucky. If it hadn't been for that monster's spiritual imprint resonating with you by chance, you would have turned to ashes long ago. Varian's mockery was filled with jealousy and resentment. As a great wizard who followed the traditional path, he harbored an indescribable and complex emotion towards successful path of truth practitioners. On the one hand, he admired their courage, while on the other, he felt regret and frustration for not having attempted it himself. The silver-eyed youth Karen couldn't help but chuckle softly, his body in the sack trembled slightly. Varian, you're so sensitive about Mola. Haven't you let go of this grudge after being in the specimen library for thousands of years? Karen's words carried a distinct tease, though his gaze revealed respect. Although he and Varian both followed the traditional path, he had genuine respect for true practitioners like Mola, especially for her ability to maintain self-awareness. After accepting a high being's imprint, Varian tried to refute but suddenly stopped, a flash of caution and reverence in his eyes, his gaze turning to another direction. Master Drake has awakened. How rare. How many years has it been since the last awakening? 500 years or 1,000 years? In the depths of the specimen library, A special container 3 times larger than the others slowly lit up. Inside was an withered elder, his body abnormally long and thin, skin tightly clinging to his bones, resembling a mummy. But the most striking feature was his head entirely. Transparent, revealing the internal brain structure, constantly flickering with soft light. It was not an ordinary brain, but a complex network of countless miniature runes and energy circuits. Every nerve fiber had been redefined and remodeled, so it could process and store an information capacity far beyond that of ordinary biological entities. It's said that his thinking speed is hundreds of times that of an ordinary great wizard, able to compute a complex planar energy equation in the blink of an eye. The path of truth is indeed rare. The withered elder's voice was ethereal like smoke, carrying an ancient rhythm not of this era. Star Eater's ravings, an ambitious child. Drake is one of the oldest entities in the specimen library, with his time tracing back to the mid-Second Era. In his long life, he has witnessed countless rises and falls of geniuses, experiencing numerous major events in the wizard world. His existence itself is a living history of wizards. The other 3 suspended ones immediately stopped their dispute. Even the harsh Varian fell silent, their bodies in the sacks almost completely still, as if striving to avoid attracting the attention of this ancient being. "Master Drake, what do you think of this promoter?" Karen cautiously inquired, with a tone of obvious reverence, even deliberately suppressing his mind fluctuations to show respect for this ancient great wizard. Within Drake's transparent skull, his brain tissue flickered slightly. The rhythm of the flickers formed a complex energy pattern, as if in thought. Star Eater's ravings, the meditation technique left by that mad traveler, the traveler, an interesting case. He was one of the few who truly understood the essence of the devourer. His thoughts seemed to drift afar. If I remember correctly, Ron Ralph is the 17th primordial wizard to ascend through this method. The first was Amoric at the end of the Second Era, a rather talented young man who, unfortunately, went insane from over-researching celestial voids while ascending to the Dark Sun level. Perhaps the most famous was that Cassandra of the Crown clan, who successfully ascended to Great Wizard and became the current Tower Master of the Crystal Tower. Every name Drake casually listed was a significant figure in the history of wizards, each worthy of a complete chapter in a grand tome. 17, that many? Varian asked in surprise, showing an uncharacteristic hint of uncertainty. How come I've never heard of that? The data in my memory clearly shows that Star Eater's ravings has less than 5 successful promoters. Drake let out a scornful chuckle, and the energy fluctuation in his voice caused the crystal sacks of the other 3 suspended beings to tremble slightly. Because you are too young, Varian. In the long history of wizards, you are merely a newcomer who joined yesterday. 4 eras have spanned tens of thousands of years, and with those affiliated parallel timelines, there have been hundreds of primordial wizards. On average, one appears every 1 to 200 years. What's so surprising about that? Drake's disdain for Varian was undisguised, not just because of the age difference. It was also because, in his eyes, Varian's so-called space research was merely repeating the footsteps of predecessors, lacking true innovation. Varian's body within the crystal sack trembled slightly at his words, obviously nettled by this round of mockery, but he dared not act out in front of Drake. Even though they were both great wizards, he knew well the chasm-like gap between himself and Drake. In normal confrontation, he might not even touch a corner of the other's astral husk. That Ron seems to be somewhat special. Mola suddenly interjected, her tendrils writhing slightly, indicating her piqued interest. I just checked through special channels. 2 years ago, he was nothing but a waste candidate apprentice of the 6th class stars, his spiritual talent almost unanimously regarded as trash in the wizard world. Her voice carried strong curiosity. Yet in just a few months, he transformed from waste to genius. Soon after, he not only rose to the forefront of candidate wizard ranks, but also passed the path of truth, directly ascending to primordial wizard. Such speed is exceptionally rare even in our times. A typical lucky one. Varian immediately seized the opportunity to comment, trying to re-establish his sense of authority. Perhaps he stumbled upon some opportunity, or someone is secretly aiding him. Such cases are all too common. Remember that so-called miracle child Melvin from the mid-Third Era? Didn't he also ascend at an unimaginable speed because he accidentally found an ancient rune stone? The result, didn't he also deform due to an unstable foundation while ascending to Great Wizard? The bitterness in Varian's tone almost overflowed from the crystal sack. These so-called geniuses who rise with external forces are often short-lived. Without a solid foundation and long-term accumulation, their paths inevitably lead to self-destruction. Karen couldn't help but retort. But to break through in such a short time is still very unusual. Even with opportunities and help, the path of truth ultimately depends on one's own qualities. That direct dialogue with higher entities cannot be replaced by external forces, requiring individual willpower and soul strength. I believe there might be something special about this Ralph that we have yet to understand. The silver-eyed youth was more open-minded, his research inherently related to intuitive perception, allowing him to appreciate phenomena that broke conventions more than Varian. Perhaps we should continue observing his development. There might be unexpected discoveries. Drake's voice resounded again, this time with some weariness, as if the topic at hand was too juvenile for him. Just a newly ascended primordial wizard, small as an ant compared to us ancient suspended beings who have existed for millennia. Even if his talent is high and his growth is rapid, at least wait until he ascends to Dark Sun, wizard a century later before he barely qualifies to enter our attention. Drake's words were not unfounded. In the wizard world, the gap in strength is like a chasm. Between an official wizard and a great wizard, it is not merely a simple amassing of power, but an existential difference. An official wizard, even the most top-notch Dark Sun level strong, when facing a true great wizard, is merely an existence the latter can extinguish at will. Not to mention the astral husk form of a great wizard, which already surpasses the normal dimensional concept, partially transcending the rules of reality. Though saying this, within Drake's transparent skull, the brain tissue flickered more frequently, clearly showing that the rise of this young wizard had sparked some interest in him. However, he paused, and his voice became deep. The creator of Star Eater's ravings, that traveler, is indeed a case worth noting. If he hadn't met with an accident at the last moment back then, he might have already become the third naturally ascended Witch King after the ancestor and the creator. Upon mentioning the title Traveler, the other three suspended ones fell silent, their bodies within the sack slightly trembling, showing a vague unease and reverence. Even for these great wizards, Witch King remains an unattainable existence. Like mortals gazing up at the starry sky, they are dazzling stars that can never be reached. The Traveler, one of the greatest explorers of the Second Era, once stepped into countless worlds and planes, and is said to have even confronted the essence of the Devourer. After that astonishing experience, he created the crown meditation technique, the Star Eater's ravings. Drake slowly recounted, much like speaking of an ancient legend, but his tone carried a certain certainty from experience. Yet at the moment he reached the peak of the great wizard level. Just as he was about to break through to the Witch King realm, he went mad. Drake's transparent skull flashed with an unusually intense light, expressing his strong emotional fluctuations regarding this segment of history. Such a reaction is extremely rare for an ancient being such as him, making the other three suspended ones feel extremely uneasy. No one knows what he saw, what he experienced at that moment. All that's known is that he left behind one final sentence. Above the stars are devourers, and above those devourers are even more terrifying existences, and then he vanished, his whereabouts still unknown. The liquid within the crystal sacks began to slowly circulate, as if feeling uneasy about this piece of history as well. Drake's phantom figure slightly manifested at the edge of the crystal sacks, a gigantic head composed entirely of pure energy. Inside it flickered countless star-like light points, each containing an unimaginable amount of knowledge. This phantom form can even briefly distort the surrounding reality structure, temporarily bending spatial rules to his will. Rumor has it that the Traveler obtained certain core fragments from the Great Abyss, and those fragments caught the attention of the Devourer. Karen quietly added, a flash of fear passing through his silver eyes. In the realm of consciousness confrontation, Even top-tier great wizards find it hard to withstand the impact from such existences. Some things, perhaps, weren't meant to be touched by beings of our level. When Karen reached this point, his own phantom vaguely manifested a giant eye composed of silver light lines. Inside, countless tiny runes flowed, capable of seeing the essence of existence and penetrating layers of disguise. Yet upon mentioning those existences beyond comprehension, even this eye trembled slightly, as if facing a certain horror impossible to gaze upon directly. Enough, Drake abruptly interrupted the discussion, his voice laced with rare tension. These are all unverifiable rumors. No matter what, a newly ascended primordial wizard is of little significance to us. Silence once again enveloped the specimen library, but this silence held a certain subtle sense of anticipation. Despite their dismissive words, all suspended ones harbored a slight curiosity about this young wizard suddenly rising to prominence. After a long time, Mola suddenly laughed softly, her tentacles gently swaying, indicating her good mood. I'm quite looking forward to the reaction from those folks at the Crystal Tower. A primordial wizard rising from a distant school will soon become a hot commodity in their eyes. Her phantom figure slightly manifested a complex structure woven from countless blue tentacles. Every tentacle can independently think and manipulate a form of energy, appearing as a continuously changing energy vortex. This phantom form is particularly suited for multi-threaded thinking and complex energy manipulation. No doubt about it, Karen chimed in. Especially with the current Crystal Tower, where internal factional strife is growing increasingly intense. A primordial wizard ascended through the path of truth will definitely become an object of their contention. Do you all think he will catch the Crown Clan's attention? Varian suddenly asked, his voice tinged with schadenfreude. If so, this young man will likely face quite an interesting experience. Almost certainly, Drake commented lightly. The Crown Clan never misses out on newcomers with potential, especially those primordial wizards who might bring pure blessings. They treat them like precious collections, first attracting with various favorable conditions, then gradually tightening control, finally integrating them entirely into the clan system, inside Drake's transparent skull. The flickering speed of the brain tissue slowed down, seemingly losing interest in the topic, regardless. Ron Ralph's fate is already destined to be different from ordinary folks, but he's still far from genuinely catching our attention. With these words, the light within Drake's crystal sacs gradually dimmed, clearly returning to a state of dormancy. The other three suspended ones, seeing this, refrained from speaking further, and each of their sacs' light began to diminish as well. Before falling into complete silence, Karen's voice arose one last time. No matter which side gains the upper hand, it will be very interesting. You know, watching is always the greatest joy for us upside-down ones. Afterward, the specimen library returned to silence once more, with only the golden words on the Wizard General Record projection platform continuing to flicker. Like a spark just ignited, weak, yet steadfastly burning in the vast darkness. The master of this spark stood at the edge of the black mist jungle, gazing at the distant horizon. The sky was gloomy, with the treetops of the black mist jungle swaying sporadically under a bizarre wind, producing a rustling sound. Ever since the seal of the bloodline altar broke, the whole area's magic field had become extremely unstable. Occasionally, turbulent energy fluctuations formed tiny vortices in the air, like countless invisible hands slapping against the skin, causing tingling sensations. Several law enforcement officers, dressed in uniform gray suits, vigilantly guarded around the Ron workshop. Their eyes continuously scanned the surroundings, ready to activate their rune staffs at any moment. Ever since the eruption of abyssal energy, the school had strengthened defenses for all key areas. However, for Ron, this kind of protection seemed somewhat unnecessary, merely the school expressing its concern towards him. As a newly promoted primordial wizard, he himself was an undeniable force. It's all arranged, Ron Wizard. Your supplies will be transported by 2 vulture dragons. An older law enforcement officer reported to Ron, with barely concealed reverence on his face. When the title changed from Ron Apprentice to Ron Wizard, the attitude of the entire school towards him had transformed dramatically once again. Ron nodded slightly in thanks, a faint and imperceptible smile on his lips. He reviewed the material list in his hand again, his fingertips gliding gently over the surface of the parchment, ensuring no important items were missed. The list meticulously recorded the name, quantity, and storage location of every piece of equipment, and every bottle of magic potion ingredients. All contents were organized under strict categories, showcasing Ron's nearly obsessive meticulousness. What a spectacle! Lilia's voice came from not far away, carrying rare amazement. Following her gaze, Ron saw two enormous vulture dragons slowly approaching. This creature was a unique pack animal of the Black Mist jungle, about 8 meters long, with a draconic scaled body, and a vulture-like head and wings. Their bodies were covered in thick gray scales, their heads bore exposed black skin, and their red eyes exuded primitiveness and ferocity. Although unable to fly, their sturdy limbs and broad backs made them ideal land transportation tools. The school does have resources. Ron smiled faintly, a shrewd glint in his eyes. Hiring such pack animals privately would cost at least several hundred magic stone fragments. In urgent times, it might even require thousands. A special rack had been installed on the backs of the vulture dragons, made from lightweight yet extremely sturdy quasi-metal materials, covered with dampening runes and protective array. The tamer skillfully secured various boxes of different sizes in suitable positions. Ron's alchemy equipment, magic potion ingredients, experimental records, and some precious personal collections were all loaded neatly. His gaze lingered momentarily on each box, feeling a slight twinge of sentiment. These items contained the essence of his years in the Black Mist jungle, from a candidate apprentice at first glance to now an official wizard. Every step of growth had been witnessed by these objects. Leaving this place where he had lived for many years, even with his temperament, he couldn't help but feel a slight reluctance. Dale's crystal vat was placed in a specially designed dampening slot, ensuring that travel bumps posed no harm to her. The little sea siren was exceptionally excited, her golden eyes shining brightly, her fishtail constantly slapping the water surface, creating ripples. "Master, are we going to leave the Black Mist jungle? What is the outside world like? Is there a sea near the crystal tower? Can I see other sea sirens? Are there larger waters there for me to swim?" She asked a series of questions, her voice filled with childlike curiosity and anticipation. Looking into the little sea siren's pure golden eyes, Ron felt a subtle tenderness in his heart. Since rescuing Dale from that black market stall, this little life had been constantly by his side, witnessing many important moments in his life. "Indeed, there is a lake near the crystal tower," he patiently answered, though not comparable to the real ocean. "It is far more spacious than your current crystal vat." He answered Dale's questions while observing Alan and Lilia's loading work. The two worked in perfect harmony, one confirming the items list, the other checking the fixation status, carefully placing Ron's years of hard work. Alan's vine-like arms were agile and precise, effortlessly maneuvering boxes of various sizes, while Lilia maintained her customary diligence and focus, meticulously inspecting every detail, leaving no potential issues unnoticed. Ron was quite pleased with their performance. These two capable assistants each had their strengths, and whether in research or daily affairs, they could share quite a bit of work for him. Just as everything was ready, a dull rumble echoed from afar, like the low growl of an ancient beast. Ron looked up and saw, in the distant edge area, the earth suddenly bulging, with a twisting vortex of earth-yellow magic power waves forming in the air. Next, buildings rose from the ground as if lifted by invisible hands, their contours gradually becoming clear, with walls and roofs quickly taking shape. "That is..." Lilia widened her eyes in surprise, momentarily forgetting her inspection work. "The school's temporary housing area," Ron calmly explained, a hint of academic interest flashing in his eyes. "The Earth Mages are using fossil to mud and various construction spells to build temporary housing for evacuees. Those spells reconstruct the underground minerals and rock structures, creating a group of buildings meeting basic living needs in a short time." As the vulture dragon rapidly approached the temporary housing area, Ron could clearly observe the strange sight of high-rise buildings emerging from the flat ground. With the caster's movements, the ground trembled, and beams of earth-yellow light surged from below. Soil and rocks, guided by magic power, flowed and transformed, recomposing into walls, roofs, and foundations as if they were alive. Buildings that appeared simple, but were structurally stable, were rapidly taking shape. Ron watched the entire process without blinking, already analyzing the construction principles and energy flow trajectories of these spells in his mind. This kind of knowledge derived from practice is often more valuable than the theory in books, especially for a wizard like him who enjoys pursuing interdisciplinary applications. Not very delicate, but practical enough. Ron's thoughts were filled with academic analysis and some admiration for the school's efficient crisis response capability. At this speed, all evacuees can be settled within a few days. The value of Earth mages is particularly evident at times like these. His gaze swept over those newly built houses. Through his extraordinary recognition ability, he could clearly see the magic flow lines within the buildings. Although the appearance is simple and even somewhat crude, the internal structure is clearly well designed. The traces of magic flow showed that these buildings not only have basic living functions, but are also equipped with defensive and stabilizing arrays to withstand general abyssal contamination. A familiar voice, tinged with urgency, called from behind. Ron turned around and saw Lady Allen flying toward him on a broom like a true old witch from those fairy tales. But what intrigued him more was the small wooden box floating behind her, about palm-sized, its surface engraved with complex runes. Those runes flickered with a mysterious rhythm, forming a captivating rhythm. "Madam, what is this?" Ron curiously looked at the box, his eyes filled with strong academic interest. Lady Allen's face showed an uncommon look of pride. "I'm here to show you something interesting. After all, as your guide, I should leave you with some impression before parting." This expression was extremely rare on Lady Allen's face, making Ron even more curious about the floating box. This elderly woman usually maintained a calm and composed demeanor, rarely showing such a near boastful emotion. When the group arrived at an open space near the temporary housing area, she gently placed the small box on the ground. Lady Allen took a silver key from her bosom, engraved with runes similar to those on the box, shining with a faint blue light in the sunlight. She inserted the key into an almost invisible keyhole on the side of the box. "Watch carefully," she said softly, then turned the key. The box emitted a faint glow as the runes on the surface lit up one by one, forming a flowing halo. Then the top of the box suddenly opened, a surge of rich magic power pouring out, forming a semi-transparent sphere in the air. That magic power was different from ordinary energy fluctuations, heavier, more ancient, seemingly carrying some indescribable weight of time. The sphere rapidly expanded, revealing blurry outlines inside that gradually became clear. It was Lady Allen's familiar herb store, complete, identical in every brick and tile, from the worn porch to the window frames filled with traces of time. Even the strange plant with an unknown name in front of the door was perfectly replicated. With a soft pop, the sphere burst and vanished, and the herb store stood firmly on the ground as if it had always been there. The entire process was devoid of any smoke or energy aftershocks, incredibly quiet. A trace of rare surprise flashed in Ron's eyes, even forgetting to maintain his usual calm expression. Space folding technique, or some kind of form transformation, or is it dimension crossing? His mind was racing, trying to analyze all he had just seen. This spell clearly exceeded his current knowledge, involving deeper principles than his studied space theory. This unknown was precisely the best catalyst to ignite his curiosity. Lady Allen smiled faintly, her dark green eyes flickering with some pride. "It has some elements of both, but it's not entirely either. This is the pocket house technique, an ancient space element spell that can shrink and enlarge buildings while maintaining their internal structures and contents. Very suitable for people like me who need to move frequently but don't want to give up a comfortable home." Her tone carried a hint of pride, clearly satisfied with this spell. "Think about it, no matter where you go, you can bring your own little nook. Isn't that convenient?" Ron's eyes sparkled with deep academic interest, barely concealing his inner envy. This magic is undoubtedly priceless for any wizard who constantly explores and travels. No need to worry about the problem of accommodation, nor to adapt to a new environment every time. not even worrying about the safety and privacy of personal belongings. These are conveniences that can't be measured in money. Lady, this magic, could I ask you for guidance? He finally couldn't hold back and opened his mouth, his voice carrying a rare eagerness. Accompanying the inquiry, he habitually reached for his magic stone bag at his waist, ready to pay the corresponding tuition. In his past apprentice days, consulting Lady Allen for any knowledge required paying the equivalent magic stones, and this had become his conditioned reflex. However, Lady Allen waved her hand, stopping his movement. This gesture surprised Ron a bit. He knew Lady Allen always valued the worth of knowledge and never imparted it lightly. Put away your magic stones. I don't intend to charge you for this. Lady Allen's eyes carried a touch of teasing, her lips curled into a slight smile. You are now an official wizard. The relationship between us has become more equal. Besides, this spell itself is generally valued, not as rare or complex as you imagine. Ron was slightly surprised, his eyebrows slightly raised, but it seemed so practical. The challenge isn't in the spell itself. Lady Allen pushed open the herb store door, gesturing for them to follow. But in the construction materials of the building, this is where the real secret lies. Entering the herb store, the familiar aroma of herbs came forth as usual, making one feel reassured. The store's layout was identical to before. Every item was at its designated spot, as if it had never been moved. You must use materials with spatial traits to build. That's the only way to undertake such space expansion and folding. Lady Allen explained, her tone carrying a touch of professional rigor. Ordinary materials would simply shatter or deform under such operations, unable to maintain the integrity of the structure. Ron immediately noticed some barely detectable faint lights in the corner. Utilizing the extraordinary recognition skill, he saw that the store's walls and floors contained special energy patterns, forming a complex stable array. Those patterns were arranged almost perfectly, both fixed and flexible, capable of maintaining architectural stability amid spatial changes. These materials, Ron contemplated while touching the wall, feeling a subtle energy fluctuation at his fingertips. The sensation was incredibly peculiar, as if the wall existed simultaneously in multiple tiny spaces, each touch eliciting a faint spatial resonance. Black sand essence and blood crystal stone from the abyss, mixed with twisted wood from the fourth layer, plus a small amount of void iron. Lady Allen listed them as if they were treasures. Each material possesses a certain level of spatial trait, specially processed and woven together, forming a building structure highly compatible with spatial magic. Upon hearing these names, Ron's heart stirred in the abyssal creature's atlas. He had seen records of these materials. Black sand can spontaneously form mini wormholes. Blood crystal stone can store and release spatial energy. Twisted wood comes from the fourth layer's ecosystem that defies natural laws, and its fiber structure can withstand spatial deformation. While void iron is a rare metal capable of maintaining stability across different spatial states. These are all rare resources that require abyssal exploration to obtain, with risks and difficulties imaginable. So to build such a residence first requires to explore the abyss. Lady Allen interjected, her emerald eyes fixed on Ron, flickering with a complex light of both warning and encouragement. Just as you thought, this is where the real challenge and value lie. Ron pondered briefly, feeling a subtle guidance of destiny. From the breaking of the bloodline altar's seal to the emergence of the throne seed, and now this spatial magic, everything seemed to be leading him toward the same path: abyssal exploration. Upon reaching the central lands, this seemed to be an inevitable task, not only for the materials needed for such mobile residence, but also for the abyssal trait metals required to forge the active demon sword and various abyssal materials with peculiar effects. However, recklessly rushing into the abyss would obviously be extremely dangerous, especially knowing that he has attracted the attention of the Supreme Apostle. Ron's thoughts turned toward a safer strategy, utilizing the stand-in puppet for initial exploration. Since achieving 50% energy charge, he could already control it beyond 100 meters away from his body, and this distance was expanding at a striking speed, now reaching several thousand meters. This means he could control the stand-in puppet at her relatively safe distance for preliminary exploration, gathering intelligence and materials, minimizing personal risk. Perhaps I could first dispatch the stand-in puppet to the abyss's shallow regions for initial exploration. Ron constructed a detailed plan in his mind. Once the puppet's energy charge reaches 100%, completing the Glory Legacy's advancement, its maximum control range should significantly increase. Then, we can attempt deeper explorations. His thoughts stretched into a distant future, the integration of the stand-in puppet with the active demon sword. Using the puppet in demon hunter form as a carrier, and merging the sword's traits, perhaps a new battle system could be created. This combination would not only enhance the ability to counter abyssal creatures, but also secure more valuable resources while ensuring safety. What are you thinking so intently about? Lady Allen's voice interrupted his thoughts, her emerald eyes sparkling with wisdom seeming to see through everything. Ron smiled slightly, no longer hiding his plan. Just pondering over future abyssal exploration. Since various high-tier materials need to be sourced from there, this path will have to be taken sooner or later. But I'll need to be fully prepared, as the danger level there far surpasses the Black Mist jungle. Lady Allen looked at him meaningfully, a flash of approval in her eyes yet mixed with some concern. Caution is commendable, but don't miss opportunities due to excessive caution. The abyss is both perilous and rife with possibilities. The key is finding the balance between the two. She walked toward the counter, taking out a folded piece of parchment from beneath, with its surface emitting a gentle glow. This is a simplified map of the abyss's first to third floors. Though the abyss's structure constantly changes, certain key areas remain relatively stable. I drew this when I entered the abyss back in the day. Some details may have changed, but the overall framework should still hold. It might assist your future exploration. Ron took the glowing parchment, carefully unfolding it. The paper was inked with a complex map in a translucent hue, its lines sometimes clear, sometimes blurry, as if it could rearrange itself anytime due to changes in reality. The map's edges glimmered faintly, light not from the physical world, but traces of some profound magic power etched onto the parchment. This is truly astonishing. Ron whispered softly, with his fingertips feeling a weak pulse coming from the surface of the map, as if it were a living entity. Some areas of the map still bore faded bloodstains, likely not simple ink, but the blood of its creator. This was an ancient and stable marking method that stayed clear despite the interference of abyssal energy. Ron noticed that the bloodstains retained subtle traces of life energy, still not completely faded even after many years. Using blood as a marker is the oldest and most reliable way of abyss mapping. Lady Allen's voice carried a hint of nostalgia. She gently stroked the edge of the map. Green lines appeared on her skin briefly before quickly disappearing. Ordinary ink fades fast under the abyssal air's erosion, even distorts and deforms, but blood, especially a wizard's blood, can resist this erosion. This map is extremely precious, Ron said earnestly, his eyes filled with gratitude as his fingertips softly traced the blood-stained areas, feeling a faint yet distinct residue of life force. Having this reference material will undoubtedly increase my survival chances before the official exploration. Lady Allen gently shook her head, a self-mocking gleam flashed in her green eyes. She drew a peculiar rune in the air with her finger, which glowed slightly before transforming into a cloud of silvery mist suspended between them. Don't overestimate its value. She projected a three-dimensional view of the map through the silver mist, revealing the twisted terrain of the abyss in a visible 3D image. The abyss itself is a constantly writhing creature. Many places marked on the map might very well look completely different when you arrive. With her finger's light tap, the terrain in the projection began to warp and change. Mountains sank, rivers rerouted, like a living painting constantly reshaping itself. Ron watched engrossed, leaning forward slightly, attempting to capture every detail. Lady Allen moved over to an old wooden chair and sat down. The noise from the chair legs scraping against the floor broke Ron's contemplation, making him realize he had been standing and staring at the projection for quite some time. Lilia immediately set out tea for the two, her movements smooth and unobtrusive, then quietly retreated. The aroma of tea slowly wafted through the air, adding a serene atmosphere to the conversation. if you truly intend to explore the abyss. Lady Allen sipped some tea and slightly furrowed her brow from the bitterness of the tea. She gently blew away the steam on her tea. The projection before her transitioned to a scene of a small town constructed of gray stone bricks. First, you should go to Ashen Town. It's the largest outpost town near the abyss entrance, where almost everyone makes their final preparations before delving deeper. Ron slightly leaned forward, eyes shining with the light of inquiry. This was his instinctive reaction when facing unknown danger. Intelligence was the most crucial weapon. He moved closer to the town projection, observing the structure and layout of those gray buildings, trying to memorize every detail. Ashen Town is situated at a safe distance, about day's walk from the abyss edge. Lady Allen lightly drew a line, shifting the projection towards a massive pitch-black crevice that served as the abyss's entrance. Nonetheless, a faint aura from the abyss can still be felt in the town. Her voice grew low, almost a whisper. It's an unsettling, oppressive feeling, as if something is constantly watching you, spying on your every move, waiting for you to reveal a flaw. Lady Allen's eyes narrowed slightly, black pupils constricted into a thin line in her green eyes, as if recalling some unpleasant experiences. The projection dimmed with her emotional fluctuations, adding a thin layer of black mist above the gray town, lending the whole scene a touch of eerie atmosphere. Many people experience the same dream on their first night at Ashen Town, dreaming they fall into the abyss's dark depths, where their entire being is devoured. She gently swirled her teacup, the liquid forming a small eddy inside, like the abyss devouring life. Some weak-willed individuals find the dream enough to make them leave immediately the next day. She lifted her eyes, directly meeting Ron's gaze, and those who stay most eventually become one-way travelers into the abyss. Ron instinctively straightened his back, feeling an intangible pressure emanating from Lady Allen's words. Through her description and the magic power projection alone, the oppressive feeling of the abyss had already formed a vague, yet unsettling image in his mind. Ashen Town gathers all kinds of people. Lady Allen continued, as various figures began appearing in the projection. Cloaked wizards, mercenaries in full armor, adventurers with enormous backpacks, shrewd merchants, and even some eccentrically dressed absent-minded lunatics. Wizard, adventurer, mercenary, collector, merchant. Her tone carried a subtle sigh. Even those drawn by the abyss's allure, the mad ones. Some seek wealth, some seek power, some seek knowledge, and some, her voice lowered, seek to escape their past. Ron noticed a fleeting shadow pass through Lady Allen's eyes when she mentioned the last group of people. The town has at least 7 or 8 renowned inns, each with its own characteristics. Lady Allen waved her hand, changing the projection. A lively tavern appeared before them. Inside, it was packed with people of all sorts. Laughter and conversation seemed to emanate from the projection. Drunk Cat is a favorite gathering place for adventurers, with cheap drinks and fast information flow. But the environment is noisy and dirty. In the projection, a bartender was pouring drinks for a group of adventurers dressed in varying outfits, with a beaming yet vigilant look. The projection changed again, revealing an elegant 3-story building with uniformed waiters at the door and a sumptuous interior. Silver Moon Hall, preferred by wealthy tourists, quiet and neat with attentive service, but prices exceed regular inns by more than thrice. At this point, Lady Allen suddenly smiled, as if recalling an amusing memory. Her eyes glittered, and the wrinkles on her face smoothed out a bit. I stayed there a few times. Once, the next room was occupied by someone claiming to be a descendant of the flame demon, boasting daily about his control over abyssal fire. The projection showed a figure cloaked in black, continuously morphing strange purple flames in his hands. Until one day, his room suddenly burst into indelible purple fire. 2 hours later, only a pile of ashes and a bizarre crystal remained. In the projection, the entire room was devoured by purple flames, leaving only a blackened area and a crystal glowing with purple light. After that, Silver Moon Hall set a rule prohibiting any use of abyss-related items or magic. Inside the inn, her lips curled in a faintly mocking smile. Lady Allen paused, her fingers hesitated for a moment as if pondering, and the projection halted, forming a still image in the air. There is another place called Nightmare Inn. Her tone became cautious, and the projection showed a building with an ordinary appearance but a strong, unsettling atmosphere. Windows were tightly shut, and a shabby sign reading "Nightmare Inn" hung at the door. It specifically caters to travelers already affected to a certain degree by abyssal contamination. The inn's owner is rumored to be a wizard of moon level, who found a way to delay the spread of abyssal contamination, albeit at a high cost. The projection showed the interior of the inn, a series of special rooms, with walls engraved with suppression runes. On the beds lay travelers with gray faces and hollow eyes, their skin crawling with eerie black patterns. A flicker of complex emotion crossed her eyes as she waved her fingers gently, and the projection returned to the panorama of Ashen Town. Over 100 years ago, when I last left Ashen Town, it had expanded 3 times, with the number of guest rooms multiples of what I first saw. The meaning behind this number, you should understand. Ron nodded thoughtfully, his fingers unconsciously tapping the edge of the teacup. It sounds like Ashen Town itself is a place worth researching. His mind quickly turned, already thinking about how to maximize his profit and safety in that environment. Lady Allen agreed, and the projection shifted to a group of residents of Ashen Town. Their appearance slightly different from ordinary human skin, slightly gray, eyes glinting with unusual light. Ashen Town is an excellent place to study the effects of the abyss. The residents there have lived under a slight influence from the abyss for a long time, showing some subtle yet undeniable changes. The projection showed a close-up of a resident, with faint gray patterns on the skin and eyes emitting a soft glow in darkness. The skin appears slightly gray, as if covered by an indelible dust. The eyes have an unusually strong adaptability to darkness, almost able to see in complete blackness. Some begin to develop peculiar abilities, such as perceiving fluctuations in abyssal energy or foreseeing impending dangers. Her tone suddenly became a warning, as the projection turned to a scene of a bloody fight, 2 people fiercely battling over a small crystal, ending with one stabbing the other's chest. But don't be deceived by the outward calmness of Ashen Town. The rules there are different from the Black Mist jungle, more brutal and direct. Under the abyss's influence, the darker side of human nature often manifests more easily. Lady Allen's voice turned exceptionally grave, her eyes bearing a weariness from witnessing too much darkness. I have seen someone stab an old friend's chest over an insignificant abyss crystal, and a seemingly gentle merchant pour molten lead down the throat of a boy attempting theft. In the projection, these violent scenes unfolded one by one. Though silent, the visual impact was nauseating. Disgust and concern flashed in Lady Allen's eyes. The worst part is, such events no longer count as unusual news in Ashen Town. People talk about them as casually as discussing the day's weather. Ron nodded, committing these insights to memory. He could feel the twisted atmosphere from the projection, this real-world experience being far more valuable than any written record. For a newly promoted official wizard, excessive confidence is often the greatest weakness. He needed these warnings to stay alert, avoiding unnecessary dangers. Now we shall begin with the core content about the shallow abyss edge area. Lady Allen continued, her voice turning more serious, eyes flickering with vigilance. The curse effects are relatively weak. Most professionals with extraordinary power can endure it for a short period. The mutants there are also relatively weak, mostly low-level creatures mutated by abyssal energy pollution such as 6-eyed worms, radiation toads, or bone claw rats. Many schools often send advanced apprentices there to capture these mutated creatures for experimentation and research. A projection displayed the images of these low-level mutants. A large worm with eyes covering its body, constantly secreting corrosive liquid from its surface. A large toad with multiple tumor-like sacs on its back, occasionally spraying toxic gas. A group of bone claw rats, their claws sharp as knives, capable of slicing through metal with ease. Lady Allen shook her head slightly, a look of sarcasm on her face. The projection showed those creatures intertwined with human explorers, forming an eerie tableau. Many first-time explorers of the abyss tend to linger too long in the edge area, feeling a false sense of security. They don't understand that this is merely the abyss's gentle trap, first letting you adapt to weaker curses and dangers, then gradually drawing you deeper until you can't escape. She pointed to a lightly marked red area on the map. The projection changed accordingly, revealing a wasteland shrouded in eternal blood-red skies, the ground occasionally writhing as if it were alive. But the real challenge begins at the bloody shallow, the first and second layers of the abyss. On the surface, it seems just like a wasteland under eternal blood-red skies, but in reality, it conceals thousands of space bubbles, each possessing its own unique ecosystem. The projection displayed an astonishing scene, a barely visible boundary line, with two completely different worlds on each side. On one side is a swamp ravaged by acid rain. On the other, a crystalline glowing ice field. Lady Allen's eyes flickered with caution, as if recalling some unpleasant experiences. I once witnessed two entirely different worlds just one step apart. Most terrifying of all, these boundaries sometimes suddenly move or vanish, suddenly plunging unsuspecting explorers into a completely unfamiliar environment. She paused, her gaze growing distant, as the projection showed the figure of an explorer. He took one wrong step and suddenly found himself in an unseen swamp, swallowed in an instant. Once I witnessed an experienced explorer step from dry sand into an invisible swamp with just a single misstep. He was engulfed almost instantly, without even time to struggle. Even more terrifying was the fact that the swamp was actually a conscious liquid creature, which could remember the scent of its prey and learn to mimic their calls to lure companions closer. Ron was seriously considering this information, already starting to devise possible strategies in his mind. The strange characteristic of these shifting boundaries strengthened his resolve not to personally explore, but to send a stand-in puppet for remote control instead. In the bloody shallow, you will encounter even more powerful mutants, some of whom have evolved to possess strength close to that of an official wizard level. Lady Allen's voice grew low and serious. The projection showed a gigantic spider, its entire body covered with crystallized red armor, its 8 eyes glinting with unsettling intelligence. The blood crystal spider is one of them, a creature that might have been just a common spider. Yet under the influence of abyssal energy, they grow huge and terrifying, capable of spraying webs made by condensing blood crystal. Any creature ensnared by the web gradually transforms into blood crystal. It is said that the oldest blood crystal spiders can even create perfect blood crystal replicas, imitating the appearance and behavior of its captured prey. In the projection, a giant blood crystal spider shot a crystal-clear web, capturing an explorer. The unfortunate person was gradually covered by red crystal, ultimately turning into a lifelike blood crystal statue, even preserving the facial expression. Lady Allen's gaze was deep, as if seeing through Ron's mind. She reached out and touched a blood crystal in the projection, which materialized, falling into her palm, emitting a faint red glow. You may think that with your current strength, dealing with these mutants should be no problem. But remember, combat in the abyss is entirely different from the surface world. The energy there is chaotic and frenzied. Conventional magic can produce unexpected reactions, while physical attacks may miss due to space distortions. More importantly, many mutants possess unique adaptive capabilities, able to rapidly analyze and adapt to an opponent's attack patterns during battle. Lady Allen glanced at Ron meaningfully as the powdery blood crystal in her hand began to change, forming different sorts of abyssal materials. It is noteworthy that different space bubbles yield different types of abyssal materials. The key to finding specific materials lies in discovering the right bubble. Her expression suddenly became complex. Most bizarrely, these bubbles seem to sense the explorer's needs. If you fervently desire a particular material, you often happen to discover a bubble rich in that material, as if the abyss is deliberately luring you deeper. Her fingers skimmed across the map, stopping at an area marked in deep purple as the projection shifted, displaying a strange desert composed of black sand. When you enter the third-floor black sand wilderness, the difficulty level will increase further. The environment becomes more active and erosive, and the effects of curses intensify. Even official wizards find it difficult to remain there for more than a few days without noticeable impact. Lady Allen's eyes brightened extraordinarily, as if recalling some terrifying yet unforgettable scene. The black sand in the projection began to writhe slightly, forming various eerie patterns and shapes. The sand there, if you can still call it sand, is sentient, Every grain is a microorganism with a collective intelligence. They analyze intruders' behavior patterns, then silently alter the terrain to trap their prey. Her voice trembled slightly as the projection displayed an exploration team scene. I once witnessed an exploration team getting lost in the black sand wilderness. At first, they just found themselves returning to their starting point, as if trapped in some spatial loop. Then, the sandy ground began to shift subtly, quietly isolating team members until they no longer saw each other. Finally, Lady Allen's voice dropped low, her fingertips gently sliding across the projection. Those explorers devoured by the black sand gradually disappeared into the sand. The sand starts to seep into their equipment, corroding their skin, drilling into their lungs. The entire process is silent and slow, like a meticulously planned murder. As for the detailed process of how the sand murders, she, as an observer, could not see it, and naturally could not record it. But Ron could feel it, a real fear seeping from Lady Allen's description and the projection. The flicker of memory in her eyes and the slight tremor of her fingertips both told him that this was not a fabricated warning, but a nightmare she had personally experienced. Lady Allen's voice suddenly became more serious. In the projection appeared a strange mist, its surface constantly changing shapes, with countless tiny light points flickering inside, looking just like a starry sky confined. But the most dangerous existence starting from the third floor is not those powerful mutants or the active sands, but the chaotic spirit monster. A genuine fear flashed through her eyes, which was extremely rare for the unflappable Lady Allen. The mist in the projection materialized, slowly rotating between the two. They are anomalies of the abyss, appearing like a mass of constantly shifting mist, with countless tiny light spots flickering inside, like a starry sky imprisoned. As she described, the mist suddenly rotated violently, forming a small vortex, and the image of an explorer in the projection vanished instantly. When they fix their gaze on you, you will be randomly transported to any layer of the abyss, any place. Her voice became extremely low. A companion of mine was once targeted by a chaotic spirit monster. In an instant, he disappeared from my sight. Years later, I found part of him in a corner of the 6th layer. Just apart, judging by the traces, he might have been struggling to survive there for months, but ultimately failed to escape. Lady Allen paused, her gaze becoming profound. The most terrifying thing is, the more a team reaps in the abyss, the more mutants they hunt, the greater the chance of encountering chaotic spirit monsters. It's like a self-protection mechanism of the abyss itself. A flash of painful memory flickered in her eyes. I once led a team to the 3rd floor to collect the black sand essence. Luck was on our side, and we gathered enough materials in just 3 days. But on the way back, 3 chaotic spirit monsters appeared simultaneously, scattering the entire team into the corners of the abyss. Only I and 2 others eventually found the way back. The others never came out. Ron's brow furrowed slightly, pondering the strategic adjustments this new information required. It sounds indeed troublesome. Is there any way to avoid these chaotic spirit monsters? Theoretically, special energy shielding devices can reduce the chances of being discovered by them. Lady Allen replied, her fingers unconsciously stroking the rim of the teacup. But there is no completely effective method. The best defense is not to be greedy once you've collected enough materials. Leave the abyss immediately instead of taking further risks. She clasped her hands around the teacup, her deep green eyes sparkling with concern. The most dangerous thing in the abyss is not those visible monsters, but its corrosion of the human heart. Greed, fear, despair, anger. These emotions are infinitely magnified in the abyss, ultimately devouring a person's sanity. I've seen too many explorers, initially determined, finally dragged into an abyss of no return by their own desires. At this point, she seemed to remember something important, straightened her back, and the projection vanished entirely, restoring the room's lighting to normal. Lady Allen placed the teacup aside, crossed her hands on her lap, her expression solemn and earnest. Speaking of which, I must remind you of something. Now is a golden period for you to enhance your strength. Having just broken through to become an official wizard, your spiritual contamination has been completely cleared. And at this time, you will undergo a rapid growth period in magic power, usually lasting 1 to 2 years. This means both your body and spiritual power are gradually transitioning to a higher level. Lady Allen's gaze turned sharply intense. She leaned forward, her fingers tapping lightly on the table to emphasize. This is an extremely precious time window, and many wizards may only have this one chance in a lifetime. During this period, your body will also automatically adapt to the growing magic power, forming a more stable and efficient circulation system. A wisp of magic bloomed at her fingertips, forming a tiny growth curve graph, perfectly illustrating the enhancement phase she described. Don't waste this precious time. Enhance your strength as much as possible before truly stepping into the abyss. Once you begin exploring the abyss, spiritual contamination will accumulate again, and at a speed far beyond your experiences on the surface. By then, the difficulty of learning new magic will multiply. You will have to spend more time and energy dispelling the contamination. After confirming that the other party clearly understood the importance of this growth period, she waved away the projection. In short, before you enter the abyss, it's best to at least stabilize at the morning star level. She stood up, walked to the window, and the sunlight outlined her silhouette with exceptional clarity. Even the most experienced exploration teams rarely go beyond the 6th layer. Those deeper levels are entirely beyond the capacity of an ordinary official wizard. Only top-tier individuals at the Dark Sun level can possibly linger in the 6th layer briefly, and those deeper levels. She turned around, a flash of fear passing through her eyes. It is said that only a great wizard can survive there, and it can only be for short explorations. The rules there are completely twisted. The concepts of time and space become blurred, and thoughts themselves become malleable materials, capable of being twisted and shaped by external forces. She walked back to Ron, placing her hands gently on his shoulders, her voice becoming unusually solemn. Remember, the temptation of the abyss often coexists with danger. The most precious materials are often hidden in the most dangerous places. Those seemingly most beautiful sights might be the deadliest traps. Always stay vigilant, never underestimate the abyss's strangeness and cruelty. Be especially wary of those moments in the abyss when you suddenly luckily discover exactly what you need. That is usually a trap set by the abyss to lure you into deeper, more greedy explorations. Her voice grew even lower. Finally, and most importantly, no matter what you see or hear in the abyss, do not respond to those voices that speak directly to you, especially those that sound like familiar people or promise to fulfill your deepest desires. Those are all traps, and once you respond, your soul becomes marked, becoming prey for the abyss. Thank you for your detailed guidance and generous gifts. Ron stood up, bowing slightly to Lady Allen, his eyes shining with sincere gratitude. I will remember these teachings and verify and refine them in practice. Lady Allen smiled faintly, a hint of gratification flashing in her deep green eyes, as if she finally fulfilled a long-held promise. She reached out and gently patted Ron's shoulder. From the moment you stepped into my herb store, I could see you were different. I only hope when you stand at a higher place, you occasionally look back at the scenery along this road. Sunlight streamed through the window, gilding Lady Allen's hair with a layer of gold. She turned around, giving Ron one last look. Her eyes filled with complex emotions. Expectation, worry, pride, regret, and an indescribable emotion, like looking at a distant shadow from the past. Ron stood at the edge of the school's temporary accommodation area, looking at the four-wheeled carriage that had just been assigned to him. With a slight frown, it was an ordinary travel carriage, with a simple protective varnish covering the wooden body. The interior of the carriage was somewhat narrow but tidy, yet there was nothing in front of the carriage. The beasts of burden that were supposed to be there were nowhere to be seen. Apologies, Ron Wizard. The law enforcement officer, responsible for coordinating the evacuation, explained apologetically. Recently, the beasts have all been assigned to transport evacuees. Your application was a bit late, so we can only provide the carriage frame for now. However, we will prioritize your request, and it is expected that the beasts will be provided within half a day. The officer who delivered the carriage bowed respectfully, fearing that the newly promoted wizard would be displeased. Ever since the news of his promotion spread, everyone in the school who interacted with him was both curious and in awe. desiring to get closer yet instinctively keeping their distance. Ron nodded slightly, not surprised by this arrangement. In a state of emergency at the school, resources would naturally be prioritized to ensure the safe evacuation of most people. Even as an official wizard, he would not excessively interfere with such arrangements. On a deeper level, he didn't concern himself with such trivial matters. Seeing the slightly nervous expression of the law enforcement officer, Ron waved his hand gently. "No need to worry, the carriage frame will suffice." His voice was calm and emotionless, like a still pool of water, but this very calmness brought an inexplicable pressure. The law enforcement officer clearly breathed a sigh of relief and hurried away. After walking a few steps, he couldn't help but look back. The newly promoted official wizard was quietly standing in front of the carriage. The black robe gently fluttered in the breeze, and he stood as still and mysterious as a statue. Even without any threatening movements, an innate fear sprang from within. Ron watched the officer leave, and a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. His thoughts shifted to the stand-in puppet he carried with him. Since there are no beasts, why not? A thought formed in his mind to use the stand-in puppet to pull the carriage. This not only saved on magic stone costs but also allowed the puppet to further adapt to complex movements in practice, making it a rare practical test. Before making a decision, his mind had already instinctively assessed magic power consumption, efficiency comparisons, and the potential additional effects. This kind of analysis had almost become second nature. Without beasts and drivers, how do you plan to proceed? Lady Allen, who was seeing him off, couldn't help but ask, her voice filled with some incomprehension and more curiosity. Even by wizard standards, a carriage without beasts was merely a burden. The school would usually provide departing wizards with strong beasts and guides to ensure their dignity remained intact. An official wizard walking, that would simply be beneath one's status. Although Ron had always been indifferent to such formalities, Lady Allen was still perplexed by his choice. "You will see soon enough." Ron's lips curled slightly, revealing an almost imperceptible curve without offering further explanation. He retrieved the puppet, which had undergone numerous evolutions, from his inner robe pocket. The puppet's appearance had become increasingly human-like, but the surface of its skin was covered in strange, scale-like patterns. Its eyes were a pair of eerie green composites, emitting an uncanny glow, with faintly visible patterns of fine blood vessels at the edges. Ron injected a strand of spiritual power into the puppet, just as a surgeon would precisely insert a scalpel into a specific area. The puppet immediately came alive in his hand, rapidly expanding to nearly the height of an adult. At this moment, the puppet was approximately 1.8 meters tall, its muscles solid and taut, covered in semi-transparent dark scales, with a faint row of small spikes visible along the spinal area. The whole gave off a semi-human, semi-beast transformed appearance. Those scales displayed faint patterns in the light, resembling the traces of some ancient creature. "Very good." Ron nodded in satisfaction, issuing a command in his mind, "Pull the carriage for me." The puppet silently walked to the front of the carriage, gripping the horizontal bar where the harness should have been. A surge of gray-black energy emanated from its surface, forming a structure similar to a harness, automatically attaching itself to the yoke. This was a result of Ron's recently cultivated adaptive ability in the puppet, allowing it to alter its structure and function as needed, greatly enhancing its practicality. In the distance, several apprentices setting up a protective array noticed this scene and involuntarily paused, their work dumbfounded by the sight. A wooden puppet, pulling a four-wheeled carriage that was supposed to be drawn by horses, this eerie scene was bone-chilling. The puppet's movements were smooth and natural, like silk, devoid of any mechanical feel, resembling a real living being. No matter the angle, those composite eyes seemed to silently watch every onlooker, even though its head did not turn. Anyone caught in its gaze felt a chill to their bones, as if being targeted by a predator. After waving goodbye to Lady Allen, Ron leaped into the carriage and casually closed the door. He watched in satisfaction as the puppet pulled the carriage according to his will, consuming far less magic power than he had anticipated. As the charging progress continued to rise, the bond between the puppet and himself became more intimate, and the efficiency of energy transmission significantly improved, possibly explaining the reduced consumption. "Let's go." Ron gave the order, and the puppet immediately began to move, pulling the carriage forward. Its footsteps are steady and strong, like a precisely calculated metronome, and the sound of wheels rolling on the ground is clearly audible. Moreover, after Ron skillfully controlled the vehicle, its speed even surpassed that of those pulled by ordinary beasts at one point. More importantly, this method requires no additional expenditure of magic stone fragments, nor any concerns about feeding and resting the beasts. The applications of the stand-in puppet are more extensive than I imagined. Ron analyzed in his mind, beginning to systematically evaluate various indicators of this usage method. Casually, he opened the spatial bag and released a vine sphere intertwined together. After being released, the green branches continuously contracted and then transformed into a graceful female form, which was Alan. In terms of portability, Dale still falls slightly behind Alan, and the tree spirit can also use plant perception to provide a wider alert effect. The tree spirit gently inquired, "Does the master need to stay awake to control it? That must be tiring, right?" Concern flashed in her green eyes, and the vines gently swayed. "No need," Ron shook his head. "The spiritual link is stable. I can meditate and rest while maintaining a basic connection. I only need to check the road conditions and surroundings every few hours." Several basic commands have already been engraved into the puppet's memory, allowing it to automatically avoid simple obstacles. This was another significant change after being promoted to an official wizard. The qualitative change in spiritual power allows him to allocate attention more efficiently, handling multiple tasks without feeling fatigued. Previously, spiritual control required full concentration, but now it only takes a small portion of consciousness to maintain stability. Seeing the confusion in the tree spirit's eyes, he explained, "The stand-in puppet doesn't need to rest or feel fatigue, allowing it to travel day and night. The only limitation is that I need to maintain the spiritual link with it." Once confirmed that the puppet had adapted to the rhythm of pulling the carriage, Ron sat cross-legged in the center of the carriage and took out a small bottle of specially made spiritual stabilizing liquid from his bosom. This liquid appeared faintly blue, crystal clear like the purest gem, swaying gently within the bottle with the movement of the carriage. Ron sipped it lightly, letting the liquid linger in his mouth for a moment, savoring the exquisite energy components within before slowly swallowing it down. He planned to continue deepening his cultivation of the meditation technique during this journey, particularly in consolidating and deepening breakthroughs to the third stage. Although the journey was only a short 3-day trip, he didn't intend to waste any moment that could be used for enhancement. Star projection, as a trait of the meditation technique, requires continual absorption of star energy to increase the magic power limit. He took out several energy crystals from the spatial bag and placed them around the meditation mat. These crystals enhanced the effect of star gathering, improving energy absorption efficiency. Meanwhile, he also set up a simple isolation array to ensure that the meditation process would not be disturbed by the outside world. His breathing gradually became slow and deep, each breath carrying a specific rhythm, a unique breathing technique of the third stage in Star Eater's ravings. As consciousness sank, the external sounds gradually faded, replaced by a profound silence. His spiritual perception began to extend outwards, penetrating the roof of the carriage, directly sensing the floating clouds in the high sky, and the vast starry sky above them. Although the stars during the day were not as visible as at night, to Ron, who had already mastered star projection, their presence was still distinctly perceptible. The energy from those stars, like fine beams of light, penetrated the atmosphere, reached the ground, and was captured by his spiritual perception. His consciousness swiftly detached from his physical body, recreating that starry sky in the mental landscape. Unlike before, the starry sky became clearer and more three-dimensional. Every star possessed unique light and rhythm, like instruments each playing in a grand cosmic symphony. He could feel the energy traits and wave frequencies contained in the starlight, which was subtle differences he couldn't perceive as an apprentice. His amazement, Ron discovered that he could consciously choose which stars to establish stronger connections with to acquire specific types of energy. This selective absorption allowed him to adjust his energy structure according to his needs, maximizing the improvement effect. The energy of the annihilation stars can enhance the power of destructive spells but brings mental stress. The glow of the hermit star can enhance spiritual acuity but weakens physical attack power. The energy provided by the Gemini star system is balanced and gentle, suitable for long-term accumulation. Ron wandered in the starry sky, his spiritual antennae like countless tiny tendrils, gently contacting each star, sensing the different energy traits of the stars. This energy wasn't merely a simple matter of good or bad, but each had its traits, suitable for different uses and occasions. He began to attempt a new way of absorption mixing energies from different stars in specific proportions to create a more balanced and powerful energy structure. This required extremely precise control and calculation, and any minor mistake could lead to energy chaos. However, at this moment, he heard those strange ravings again. Unlike when he first heard them, vague and unclear. These ravings had become more distinct and complete, like a radio gradually tuning from static to the correct channel. These voices were not heard through the ears, but arose directly in the spiritual world, bypassing the usual limitations of the senses. They are like ancient codes, each syllable carrying some deep-seated meaning. Though still unable to grasp the exact meanings, Ron can sense the emotions they contain. It is a deep hunger and endless greed, as if the energy of the entire universe cannot satisfy that eternal desire to devour. This greed is not a simple craving on the material level, but an essential, unfillable void, forever yearning for more energy and existence. The essence of the devourer, true to its name, is a cosmic entity perpetually in a state of hunger, constantly consuming stars to maintain its existence. It is not malicious, merely following its nature, like a hurricane feeling no guilt for destroying a city, or flood having no remorse for engulfing a village. Ron begins analyzing the potential impact of these emotions on himself. The nature of greed brings great power, but can also become a source of danger. If he becomes too greedy while absorbing star energy, it might lead to chaotic energy structures within himself, possibly even triggering unpredictable mutations. I must remain vigilant, not letting this greed affect my essence, Ron warns himself. This is also a pragmatic choice. Uncontrolled power is not true power, only energy within controllable boundaries is valuable. Simultaneously, the rhythm and cadence of these ravings have given him new inspiration. He records these sounds during meditation, attempting to discern their patterns and laws to add new elements to his erosion chapter. The erosion chapter is essentially a technique that transforms spiritual interference into music, and the rhythms contained within these cosmic ravings are the most primitive and powerful forms of spiritual interference patterns. They are not simple sounds, but vibrations acting directly on the soul level, capable of bypassing conventional spiritual defenses and directly impacting the target's consciousness structure. If these can be integrated into the chapter, the power will be significantly enhanced. But it also comes with great risk. The excessive erosion may, in turn, affect the caster himself, akin to staring at the abyss for too long, only for the abyss to gaze back. During a pause in starry sky meditation, Ron takes out pen and paper, recording his new inspiration, each word carrying meticulous logic and a spirit of experimentation. The third part of the chapter should integrate the rhythm of the devourer's ravings, creating a cyclical wave structure. Each cycle will enhance the previous effect, forming a constantly accumulating spiritual shock. This structure resembles a geometric series in mathematics, with exponential rather than linear power growth. In practice, one can attempt to integrate the effect of spiritual shock into the finale of the chapter, creating a collapsed structure similar to a black hole in the target's spiritual world, undermining the target's spiritual defense from within. However, this attack method also has obvious flaws. The energy cycle structure is extremely complex, and any slight error could lead to energy rebound, requiring further experiments to verify and optimize this theory. As the pen steadily slides across the paper, a brand new chapter structure gradually takes shape in Ron's mind. This is not a mere burst of inspiration, but innovation built on strict analysis and logical deduction. He breaks down the observed phenomena into essential elements, then reorganizes them in a new way, creating a completely new attack mode. This will be a step beyond the erosion chapter, a technique he temporarily names Concerto of the Stars, a terrifying force capable of directly destroying the target's spiritual world. The reason for such a name lies in the grand ambition he harbors. The terrifying entities beyond the starry sky are evidently far more than just the devourer. Surely there are many similar terrifying existences. Maybe one day he could merge all their ravings into a single whole. This concept is still in the theoretical stage, requiring a great deal of experimentation and adjustment to truly realize, but the potential within it is thrilling. After recording these inspirations, Ron's thoughts return to reality. He first checks the status of the stand-in puppet, confirming its stability, correct route, and the absence of potential threats nearby. He then calls upon the large-mouthed parrot perched at the top side of the carriage, which has brought him many messages since he was an elementary apprentice, considered an old friend. This messenger bird was specially borrowed from the school, similarly a modulation product, possessing several traits not found in ordinary birds. Exceptional target perception ability, capable of precisely locating specified individuals, far surpassing ordinary birds in flight speed and endurance. But a certain degree of defense magic, able to withstand simple interference and attacks. He performs precise calculations in his mind. The average speed of the stand-in puppet is 1.6 times that of ordinary pack animals. Considering the advantage of needing no rest, actual travel efficiency could reach 2.3 times that of a normal team. According to conventional routes requiring a week's journey, arrival in 3 days should align with his travel plans. Ron writes a brief letter on specially prepared parchment. I will arrive at the royal capital at noon in 3 days. Please inform me of your whereabouts for us to meet. Additionally, my ascension is complete, and I have now formally entered the ranks of wizards. This letter is brief, yet contains the most important information, perfectly matching Ron's consistent style. He does not overly explain how he achieved the ascension, nor does he mention the crisis of the school. Simply expresses the core information in the most concise manner. He carefully folded the letter and sealed it in a specially made envelope. The edges of the envelope were coated with an anti-spy alchemical coating to ensure the contents were not intercepted by a third party, and then handed it to the large-mouthed parrot. Fly to the royal capital of the Farrukh kingdom and find Andre Farrukh. Ron commanded softly while injecting a trace of spiritual power, branding Andre's magic mark in the bird's consciousness to ensure it could accurately find the target. The large-mouthed parrot let out a hoarse cry, spread its wings, and quickly vanished into the sky. After sending off the messenger, Ron returned to his meditative state, continuing to absorb the power of the stars and refine his star projection technique. He could feel the magic pool slowly but steadily expanding. Although this growth was not as intense as during a breakthrough, its cumulative effect would be considerable over time. Star Eater's Ravings, Mastery Experience Points +1. You are currently in star mapping state, magic power continuously rising. Farrukh Kingdom, Royal Palace Council Hall. The golden-haired Andre sat at the head of the long table donned in luxurious royal attire, with a gold badge representing the crown prince pinned on his chest, engraved with the Farrukh royal family's crown insignia. His transformation was more pronounced than when he left the Black Mist jungle, not just in the more opulent attire, but also in his metamorphosed aura. The ambition once hidden beneath a graceful exterior had now fully surfaced, no longer concealed, becoming his most striking feature. In those golden vertical pupils, an undeniable authority emanated, with each glance and every movement imbued with a ruler's poise. The original elegance of his noble demeanor had completely transitioned to the steadiness and confidence of a sovereign. This transformation was not merely external but a fundamental shift in inner temperament, as if he was born for that position. The search in the West District is completed, and no anomalies were found. A guard captain clad in gleaming armor bowed and reported, his voice respectful and restrained. His armor bore the insignia of the Crown Knight Order, signifying his elite status. Andre tapped his fingers lightly on the chair's armrest. What about the South District? That is my elder brother's sphere of influence. How are things there? The South District is still under investigation, expected to take 2 more days. The guard captain replied, his voice cautious. The building structures there are more complex, with numerous underground passages requiring thorough inspection. Moreover, the residents are relatively resistant to our search operations, slowing progress more than anticipated. Andre's eyes flashed with coldness. Continue the search, spare no suspicious places. Especially those secret tunnels leading out of the city, they must all be sealed. If South District residents dare obstruct, deal with them as traitors. The guard captain stood at attention, saluted, and then retreated. His footsteps echoed clearly on the marble floor. Once the last official departed, Andre finally exhaled, leaning back in his chair. He rubbed his temples, his stern expression slightly relaxed, revealing a trace of fatigue. This was one of his rare moments of solitude, without the need to maintain that perfect ruler image. Since returning to the kingdom, he hadn't truly rested. The bloody infighting within the royal family was far more intense than he had anticipated, facing new crises and challenges every day. Among his 15 siblings, 3 had already perished in assassinations, 2 had gone missing while fleeing, and 4 were confirmed to be aberrated, with the rest struggling to survive. The conspiracies, betrayals, and sacrifices involved were far more complex and bloody than outsiders could imagine. Even Andre himself often felt shocked and uneasy. Fortunately, Lady Luck seemed to have been favoring him. In the initial tough months of his return, he, with the aid of his formidable bloodline power and the weapon equipment provided by Ron, successfully repelled several deadly assassination attempts. The deep red glowing longsword had saved his life. Countless times, the silver-white chest armor had protected him from numerous hidden weapons and magic attacks. Coupled with establishing his authority upon return and killing his brother in a duel before the royal court, his presence quickly amplified. As he seized this opportunity to gradually gain more military power, the situation began to shift in his favor. He first won over the commanders of several elite border units, then used them to gradually erode his brother's military influence. Finally, through a clever coup, he seized control of the royal capital. Once the news of his father's critical illness spread, he acted swiftly, taking control of most of the capital's military forces, and began a large-scale roundup of his siblings. Those princes and princesses, once high and mighty, were now either in exile or captured as his prisoners. "Your Highness," a deep voice interrupted Andre's thoughts. He looked up to see an old man in a red robe, walking slowly toward him. The old man's hair was gray, his face covered with the ravages of time, deep wrinkles crisscrossing like ravines. Yet his blue eyes remained bright and lively, revealing an extraordinary wisdom. In his eyes seemed to lie an insight into understanding of everything in the world. This was Andre's grandfather, Augustus Farrag, the only advanced apprentice in the kingdom, regarded by the royals as their most important advisor. Andre immediately stood up, his face regaining that calm and composed expression. Despite their grandfather-grandson relationship, in matters concerning power, there always remained a subtle distance and alertness between them. "Grandfather, aren't you supposed to be resting?" he asked, his voice carrying both concern and a hint of vigilance. August waved his hand and slowly sat down in the chair opposite Andre. "At a time like this, who has time for rest?" The old man's voice was deep and hoarse, carrying an unhideable worry. "I just received news that there has been a breach of abyssal aura at the Black Mist School, and now the school has begun evacuating, probably unable to protect itself." Andre's expression immediately turned serious. "What? Is the news accurate?" He had been busy with the throne struggle recently, reducing his contact with the Black Mist School. But this news was significant. If the school was indeed in crisis, then his connection with Ron might also be affected. Moreover, such a level of crisis could spread to surrounding areas, even affecting the stability of the Farrag kingdom. August nodded, worry appearing on his face. His aged fingers unconsciously rubbed an ancient badge on his robe, a symbol of his identity while practicing at the Black Mist School. "Very accurate. This news was brought to me by my old friend Ham, who fortunately left the school before the evacuation. According to his description, there are already apparent signs of contamination within the school, especially in areas near the Abyss Passage. where traces of aberrant creatures have started to appear. The old man paused, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Speaking of which, your so-called proud Ron is probably also trapped in crisis and unable to extricate himself now. Just an undeveloped apprentice, facing such a crisis, the chance of coming out unscathed is nearly impossible. Andre frowned but did not refute. He understood that his grandfather always held a skeptical attitude towards Ron. This attitude was not uncommon among those old and rigid in thinking, who struggled to acknowledge the value of newcomers unless they personally witnessed their power. Furthermore, August's voice lowered a tone of reproach. Your recent actions have been too aggressive. Large-scale hunts for your siblings, pushing them to a dead end, have led some to even choose the path of perversion, shaming the royal family. As he spoke, the old man's gaze became stern, revealing a blade-like sharpness beneath his amiable exterior. A throne struggle is understandable, but completely severing family ties, a bloodbath in the royal family, this approach is really excessive. Your brothers are certainly no saints, but at least they understood restraint. Playing power games without harming the royal family's overall interest. They merely wanted to expel you, not annihilate you completely. Andre's eyes showed coldness, the muscles on his face involuntarily tensed. He felt a familiar rage coursing through his veins, the instinctual reaction of the red blood flying dragon bloodline. But he quickly regained his composure, taking deep breaths to suppress the impulse. The specially trained expression management skills proved especially useful in such situations. Emotions are the most unreliable advisor, especially in power struggles, where a moment of impulsiveness could lead to irreparable consequences. Grandfather, I know you're concerned about the family's unity, but the current situation allows no room for hesitation. He explained seriously, his voice carrying undeniable firmness. Eldest brother and second brother started scheming long ago, attempting to seize power when father passes away. They secretly bribed the captain of the royal guard and even prepared a forged royal decree. If I didn't strike first, I'm afraid the one standing here now would be one of them. While I might have been secretly executed. Andre's memory returned to those days just after he returned to the royal capital, the warm welcome from his eldest brother hiding a carefully laid trap, the cordial concern from his second brother masking deadly poison. If not for Ron's gift and warning, he might have already met his demise. August sighed deeply, a glimpse of helplessness in his eyes. His fingers unconsciously traced over the robe. You're too impatient, Andre. To inherit the throne requires not only courage and decisiveness, but also wisdom and patience. If all your siblings become enemies, you will live in fear and suspicion forever. Even if you sit on the throne, it will be hard to have peace of mind. The old man's gaze grew sharp, staring directly into Andre's eyes, as if penetrating all disguises, reaching straight into the depths of his soul. Every step of your actions must lay the foundation for future governance. If you continue such a massacre, on the day you truly ascend the throne, there might be hardly any nobles who dare to express their true thoughts to you. A king needs loyalty, but also needs genuine voices. Otherwise, it's easy to be blinded by flattery and lies. Andre was about to answer when a sharp cry suddenly came from outside the window, interrupting their conversation. August was startled by the sudden sound, reflexively raising his hand to cast a spell. A black bird, twice the size of a normal parrot, appeared on the windowsill, its red eyes flickering with an unnatural glow, its beak slightly open, revealing a rolled-up note inside. Its feathers gleamed with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. The entire body exuding a sense of non-natural creature. Andre recognized the special messenger bird at a glance, a tool specifically bred by the school for communication. He immediately got up and walked to the window, retrieving the letter from the parrot's beak. The parrot let out a satisfied cry, then flapped its wings and vanished into the sky. As he unfolded the paper, his golden-slitted pupils swiftly skimmed over the contents, a hardly restrained delight appearing on his face. The kind of joy was not a polite smile for social occasions, but a genuine ecstatic happiness that even made his dragon eyes involuntarily contract and expand. Ron is about to arrive at the royal capital. August noticed the change in his grandson's expression and inquired, His voice was calm, but his gaze was unusually wary, as if facing a potential threat. Andre's lips curled into a smile, his eyes sparkling with a victorious gleam, like a gambler seeing the perfect hand. Not only that, he has successfully promoted to official wizard. What? August stood up abruptly, the wrinkles on his face twisting with shock, his eyes wide like bronze bells. Promotion, official wizard, nonsense. How could he complete the promotion in such a short time? The school wouldn't easily grant the key potion. It's simply absurd. The elder's reaction was somewhat extreme, his voice trembling with excitement, even forgetting to maintain his usual calm and restraint. His wrinkled hand subconsciously clenched, knuckles turning white from exertion, as if wanting to grab the letter to verify for himself. As a seasoned, advanced apprentice, he was more aware than most of the difficulties of promotion. The gap between an official wizard and an advanced apprentice is a fundamental chasm, not merely an enhancement of ability, but a transformation of life form. No matter how powerful, an advanced apprentice is just mortal, while even the weakest official wizard has shed most biological weaknesses and limitations, with vastly different lifespans, potential, and magic power application. You must have been deceived. August shook his head, his tone decisive, carrying a senior's earnest lecture to the younger generation. That Ron might have fabricated this lie to exaggerate his prowess in front of you. Although there are rumors of special ways to advance besides the key potion, their success rates are almost negligible. Even with exceptional spiritual talent, without special endowment, success is nearly impossible. No, grandfather, Ron is not an ordinary person. Andre stated firmly, flames of excitement kindling in his eyes. The flames were so intense that even August felt a trace of unease. If it were anyone else making such claims, I would have doubts. Andre continued, his voice filled with resolute confidence. But with Ron, I have no doubts. Since the first time I met him, he's shown abilities and potential beyond the ordinary. His golden slitted pupils gleamed with a peculiar light, as if witnessing a great secret. He is different, grandfather. From a 6th-class star candidate apprentice to an advanced apprentice, and now an official wizard. All these are heralding one truth: he is no ordinary man. August was silent for a moment, brows furrowed in deep thought. As an experienced advanced apprentice, he had a profound understanding of the challenges of wizard promotion. To reach official wizard status from 6th-class star talent was almost an unheard-of miracle, but if it's true. August finally sighed, his tone harboring doubt and a slight hint of vague expectation. The support of an official wizard could indeed improve our situation significantly. Saying so, Andre picked up the bell on the table and gently shook it. The bell's sound crisp and delightful, with strong penetration. Soon, an attendant dressed in a red uniform entered the hall, bowed, and awaited orders. In 3 days, I am to hold a grand welcome ceremony. Andre instructed, eyes sparkling with anticipation, his voice clear and firm. Open the city gates wide, let all the townsfolk come out to welcome an imminent, esteemed guest. Dispatch the royal guard to kneel 10 miles outside the city to greet him, scatter flowers along the roads, receive him with the highest honors. Let it be known to everyone in the city that the kingdom's mightiest ally is about to arrive. The attendant, though surprised, dutifully noted the orders, evidently accustomed to the prince's recent daring initiatives. As you command, your highness, may I ask who this esteemed guest is? Andre's voice brimmed with pride, as if declaring a great accomplishment. An official wizard, and the kingdom's most crucial ally for the future. I hope this welcome becomes one of the grandest reception ceremonies in the royal capital's history, leaving everyone with a lasting memory of this day. The attendant's eyes flickered with astonishment, then he bowed and withdrew, hastily arranging this unprecedented welcome ceremony. Footsteps echoed on the marble floor, gradually fading away, leaving a room in silence. August watched all this from the side, his doubts not retreating but rather deepening with concern. He did not believe in miracles, only in enduring power tested by time. You put too much trust in this so-called friend. The old man slowly rose, his voice low and grave, carrying the authority unique to elders. Do not forget, official wizards have their own standing and principles. Their perspectives already surpass the scale of kings and kingdoms. Once promoted to official wizard, their view will be completely changed, and they usually have little interest in the affairs of the kingdom and mundane world. You cannot expect a newly promoted wizard to devote much energy to your royal contention, as they have a more vast world to explore. Andre smiled faintly, a look of confidence in his eyes. Grandfather, Ron is different from other wizards. Our bond is not merely an exchange of status and interests, but a genuine friendship. Moreover, his coming here indicates he's taken a liking to some things I currently possess. August shook his head, saying no more. He saw that Andre had already made up his mind, and any persuasion would hardly alter his thoughts. This young man was overly confident and overly trusting of a wizard named Ron, a combination that often leads to dangerous outcomes in power struggles. The elder slowly left the hall, his heart filled with anxiety. He did not know what kind of agreement existed between Andre and the wizard named Ron. But he was certain that the emergence of an official wizard would fundamentally alter the future course of the Farak kingdom, a change that may be far beyond Andre's control. Whether this change is good or bad, it will be profound and irreversible. The will of a wizard is enough to change the fate of a kingdom. Just like a stone cast into a calm lake, even the smallest ripple can evolve into an unpredictable, immense wave under the push of time. The royal capital of the Farak kingdom was plunged into an unusual state of busyness at dawn. The city guards were going door to door, relaying the royal order. All residents must go to the main thoroughfare at noon, lining up on both sides to kneel and welcome the arriving dignitary. Anyone who disobeys will face severe punishment, at the very least, exile to the frontier. In a small workshop, the blacksmith shop owner Thomas had just received the news, his face full of resentment and confusion. He was a middle-aged man in his early 50s, with a thick beard that had turned half white, and the muscles on his arms were strong from years of forging metal. "What damn noble again! Forcing us to drop everything to go and kneel." The middle-aged blacksmith muttered a curse under his breath, wiping the sweat from his forehead with his apron, his brows furrowed deeply like Chinese letter. "We already had one visit in the first half of the year, and now they're coming again." He angrily slammed the hammer in his hand onto the anvil, producing a loud metallic clang, as if trying to vent all his dissatisfaction. "Does the royalty think of us as roadside weeds, to be trampled at will? Those nobles sitting high in their castles have no idea how hard our lives are. Every day the price of iron goes up. A decent sword can't fetch a good price, and customers are still picky. Now I've finally got some orders, but we're forced to go and bow to some, who knows which self-important aristocrat." His apprentice, a 16 or 17-year-old youth, nervously glanced outside, making sure no guards were nearby before responding quietly. "Master, keep your voice down. I just heard the visitor this time is a wizard and a friend of the 13th prince." The boy's voice was filled with fear and awe, a natural reaction to unknown power. Though the blacksmith had lowered his voice, the disdain in his tone was even more evident, his eyes gleaming with scorn. "Just some charlatans relying on trickery to deceive the public, selling colored water, chanting some hocus-pocus spells, and they swindle money and respect." Thomas recalled that so-called astrology wizard who came to the city a few years ago, claiming to predict the future, and turned out to be just a fraud. Didn't that last so-called astrology wizard fail? Even to predict, he would be struck by lightning. He sneered, his tone filled with mistrust of supernatural powers. That fraud was still prattling on about guidance of the stars, until the moment he got struck by lightning. The apprentice hesitated, a trace of genuine fear in his eyes, his voice almost inaudible. "I heard this wizard is different, he's truly." "Truly what?" the blacksmith interrupted scornfully. "Truly a fraud, truly a madman, or a truly dangerous person." His voice was full of contempt for the so-called extraordinary powers. To him, only what was created by hands was real in this world, those unseen. Intangible powers were nothing but illusions and lies. Just then a fully armed guard walked past the shop entrance, glancing coldly at the blacksmith. That look was like a sharp dagger, piercing straight into Thomas's heart. The blacksmith immediately shut his mouth, bowing his head, pretending to be arranging tools. But those coarse big hands trembled slightly, not from fear, but from suppressed anger. The guard continued on, and the blacksmith released a long sigh, though the grievance on his face remained unabated. He knew he had no choice but to obey the order. Yet the discontent in his heart burned like a flame, growing ever stronger. "What kind of world is this?" he muttered to himself. "An old blacksmith who worked hard all his life has to kneel before a wizard who relies on trickery." This sentiment was not his alone. The entire city's civilian area was suffused with a stifling atmosphere. People were forced to lay down their work, don their finest clothes, and hurry to the main roadsides. In one bakery, the proprietress Sienna was complaining, her face reddened by the oven full of grievances. "We've been under curfew for days, business has been terrible, and we're running out of flour. Now they force us to welcome some wizard. Even if a deity descended, it wouldn't make up for these losses." Her flour-covered hands slapped the counter forcefully, making a dull sound. The bread shop's aroma was overshadowed by anger, leaving only a stifling atmosphere. Beside her, a small-statured, middle-aged man calmed her. "Don't say it, be careful of eavesdroppers. Who knows what's happened in the royal palace recently? There are guards everywhere in the city. Even drinking water has to be in their good graces." His eyes were full of fatigue and helplessness, an expression unique to civilians long living under oppression. "It's because everyone swallows their anger. Those nobles and royalty increasingly don't see us as human," the proprietress said furiously, but her voice was already lowered, filled with helplessness and grievance. "I heard a few families were raided just because they spoke a few ill-timed words." As time passed, the city civilians were forced to the main roadsides, lining up kneeling on the ground. The guards held weapons, standing amongst the people, closely monitoring every move. Their armor gleamed in the sunlight, and the weapons they held shone with a cold glare, as if ready to punish any disrespectful act at any moment. The air was filled with a sense of oppression and unease. People whispered to each other, speculating about the true identity of the legendary wizard, who warranted such a grand welcome ceremony. A tailor quietly said to the neighbor beside him, "I've heard that the wizard comes from the Black Mist jungle, where it's said many monsters and sorcerers reside. Yes, my cousin's neighbor's son once did business there and said even the air is poisonous. A single breath will drive you mad." The neighbor responded, his voice filled with a conflicted mix of fear and curiosity. An old woman with a face full of wrinkles wobbled towards them. "Keep your voice down, don't let the guards hear. Remember old Tom. He disappeared the day after he said a few bad things about the wizard." Countless rumors quietly spread among the crowd, further intensifying people's uneasiness and fear. But under heavy repression, these emotions could only be buried deep in their hearts, unable to be expressed. Thomas, the blacksmith, was positioned not far from the city gate. His knees ached from kneeling for so long, but he didn't dare to complain. The rage inside him starkly contrasted with the compliance on his face, causing him to almost be unable to breathe. An elderly neighbor approached him, speaking quietly. "They say this wizard can see right into your heart, knowing your innermost thoughts." Thomas's face turned pale, beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He couldn't believe such tales, but couldn't help feeling afraid. He looked around at the kneeling crowd. Each person's face displayed the same expression. Beneath their surface reverence lay deep-seated fear and anxiety. Just then, a commotion arose at the city gate. The captain of the guards announced loudly, "The city gate is about to open. Everyone remain silent. Bow your heads and kneel in greeting. Offenders shall be executed immediately." Amidst a rumbling sound, the massive city gate slowly opened, revealing the scene outside. A murmur of suppressed whispers spread through the crowd. Everyone nervously awaited the appearance of the fabled wizard. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the city gate, the second prince, Alec, and several of his confidants anxiously awaited this rare opportunity. Alec was a handsome young man, but a life on the run had left visible marks on his face. "Your Highness, the gate is open. Now is our only chance," a guard dressed plainly whispered, his eyes filled with nervous light. "As long as we rush through the gate amid the chaos, we can escape those damned guards. There's already someone waiting outside to help us. Once we're out, there's hope." The second prince, Alec, nodded stiffly, his fingers constantly rubbing the hilt of his sword. Since Andrei came to power, he had been under house arrest in the royal palace, always fearing execution. Every night he was awakened by nightmares, Andre's golden vertical pupils staring at him like the eyes of death with cold menace. To survive, he had no choice but to plan this daring escape. Wait until the gate is fully open. As soon as there's chaos in welcoming, we act immediately. Alec whispered commands, his voice trembling slightly with tension. Remember, once we're out of the city, scatter immediately and regroup in the northern woods before nightfall. Several confidants nodded in understanding, their hands already on their weapons, ready to act at any moment. Each face was marked with an expression of determined death. They knew if they failed, they would face unimaginable torture of life worse than death. Meanwhile, outside the city gate, a murmur of surprise began to spread among the guards. Thomas reluctantly raised his head for a glance. The sight before him nearly stopped his heart. A four-wheeled carriage, drawn by some kind of creature, was slowly approaching the city gate. The creature pulling the carriage seemed humanoid at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it sent shivers down the spine. Its skin was covered with strange scales, gleaming with a metallic coldness under the sunlight. Even more unsettling were its eyes, a pair of emerald compound eyes like ancient reptiles, emitting an eerie glow. The entire scene was like a nightmare painting come to life, a sinister creature pulling a carriage, its body engraved with complex runes, telling an ominous prophecy. Thomas couldn't help but pray quietly, cold sweat rolling down his forehead like rain. He had once scoffed at the so-called wizard, but now, confronted with this nightmarish existence, his disbelief had vanished, replaced by sheer terror. As the carriage slowly approached the city gate, Alec and his confidants suddenly dashed from the shadows, trying to escape amid the chaos. "Stop them," the gate guards shouted loudly, but it was already too late. Alec and his team had reached near the city gate, on the verge of colliding with the carriage. Thomas could see the complex expression on the second prince's face, a mix of fear and hope, the final struggle of someone on the brink of despair. He held his breath, watching as the second prince and his followers were about to pass the carriage. However, just as Alec seemed about to succeed in his escape, a subtle energy fluctuation emanated from inside the carriage. There was no sound, no movement, no visible traces of magic. Even Thomas, the closest onlooker, did not see the wizard inside the carriage make any casting actions. It was as if just a mere thought, or perhaps not even a thought was necessary. The very presence of the esteemed guest was enough to trigger disaster. The next second, Alec and his 5 close followers simultaneously halted in their steps. No, to be precise, their bodies suddenly froze in place, as if bound by invisible ropes. After a brief silence, a voiceless terror began to spread. Alec's eyes, nostrils, ears, and mouth simultaneously spewed fresh blood, gushing like an open faucet. The blood was so vividly red, appearing almost surreal in the sunlight. That crimson color etched into Thomas's retina, unable to vanish even when he closed his eyes. Subsequently, the second prince's head burst open like an overripe watermelon right before everyone's eyes, transforming into a mass of flesh and blood, scattering in all directions. His 5 followers met the same fate, their heads exploding at the same time. Sprayed blood stained the ground several meters around, a bloody scent permeating the air like a nightmare. 6 headless bodies wobbled a few times before collapsing with a chilling, echoing thud on the street. The entire city gate plaza plunged into a deathly silence. Thomas felt a fierce dizziness, his stomach churning, a bitterness rising in the depths of his throat. He could not believe what he had just witnessed, a wizard he hadn't even seen, hidden within the carriage, doing nothing, no spell. It seemed, a thought that caused 6 heads to explode simultaneously with invisible ripples. That terrifying power exceeded his comprehension, like an ant attempting to understand the sun's scorching heat. Several people with weaker courage fainted on the spot. More people began to tremble all over, their foreheads pressed tightly against the ground, fearful of attracting the terrifying wizard's attention. Thomas was no exception, his forehead deeply buried in the soil, feeling the cold earth. At this moment, he only wished he could disappear, turn into a speck of dust, unnoticed by the presence inside the carriage. The once proud guards, their knees now weak, if not kneeling, probably couldn't stand. They had never seen such a terrifying scene. One person, merely through a thought within a carriage, caused 6 heads to explode simultaneously. In front of such absolute power, human dignity seemed so small and ridiculous. The carriage continued forward, slowly stopping at the main road. A man in splendid armor, the royal guard commander, stepped up, his face pale, yet managed to maintain his composure. He bowed deeply, his voice steady, though attentive people could perceive the tremor within. "Honorable Lord Ron, Prince Andre has sent me to greet you. For the earlier unintended disturbance, His Highness extends his deepest apologies and has arranged for the road to be cleared. Please let the Lord's carriage proceed directly." The guard commander's voice was utmost respectful, the kind of reverence not mere courtesy to a regular guest, but submission to absolute power. There was no response from inside the carriage, just a slight sway, seemingly consenting to the arrangement. The guard commander immediately rose, turning to the prostrate crowd and guards. "Clear the road, make way for the esteemed guest. Any offender will be dealt with as an act of treason." His voice echoed across the open plaza, and everyone hurriedly pressed their heads lower, fearing they might be noticed by the presence within the carriage. Under the guard commander's lead, the mysterious carriage slowly entered through the city gate, moving along the main road towards the royal palace. The creature pulling the carriage, its eyes gleaming with eerie green light, swept across the crowd kneeling on either side of the street, eliciting shudders after shudders. All along the main road of the royal capital, tens of thousands of civilians prostrated, their foreheads pressed deeply against the stone pavement. Those originally filled with indignation now held only pure reverence and fear. This is the power of the wizard. What kind of presence is in that carriage to be so terrifying? Low exclamations spread among the crowd, but no one dared to raise their heads and look directly at the mysterious carriage, fearing their heads would burst like the second prince's. Thomas's worldview had long since shattered completely. He had once mocked those who believed in supernatural powers, mocked the so-called wizards and magic. But at this moment, he knew he was wrong, so terribly wrong. In this world, indeed, existed powers beyond his understanding. And the owner of such power, like a god walking amongst humans, could take a life at will, as effortlessly as crushing an ant. Thomas whispered inwardly, his heart filled with fear. He is a demon, a god, an existence we cannot comprehend. Later, certain information was deliberately released. The second prince's escape plan was entirely under the control of Prince Andre. That astonishing scene was just a meticulously arranged demonstration of power to announce to the royal capital, and even the entire kingdom, the terrifying power of that wizard and the fact that the 13th prince had allied with him. For the ordinary citizens of the Farak kingdom, knowing Prince Andre now had a true wizard ally was more intimidating than any army. Who would dare challenge a presence that could make heads explode with just a thought? Who would dare challenge a wizard who could kill without even appearing? And so the mysterious carriage moved slowly forward, traversing the entire main road of the royal capital, marching towards the royal palace. Behind it, not only a scene of bloodshed was left in its wake, but a deep imprint of fear and reverence etched into the hearts of all the people. This day, everyone who witnessed this scene would remember it for eternity. Even in their old age, they would still awaken from dreams, recalling the terrifying presence within the carriage, capable of taking lives with mere thoughts. From this day forward, Thomas no longer doubted the existence and power of wizards. Whenever wizards were mentioned, he remained silent, a trace of inescapable fear flickering in his eyes. For him, the memory of that day was like a brand, never to be erased. Within the royal palace, the news spread swiftly like an invisible lightning bolt. The second Prince Alec is executed, right at the city gate. His Highness's wizard friend arrived and effortlessly caused heads to explode. No one saw him make a move, not even the carriage door was opened. These words were like wraiths, floating in every corner of the palace, weaving a silent web of fear. The servants walked quickly with their heads down, fearing that even a careless glance might be deemed disrespectful. The guards gripped their weapons, knuckles white, fully aware that these symbols of power in the mortal world were mere toys before true, extraordinary power. Even those nobles who prided themselves on their noble bloodlines were now cowering like mice in their corners, terrified of being drawn into this vortex of power beyond their understanding. In the east wing of the palace, within a spacious hall wrapped in white marble, The old Prince August Farrukh trembled as he accepted the news brought by a servant. This nearly 80-year-old advanced apprentice, despite his age, still maintained a dignified posture and sharp gaze. His wrinkle-strewn face bore the marks of time, and his silver-white long beard hung down to his chest, appearing majestic and weathered. "Are you sure it was Ron Ralph, Andre's friend?" The old prince's voice was slightly hoarse. "Absolutely certain, my lord." The servant bowed their head, their voice trembling slightly with fear. When the second Prince Alec attempted to flee from the city gate, the wizard didn't even step out of the carriage, yet caused the heads of 6 people to explode simultaneously. Blood splattered over 10 feet, even staining the stone slabs of the gate red. August's once grim expression suddenly blossomed with a trace of ecstasy, and his age-clouded eyes emitted a brilliance akin to that of a younger man. His clenched fist trembled slightly, not from fear, but from uncontrolled excitement. The old prince erupted into laughter, his voice echoing in the spacious hall with a touch of mania. A genuine official wizard, and an ally of Andre, this solidifies the Farrukh royal family status completely. The servants exchanged glances, afraid to look directly at the normally calm and serious elders near unseemly display. Yet August paid it no mind, his eyes almost turning the sharp glow into a tangible entity, his mouth curving into a widening grin. His thoughts raced like a runaway horse, from the rebellious second Prince Alec's death to the arrival of this mysterious wizard, to the expansion of future royal family power. Each link painted a grand blueprint in his mind. Quickly prepare the royal suite in the East Wing. The old prince almost shouted the command, unable to hide the excitement in his voice. That's where we host our most distinguished guests. His gaze swept over everyone present, seemingly wishing to convey his enthusiasm to them. Activate all the maintenance arrays, replace the lights with newly refined magic crystal lamps, and prepare the most precious spiritual energy mattress. Redraw the soundproof runes on the walls to ensure absolute privacy. August paced back and forth, the heavy boots striking the marble floor with rhythmic sound. He suddenly stopped, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes, an enigmatic smile on his lips. "Oh yes, I heard that Lord Ron was a notorious playboy during his time in the kingdom." He lowered his voice, leaning towards the royal steward beside him, with a hint of ambiguity in his tone. "Do you remember? A few years ago, that 5th son of the Ralph clan who frequented the East City district, cavorting with beautiful maids day and night, even the most distinguished ladies of the royal capital were charmed by him." The royal steward paused in thought, then showed realization. "You're referring to the debauched young master. Rumors say he spent a fortune rebuilding the Rose Hall merely to win the favor of an exotic dancer." "Exactly him." August's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, his voice nearly trembling with excitement. "No matter what he's become now, a man's nature doesn't change. Select 10 of the finest virgins from the city. Secret, their beauty and dance skills must be impeccable, especially those skilled in certain soothing techniques." The steward's eyes flickered with hesitation, but it was quickly suppressed by the old prince's authority. He bowed respectfully, indicating he would arrange it immediately. August nodded in satisfaction, continuing to give orders. "Also fetch that set of crystal glasses from my cellar, along with the 300-year-old ice flame wine. That wine is a rare treasure I brought back from my expedition to the northern lands, made from the essence of ice elemental creatures. Capable of making even advanced apprentices feel slightly drunk, it should be enough to please this esteemed guest." Just as August was immersed in his own world, dreaming of the glorious future to come, a steady and powerful set of footsteps sounded from outside the door, interrupting his thoughts. Andre stepped slowly into the hall, his golden slit pupils gleaming with a chilling light in the dim interior. His recent transformation was astonishing. Ever since returning to the kingdom, especially after successfully seizing power, the once humble and courteous 13th prince seemed to have transformed completely. The most startling change was his golden slit pupils, the most direct proof of the red blood-flying dragon bloodline awakening. Those are not traits that ordinary people can possess. Whenever he gazes at someone, they all feel a fear of being locked on by a predator. "Grandfather, what are you doing?" Andre's voice was deep, yet carried an undeniable power. His gaze swept across the hall, quickly understanding the situation at hand. August turned around, his face still brimming with excitement. "Andre, good news. That wizard friend of yours has arrived. I'm arranging the reception. The royal suite in the East Wing, ice flame wine, and the most beautiful women in the city." His voice became more and more excited, gesturing incessantly like a child eager for a feast. However, Andre's expression remained unchanged. He maintained a near-cold calmness, though the golden gleam in his eyes seemed sharper. With these words, August's endless enthusiasm was instantly stuck in his throat. "It's all just meaningless, superficial attempts." Andre stepped forward slowly, his pupils light as sharp as a tangible spike. "Grandfather, have you been away from the school for too long and forgotten the essence of an official wizard?" August was somewhat bewildered by the sudden question. The smile on his face froze at the corners of his mouth. A trace of confusion flickered in his eyes. "Have you forgotten?" Andre's voice turned colder, with a hint of barely detectable derision. "There is an essential difference between an official wizard and mortals, a leap in the level of life." Each of his words was like a heavy hammer pounding on everyone's heart. Mortal women simply cannot withstand the radiation field of an official wizard. Even a brief intimacy is difficult to achieve. Do you remember in the school how those apprentices would avoid the official wizards when they passed by, feeling breathless even from a distance? August's expression changed slightly. The excitement in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by an epiphany of fear. Those high and mighty official wizards were always aloof and distant. An ordinary apprentice could not even approach their laboratories. Otherwise, they would feel an invisible pressure, as if their breathing was restricted, at best feeling dizzy, at worst fainting on the spot. This was the natural repulsion caused by the difference in the level of life, a chasm no human means could bridge. Moreover, Ron is not the same frivolous person he once was. Andre continued, his voice even more stern. According to the information from the Black Mist School, he became a primordial wizard through special means, a process that altered his spiritual structure and essence of soul. The so-called beauties you sent are nothing but dust in his eyes. To anyone with a certain knowledge of mysticism, the term primordial wizard was enough to freeze their blood. That was a path filled with unknown dangers, an abyss where countless geniuses perished. The successful few were all extraordinary individuals. Even someone like August, an advanced apprentice, had only read snippets about such higher-ranking wizards in ancient texts. Never did he imagine he would meet a wizard, promoted through such a special method in his lifetime. "Andre, are you saying?" August's voice became tremulous, a trace of disbelief showing in his eyes. "He really?" "Yes, grandfather." Andre nodded, with a hint of barely perceptible pride in his tone. "Ron is an extremely rare primordial wizard." August felt a dizzy spell, having to brace himself against a table to remain standing. Primordial wizard, a being far more rare and powerful than ordinary official wizards. It is said they can directly connect with some great entities, gaining unimaginable power. Then the old prince took a deep breath, striving to keep his voice steady. "How should we receive such an esteemed guest? Why has he come to the kingdom?" Andre's gaze grew even deeper, as if seeing through every thought of the old man. "Ron is here for the final legacy of the crown breathing technique." August's face changed dramatically, his voice suddenly rising, filled with shock and disbelief. "The crown breathing technique? How is that possible? This is the foundation of our Pharaoh royal family." His expression became agitated, eyes flashing with a complex mix of fear and rage. "The core secret technique, passed down through generations. How can it be easily given to an outsider? Even if it's your friend still." Andre's voice suddenly became incredibly cold, his golden-slit pupils contracting into thin lines, like sharp blades piercing into the old man's soul. "You seem to have forgotten who helped me awaken the red blood-flying dragon bloodline, who saved me, giving me a chance to escape Cynthia's clutches, who gave me the capital to compete with my brothers." His voice grew lower, yet colder, like the cold wind of deep winter, biting and sharp. "Without Ron, would you still be sitting here giving orders? Or would you have been confined with my brothers long ago?" August's face turned pale, a trace of dread flashed in those weather-beaten eyes. Never had he seen this strong side of his gentle and courteous grandson. That kind of coldness and resolve reminded him of that iron-blooded pharaoh Roman II back in the day, Andre's great-grandfather, a tyrant who defended the kingdom with iron and blood. But he still harbors hesitation in his heart. The crown-breathing technique is not only the core transmission of the royal family, but also the crucial trump card of the kingdom's noble class against the surrounding nations. Handing it over to outsiders lightly would have unimaginable consequences. Andre, I understand your feeling of gratitude. August tried to salvage the situation, his voice carrying a hint of hesitation. But the crown-breathing technique is tied to the future of the entire royal family, especially the highest-level cultivation method of the crown knight, which is the true core secret of our royal family. Andre suddenly interrupted the old man's words, his voice as freezing and sharp as the Arctic winds. What is there for you to hesitate about now? With every step he took forward, the oppressive feeling emanating from him intensified. The coldness in those pair of golden vertical pupils was as tangible as suffocating substance. If you proactively offer the treasure early, Ron might even show leniency for the sake of our previous relationship, perhaps even returning something as an exchange. Andre's voice grew colder, the golden light in his eyes almost transforming into tangible flames. If you provoke him and he acts directly, then nothing will be left, including the lives of all of us. Every word was like a heavy hammer striking August's heart, leaving him with a sense of suffocating fear. Do you really believe, Andre continued, a ruthless gleam flashing in his eyes, that those demonic puppets in the palace, which can only mimic the ancestors' movements, could withstand the wrath of an official wizard? Those things might be sufficient against advanced apprentices, but in front of a true wizard, they are merely toys that can be turned into scrap metal at will. August's face grew increasingly pale, sweat slowly streaming down his wrinkle-lined forehead. He was overcome by a feeling of unprecedented defeat, not just because of the potential calamity, but also because this grandson, who was once so docile, has now completely escaped his control. Perhaps the old prince finally spoke, his voice hoarse and weary. You are right, Andre. We shouldn't risk angering an official wizard. He let out a long sigh, his shoulders seemingly crushed by an invisible burden, and his previously upright posture seemed to age 10 years in an instant. Since that is the case, I will prepare to open the royal treasure vault to receive this honored guest. Andre's expression slightly softened, the golden light in his eyes diminished a bit. That is the sensible decision, grandfather. At this moment, a subtle energy fluctuation suddenly spread from the direction of the city gate, like a massive stone tossed into a calm lake, causing continuous ripples. The sensation was so intense that everyone within the palace could clearly feel it. A heavy and oppressive aura enveloped the entire space like a tangible presence, making breathing difficult and thoughts sluggish. August suddenly raised his head, the color on his face vanished completely. As an advanced apprentice, he could feel the essence of this energy fluctuation better than ordinary people. It was a pure and powerful magic power radiation that only an official wizard could emit such a presence. But even the official wizards he had seen previously couldn't compare an oppressive feeling to what he now experienced. It was a deeper, more fundamental power, as if directly coming from some existence in the depths of the universe. He has arrived, the old prince muttered quietly. In those weathered eyes, at this moment there was only pure awe and fear. Andre also felt the pressure, but compared to his grandfather, his reaction was much calmer. Perhaps because he had already experienced it, or perhaps it was the resistance boost from the activation of his bloodline. Yes, Ron Wizard has arrived. A complex emotion flashed in Andre's eyes. Let's go and greet him. As they arrived at the royal palace gates, the mysterious carriage had already entered the inner courtyard. All around, the guards and servants knelt on the ground, none daring to raise their heads to look directly at the carriage, emitting an eerie energy fluctuation. The runes on the carriage body shimmered subtly in the sunlight, each symbol meticulously designed, forming a complex and harmonious whole. The creature pulling the carriage was even more terrifying, its emerald compound eyes scanning the kneeling crowd, as if assessing the value of these fragile lives. The carriage stopped, and the door slowly opened. A figure in a black robe emerged. his face indifferent and eyes profound. With his appearance, the air seemed to grow heavier. Many servants even found it difficult to breathe, their complexion pale. August could distinctly feel the powerful magic power emanating from this young man. That feeling was both familiar and strange. Familiar was the oppressive aura characteristic of an official wizard. Strange was the purity and intensity of this oppression, far surpassing any master in his memory. He could even see the air around the young man distorting due to the high concentration of magic power, forming a peculiar visual effect like a mirage rising in heat waves. Andre bowed slightly, a sense of awe and joy in his eyes. "Welcome to the kingdom." The black-robed figure stopped in front of Andre, nodding without expression. "Andre." His voice was not loud, yet carried a haunting power, directly engraving itself onto the listener's soul. Then the black-robed wizard turned his gaze toward August, only glancing briefly before moving his eyes away. Just that glance sent a bone-chilling cold through the old prince, spreading from his spine to the top of his head. The feeling of being completely seen through, like an ant placed under a microscope for careful observation, both exposed and helpless. Yet faced with Ron's almost dismissive reaction, August felt a rather peculiar sense of relief. At least he didn't have to worry about how to deal with this terrifying presence. "Let's go inside and talk," Andre said to Ron, then turned to the carriage. "Do you need accommodations arranged for your assistant?" Ron shook his head slightly, his gaze indifferent as water. "Aelin will remain in the carriage. She has her own matters to attend to." He turned to the creature pulling the carriage, whispering a few words in a strange language. The creature seemed to understand Ron's instructions, emitting a low hum, then respectfully bowing its head, indicating understanding and compliance. Andre nodded to August, leading Ron through the ornate corridors of the royal palace. All around the servants and guards bowed their heads in salute, not daring to breathe. The two arrived at the palace's most secretive chamber. This was a space protected by multiple arrays, the walls engraved with complex soundproof runes. The heavy oak door closed slowly, isolating all external sounds and sights. As the door shut completely, Ron's cold mask underwent a subtle change. His lips slightly curled upward, the ice in his eyes melting somewhat. The whole atmosphere of his person underwent a strange transformation from an unapproachable stern dignity to a more affable state. "It seems you've been doing well in the royal capital, Andre." Ron's tone became relaxed, the suffocating oppression diminished significantly. "You played a good game of using a borrowed knife. Let me guess, you knew about Alex's escape plan long ago." A trace of cunning flashed in Andre's eyes, also relaxing. "To not hide from you, indeed so. That fool thought I didn't know his maneuvers, even leaving a backup plan." He chuckled, golden pupils sparkling with wisdom. "I originally intended to handle it personally, but since you're here, why not take this opportunity to show everyone our alliance? Let them know, challenging me is equal to challenging an official wizard. That's more effective than any threat." Ron nodded, a hint of approval in his tone. "Your growth indeed exceeded my expectations. The political experience in the kingdom has matured you considerably compared to the time in the Black Mist jungle." His gaze swept Akros, as the secret chamber, finally landing on Andre. "However, treating your family like this, aren't you afraid of leaving some psychological shadow?" Andre chuckled lightly, a cold glint in his eyes. "Family? In the royal family, there's no such thing as family, only allies and enemies. Alec tried to assassinate me 3 times. If not for the protection of the red blood flying dragon bloodline, I would have died long ago." His tone carried a chilling calmness, as if discussing something utterly ordinary. "In this survival of the fittest royal game, mercy only leads to death. I believe you understand this better than anyone, Ron." Ron nodded slightly, no longer probing the topic further. He indeed understood Andre's plight and choices. In this world, power is everything, and the best way to protect oneself is to nip threats in the bud. Back to business, his gaze sharpened again. "Is the ultimate inheritance of the crown-breathing technique ready?" Andre nodded solemnly. "People have been arranged to open the royal treasure vault. All the manuals and inheritance items concerning the crown-breathing technique will be presented before you." Ron nodded with satisfaction, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. This was the primary goal of his journey, to acquire the complete heritage of the crown-breathing technique, especially the legendary highest realms cultivation method of the Crown Knight. "There's one more thing," Andre suddenly said, a trace of hesitation appearing on his face. "Regarding the kingdom situation, there are some matters I wish to consult you about." Ron looked at his old friend, waiting for him to continue speaking. Andre took a deep breath, a rare confusion flashing in his eyes. "Now I have control over most of the kingdom's power, but in some places, resistance still exists. Particularly, several border counts in the north refuse to acknowledge my authority, even secretly colluding with neighboring countries to stir up war." His voice was low and heavy. "By normal logic, I should concentrate my forces to eliminate them completely, but in doing so, the northern border will be left vulnerable, giving neighboring countries an opportunity. More tricky is that the most formidable military strength in the northern lands is the Icefield Orcish cavalry." Ron raised an eyebrow. "Orcish cavalry?" "Yes," Andre nodded, a shred of apprehension flashing in his eyes. "This is an elite cavalry composed of several hundred Icefield orcs, each possessing several times the stamina and strength of an ordinary human soldier. Almost invincible on the battlefield. They are the trump card force for the northern counts." An interest flickered in Ron's eyes. Several hundred orcs sounds intriguing. His thoughts turned to the energy-charging progress of the 1,000 transformations. If he could absorb the souls of these orcs, it might provide substantial energy to the 1,000 transformations, accelerating its advancement speed. Andre seemed to discern Ron's thoughts and hesitated to speak. "But there is a problem. To my understanding, the School Alliance has an agreement that official wizards shall not commit large-scale slaughter of ordinary people to avoid unnecessary panic." Ron chuckled lightly. This, of course, he knew. Orcs are not ordinary humans. They are extraordinary creatures, and the agreement does not mention dealing with such entities. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Moreover, if they are the ones who first challenge me, then there's no issue of violating the agreement." Andre's eyes lit up. "You mean?" "I need a deterrence, not a war." Ron stared directly into Andre's eyes. "Lead those orcish cavalry to a place suitable for me to act, and let me handle it. It will settle your problem in the northern lands, and provide me with an excellent opportunity for a magic experiment." His fingers gently tapped on the table, unknown lights flashing in his eyes. "Moreover, the souls of those orcs should be valuable, very helpful for some of my special research." A trace of shock and reverence flashed through Andre's eyes. Even though he had long known Ron to be someone who would stop at nothing in a quest for power, such candid discussion of harvesting souls still sent a chill through him. However, he quickly gathered his emotions and regained the calm demeanor of a leader. "So it's settled then. I'll arrange for someone to guide that orcish cavalry into a suitable encirclement. The rest is up to you." He paused for a moment, then added, "However, there is one issue. Most of those Icefield orcs are skilled in frost magic. Although not exceptionally powerful, they cannot be underestimated." Ron smiled faintly, a confident gleam in his eyes. "Frost magic, just perfect for testing out my newly researched magic applications." The two exchanged a glance, both seeing the satisfaction with their future plans in each other's eye. "There's one more thing." Ron suddenly changed the subject. "The heritage of the crown-breathing technique is just the foundation. I need some other things too." Andre was slightly surprised but quickly nodded in agreement. "As long as it's owned by the royal family, I can prepare it for you." In that secret chamber, their conversation stretched on for a long time. Their voices were low and calm, yet capable of changing the destiny of the entire kingdom. Meanwhile, August stood alone in the corridor, looking at the tightly shut door, filled with mixed emotions. He suddenly recalled his younger days at the Black Mist School, how he had once bowed and scraped before those high and mighty official wizards, how he had once tread carefully before that terrifying old witch at the herb store. And today, even though he was now one of the most respected in the kingdom, wielding significant influence, yet in front of that young wizard, he still felt the same smallness and powerlessness. "Mortal men remain mere mortals." The old prince sighed softly, his voice filled with helplessness and resignation. At this moment, He seemed to finally recall this eternal truth. Mortals, even as advanced apprentices, must gaze up to and obey the wizards. The domination and power of a wizard are absolute, a mere thought capable of shattering any rebel's skull. And this is the iron law of this world. At twilight, the Ralph clan's castle appeared with an ancient and solemn beauty under the warm golden sunset glow. The towering turrets, heavy stone walls, and the family flag fluttering in the wind all spoke of the clan's long history and noble lineage. Ron's carriage slowly entered the castle gate, the wheels making rhythmic sounds against the stone road. He could sense that from the moment he stepped onto the clan's land, countless eyes was secretly observing him. Those gazes, whether curious, reverent, or probing, followed the returning family member closely like shadows. Or more precisely, this official wizard. The family estate looked completely new, with festive ribbons hanging at the entrance, and every window polished spotless, reflecting the afternoon sunlight. Those once familiar details now seemed so unfamiliar to Ron, as if veiled by an invisible curtain. In the inner courtyard of the castle, a group of people was already lined up neatly, awaiting his arrival. Leading them were Ron's father, Count Ralph, and his elder brother Edmund. His father remained as tall and upright as in Ron's memory, with just a few extra strands of white hair at his temples. Edmund appeared even more dignified and composed, with a mature and wise gleam in his eyes after witnessing the vicissitudes. The carriage came to a halt, and Alan nimbly jumped out to open the door respectfully. The Count's knuckles whitened around his staff, his eyes shifting, evidently tense to the extreme. Ron stepped down from the carriage with composure, his black robe flowing gently in the wind, exuding an indescribable aura of authority. In an instant, the entire inner courtyard seemed to fall silent. Even the wind didn't dare rage too much. "Father, brother," he nodded slightly. Count Ralph and his eldest son exchanged a glance, then bowed to Ron. That respectful posture was less of filial piety than awe towards a significant figure. "Welcome home, Ron, my lord." His father's voice trembled slightly, a complex emotion flashing across his eyes. "The entire family has been anticipating your return." The wholly unfamiliar sense of reverence made Ron sigh inwardly. He could understand his father's formality. After all, he had been away from the family for several years. Now, upon his return, he had already become an extraordinary being, and their life levels had completely diverged. This change in address made him sigh slightly again. Before, he was just little Ron, even affectionately called our little troublemaker. Yet now, even his own father could no longer interact with him as intimately as in the past. At the moment he became an official wizard, the world's definition of him changed. The fear and reverence ordinary people felt towards wizards was a deep-seated instinct of the soul, unable to be altered by mere surface intentions. Just as a cat would never draw close to a tiger, even if that tiger was once raised by it. Ron stepped forward, and after retracting his radiation field, gently embraced his father. The old Count's body visibly stiffened, holding his breath almost instantly. Then he cautiously raised his hand to gently pat his son's back, as if touching some fragile treasure, fearing that any rough movement would cause offense. "I know everything is different now," Ron said softly, with a rarely heard gentleness in his tone. "But no matter what I become here, I am first a member of the Ralph clan." The old Count nodded, moved, yet fully aware that even if his son said so, the chasm between wizards and mortals couldn't be easily crossed. Edmund stepped forward, a hint of caution in his voice. "Brother, no, I should address you as Lord Ron. The kingdom is filled with pride in your achievements, and Father and I are exceedingly proud of you." Ron looked at this elder brother, who had covered for his mischievous deeds numerous times, now cautiously behaving as if in front of a stranger. He shook his head slightly and said, "In front of family, these formalities can be omitted. If you really can't interact with me as before, then at least privately, I hope you can call me by my name, and not Lord." His father and elder brother's expressions slightly relaxed, but that deeply rooted reverence remained difficult to wholly eradicate. Ron understood this would take time, perhaps a long time. "The family banquet is ready, just waiting for your arrival." The Count respectfully led the way. "Your favorite roast lamb, the kitchen specially prepared with the freshest ingredients." Ron nodded and followed his father to the castle hall. Alan followed closely behind, the unique scent of plants around her drawing curious glances, but no one dared to scrutinize the unusual attendant beside Ron. At the banquet, the atmosphere was initially a bit restrained, but as the wine flowed and discussions gradually unfolded, the old Count and Edmund slowly relaxed, starting to discuss the family's development and changes over the years. Over these years, due to the critical funds he sent back to the family when he became an elementary apprentice. Along with the joint efforts of his father and elder brother Edmund, the influence of the Ralph clan had expanded. With those two shops in the royal capital, the family's business had become more diversified, and their overall strength was steadily increasing. The most significant change is Prince Andre's attitude towards our family, Edmund said excitedly. Since you established a connection with the prince, our family status has undergone a qualitative leap. Many resources and channels previously difficult to access are now open to us. Ron nodded slightly, satisfaction flickering in his eyes. The seeds he had planted before leaving had begun to bear fruit. Ron set down his glass, his tone turning formal. Besides visiting you, there is an important matter to discuss with the family on this visit home. His father and elder brother immediately sat up straight, filled with anticipation. Andre and I once had an agreement, Ron slowly expressed. The Ralph clan will form a marriage alliance with the royal family to solidify the relationship between the two houses. Specifically, it is the offspring of my eldest brother who will marry Andre's descendant. This news exploded in the hall like a bombshell. Edmund, the eldest brother, was filled with disbelief, while father became instantly agitated, almost jumping from his seat. Marrying into the royal family. The Count's voice trembled, a gleam of ecstatic light in his eyes. This is an honor our family hasn't dared dream of in hundreds of years. Ron. Is this true? Edmund also couldn't hide his excitement. Did Prince Andre really agree to such an alliance? Not only did he agree, but we have already established this agreement through a formal contract. The contract is effective for 1,000 years, enough to span countless generations. 1,000 years, the Count murmured, his eyes filled with awe. This is almost a perpetual alliance. 1,000 years is the longest duration I can set in a superhuman contract at present. Ron explained, with a hint of contemplation in his voice. For a mortal dynasty, it indeed seems like an extraordinarily long time. He recalled the complex expression on Andre's face when they initially signed the contract. 1,000 years is unimaginable even for our Farouk royal family. Andre had lamented at the time. The longest-lived dynasty in history lasted only 500 years. Whether our royal family will endure until the contract's end is truly uncertain. At the time, Ron had merely smiled slightly. No matter how the royal family changes, as long as Farouk blood exists, the contract will be valid. Besides, for some entities, 1,000 years is merely the blink of an eye. As the recollection ended, Ron noted that his father and eldest brother remained immersed in shock and joy. My child to marry into the royal family. Edmund still seemed unable to believe it. This means that our Ralph clan will become kin to the kingdom. Precisely, Ron added. Andre has promised that once he becomes king, the Ralph clan will be ennobled as the hereditary duke, becoming the kingdom's premier nobility. This news once again made the old Count and Edmund's eyes widen, with Edmund accidentally knocking over his wine glass. Red wine soaked into the tablecloth like a blooming rose. The Count's voice was nearly choked, tears glistening in his eyes. Ron, my child, the honor you have brought to the family far surpasses the efforts of our ancestors over hundreds of years. Ron looked at his father's slightly trembling face due to excitement, feeling an indescribable emotion in his heart. He couldn't help but remember the family from his past life, that ordinary and warm household, where his parents worked diligently just to provide a better life for him. Now, with his own power in this world, he had brought honor and security to his new family. Though different in form, perhaps the essence was the same. These are merely things within my ability, Ron said softly, with a hint of warmth in his eyes. The family nurtured me, gave me my initial identity and status, so naturally I should repay the family within my capabilities. Hearing these words, Edmund's eyes showed a touch of emotion. After hesitating for a moment, he finally summoned the courage to ask, "Ron, I've always been curious. What does it feel like to become an official wizard? Is that power really as magical as the legends say?" Ron was silent for a moment, as if pondering how to explain such an extraordinary experience to a mortal. "You can imagine, big brother," he finally spoke softly. "You have lived your whole life in a world of only black and white, and suddenly one day, your eyes can see all colors. That shock and transformation are what it feels like to become an official wizard." He paused for a moment and continued, "It's not just an enhancement of power, but a re-understanding of the world's essence. I can sense the flow of energy undetectable to ordinary people and comprehend some laws that transcend common sense. This experience is hard to accurately describe with words." Father and elder brother were engrossed, their eyes filled with reverence and longing. "Then your lifespan?" The Count hesitantly posed this sensitive question. "Will it significantly extend, as the legends say?" The natural lifespan of an official wizard indeed far exceeds that of ordinary people. A morning star-level wizard can live about 500 years, a moon-level 600 to 700 years, and a dark sun level can reach over 800. And the lifespan of a great wizard is even longer, often spanning thousands of years. The Count and Edmund fell into silence, a trace of barely perceptible sorrow flashing in their eyes. This meant that compared to Ron, their lifespan was like a fleeting candle flame. Ron saw through their thoughts and gently comforted, "But this does not mean our bond will diminish. Regardless of how time flows, the bloodline ties always exist. Even hundreds of years later, the Ralph clan will still have my attention." These words rekindled a glimmer of hope in the eyes of his father and eldest brother. Though the life of a mortal is short, the lineage of the family can continue indefinitely. And with the protection of such a powerful presence as Ron, the family's future would undoubtedly be brighter. Ron's gaze grew distant, as if traversing through endless time. "Hundreds of years from now, I don't know where I will be or what kind of existence I will become. The journey is long, and every step is filled with the unknown." The father and elder brother listened quietly, not daring to interrupt the young wizard's train of thought. After the banquet, Ron went to the top floor of the castle, his favorite place to stay when he wasn't heading to the Black Mist jungle. The starry sky above was as magnificent as the sea. The Milky Way stretched across the sky like an eternal road. Ron stood at the highest point of the castle, gazing at the gradually familiar starry sky, his mind filled with countless thoughts. Now, he could already sense the connections between the stars and could draw power from distant celestial bodies through star projection. The road ahead was still long, but each step would bring him closer to that supreme existence. The wind at the northern land's frontier was always particularly biting. Especially in this season, cold air currents swept over from the distant polar plain, mixed with tiny ice crystals, sharp enough to cut an ordinary person's skin. Ron stood on a cliff observatory, overlooking the winding valley below. This was the final defense line of the Northern Kingdom, territory and a natural barrier used by the rebellious counts to block Andre's army. In the morning light, everything in the valley was clearly visible: rows of tents, soldier formations of half-beastmen, and most strikingly, the polar half-beastmen cavalry regiment. Those creatures, on average 2 meters tall, rode enormous snow wolves and wielded weapons forged from cold iron. Each exuded a heart-pounding ferocity. It seems the intel was correct. They've indeed introduced the polar half-beastmen cavalry. Andre stood beside Ron, with a wary gleam in his golden vertical pupils. "These guys are one of the most terrifying forces in the northern lands. Ordinary soldiers almost stand no chance against them." Ron's expression remained calm, seemingly indifferent to those below who could terrify ordinary people. His gaze pierced through the valley, landing on the large black tent in the distance, which should be the command center of the rebel army. "How many people?" Ron asked in a calm tone, as if inquiring about the weather. "According to the scout's report, about 300 polar half-beastmen cavalry and over 2,000 mixed troops." Andre replied, then added, "If they were ordinary rebels, I'm confident we could suppress them with our forces, but those half-beastmen cavalry..." Though he trailed off, a trace of concern had already surfaced on his face. Those polar half-beastmen were renowned for their frenzy, each rivaling a seasoned night squire. Not to mention their mounts, the tame giant snow wolves, equally terrifying war machines. "No need to worry," Ron said softly, a slight smile on his lips. "Today, I will let these savages have a taste of real music." With that, he pulled out a violin from his spatial bag. The one Trish had given him had now become a mere collector's item, as ordinary instruments couldn't bear his current magic power. The violin in his hand now was one of his recent alchemy creations. It was entirely made of a translucent blue crystal, while the strings were carefully crafted from the gut of some peculiar creature, emitting a faint silver glow. Astonishment flashed in Andre's eyes. He had never seen Ron use an instrument in battle. But he was smart enough to understand that what was about to happen was far from an ordinary performance. "Send out the order to your troops, tell them to cover their ears and retreat to the upwind position," Ron instructed seriously. "The ensuing performance is only for the enemy to hear." Andre immediately dispatched the messenger to convey the order. Soon, once the Kingdom Army soldiers reached a safe distance, they used specially crafted wax balls to plug their ears and prepared to charge at any given moment. Ron walked slowly to the most protruding position on the cliff, from where he could overlook the entire valley. The valley was like a natural speaker box. Any sound could be amplified and echoed several times. He gently placed the violin on his shoulder, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes, as if sensing the subtle energy flow in the wind. Unconsciously, Andre took 2 steps back, an indescribable fear welling up inside him. Even he could feel the subtle change happening in the air around Ron, spreading like ripples on the water's surface. "You'd better cover your ears too," Ron reminded, a tone of concern in his voice. "Although I'll try to control the target, sometimes the power of music achieves more unexpected effects." Andre swiftly complied, inserting the wax balls into his ears, then retreated to the upwind area, anticipating the looming horrifying spectacle. Ron slowly raised the bow, pausing for a moment, as if waiting for a suitable opportunity. At the instant a gust of wind whizzed past, he suddenly began to play. The first note fell like a droplet of water hitting a calm lake surface. It seemed ordinary, yet invisibly stirred ripples of energy. The melody began very softly, like a lover's gentle whisper with an irresistible charm. The human soldiers in the valley stopped their activities, puzzledly looking up for the source of the sound. The polar half-beastmen perked up their ears vigilantly, inherently sensitive to magic power fluctuations. They had already sensed something unusual. Though Andre stood not far away and had his ears plugged, he could still feel the faint vibrations that traveled through the air. He saw Ron's body continuously emanating a dim glow, each note forming tiny energy ripples in the surrounding air, spreading outward. As the performance deepened, the melody began to grow complex. Ron's fingers skillfully danced over the strings, each note carrying precisely calculated frequencies and energy, creating specific vibration patterns in the air. The seemingly random melodies were, in fact, based on an ancient syllable recorded in Star Eater's ravings, cleverly transformed by Ron into a form that could be conveyed through the instrument. This is the terrifying aspect of the erosion chapter. It can bypass conventional spiritual defenses and directly shake the soul's essence, causing irreversible damage. In the valley, the first to sense the anomaly were the snow wolves. They began to grow restless, lowly growling, with some even spinning in place, as if trying to escape some invisible restraint. As the music continued, the melody suddenly became intense. Ron's bow danced like lightning over the strings, emitting a series of high-frequency vibrating notes. These notes congealed in the air into countless tiny sonic blades, sweeping towards the valley. Andre watched in astonishment as those sound waves formed visible distortions in the air, surging like a tide towards the enemy troops in the valley. When the first wave of sound struck the polar half-beast cavalry, a strange scene unfolded. The strong half-beastmen suddenly halted their actions, their eyes widening with terror and confusion. Soon some began to clutch their ears, crying out in agony. Others fell from their mounts, rolling frantically on the ground as if countless ants were gnawing at their brains. The snow wolves reacted even more violently. They started to roar madly, biting their own fur, with some even attacking their own kind, creating chaos. And this was only the beginning. As Ron played further, the violin in his hands began to emit an eerie glow, with every note leaping across the strings as if imbued with tangible energy. This energy formed visible purple-black ripples in the air, like a giant net covering the entire valley. His performance gradually reached a climax, with the violin notes slicing through the air like blades, each note carrying deadly force. A layer of pale purple energy vortex enveloped his body, expanding and contracting with the rhythm of the music. Andre stood at a distance, his eyes wide open, incredulous at everything happening before him. Even though he already knew Ron's power, witnessing such near-miraculous destruction still shook his spirit. The second wave of sound was even stronger, and when it swept across the battlefield, shrill screams erupted from within the half-beast cavalry. Some of the half-beastmen's nostrils and the corners of their eyes began to ooze black liquid. Others started to frantically tear at their skin, as if something inside was trying to escape. Most terrifying of all, their heads began to explode one after another, like overripe watermelons struck by a heavy hammer. Red and white matter mixed with black liquid splattered into the air, staining the entire battlefield red. Meanwhile, the snow wolves also fell to the ground one after another. Black blood seeped from their eyes, ears, mouths, and noses, and after a few violent twitches they lay still. The whole process seemed like a nightmare, yet carried a strange aesthetic beauty. It was like a horrifying painting drawn with blood, unfolding slowly in the symphony of death. The ordinary soldiers in the valley, though not directly attacked, were terrified by such horrifying scenes. They dropped their weapons and fled madly in all directions, completely forgetting the purpose of battle and the commands of their officers. The commanders hiding inside the black tents, hearing the commotion outside, hurried out to check the situation, only to be rendered speechless by the sight before them. Their ace unit, the supposedly invincible polar half-beast cavalry, had now turned into a field of corpses and severed limbs, rivers of blood flowing everywhere. Most chilling of all, the entire battlefield was filled with a peculiar energy fluctuation, making it hard to breathe, as if invisible hands were choking their throats. And the source of all this was merely a black-cloaked figure, standing atop the cliff, holding a glowing violin. With the final note of the erosion chapter finally falling, it was like the last bit of starlight extinguished in the darkness. Ron slowly lowered the violin, opened his eyes, and calmly gazed towards the valley. The entire valley had become a land of death. The once dreaded polar half-beast cavalry was now just a field of corpses. Those soldiers who had vowed to resist to the death were either lying in pools of blood or fleeing in all directions. Most astonishingly, Ron sensed a stream of soul energy pouring out from the bodies of those who had perished. Like trickles converging towards him, absorbed by the 1,000 transformations on his body surface. Sufficient soul energy detected, charging progress plus 25%. Current charging progress 57%/100%. This number made Ron raise an eyebrow slightly, as he hadn't expected to acquire so much energy at once. The soul energy of those polar half-beastmen seemed far richer than that of ordinary supernatural creatures, which was quite an unexpected gain. Meanwhile, a new message appeared on his profession panel. Once charging reaches 100%, the fusion recording function will be unlocked. It allows the fusion of two recorded abilities to create a new effect. Note: the outcome of fusion depends on the compatibility of the original abilities and the users. Understanding: the strength and traits of the deeply fused abilities are unpredictable. Interesting, Ron whispered to himself, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Fusion was precisely the issue he had been contemplating. If he could combine the advantages of different recorded abilities to create a new effect, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance his combat strength. Andre carefully removed the earplugs and walked over to Ron, his eyes full of awe. "It's unbelievable power. You just played a piece of music and destroyed an entire half-beastman cavalry regiment." Ron returned the violin to the spatial bag, his tone indifferent. The erosion chapter is essentially a spell that uses music as a medium to convey the ravings of the stars and a spiritual impact. Previously, I only experimented with it on a small scale. This was the first time applying it in actual combat. He paused and swept his gaze across the wreckage in the valley. The effect was as expected. As expected, Andre marveled in his heart. This kind of effortless destruction would already be considered a miracle by normal people. But in Ron's eyes, it seemed to be just an ordinary display of magic, not even worthy of special admiration. Is this the gap between an official wizard and a mortal? Andre couldn't help but sigh. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset since the other party was his ally, and such power would be the greatest assistance in his quest for the throne. What next? Andre asked. Should we attack their command post? Ron shook his head. No need, we've already achieved the desired deterrent effect. He pointed to the distance in the valley, where a few people in lavish attire were hurriedly organizing the troops, seemingly preparing to retreat. Look, they've already been scared out of their wits. Indeed, soon the main forces of the rebel army began to orderly retreat. Countless soldiers and cavalry withdrew to the other end of the valley, leaving behind a field strewn with corpses and weapons. The commanders clearly understood one truth. To oppose an official wizard who could easily annihilate a polar half-beastman cavalry regiment was sheer folly. This is the outcome we desired, Ron said, his voice calm and indifferent. There's no need to eradicate them all, just let them understand the cost of rebellion. After all, soldiers are precious young labor. Andre nodded in agreement, a sly look flashing in his eyes. Once this news spreads, those border TS who are still observing will probably reconsider their positions as well. Indeed, Ron turned to leave. You should arrange for the troops to clean up the battlefield. I have to take my leave for now. With that, without waiting for Andre's response, he transformed into a shadow and disappeared from the top of the cliff, leaving Andre alone standing in the wind, gazing at that valley of death, with a heart filled with anticipation for the future. Back in the secret chamber prepared for him at the royal palace, Ron sat cross-legged, beginning to organize his combat experience just now. The power of the erosion chapter indeed exceeded his original expectations, especially in that naturally amphitheater-like valley terrain. The propagation and amplification effects of the sound waves nearly reached their peak. Moreover, this time, he considered it an attempt to improve a pain point of this set of spells, distinguishing between friend and foe. At least when he played the erosion chapter just now, the targets outside the ranks of half-beastman cavalry did not show obvious symptoms of discomfort. But what interested him even more at this moment was the soon-to-be-unlocked new feature of the 1000 Transformations fusion recording. It's a pity it still needs to charge to 100%, Ron muttered to himself, a contemplative look in his eyes. Various possibilities unfolded like fireworks in Ron's mind, each combination containing infinite potential and accompanied by unpredictable risks. But this is exactly the essence of the path of the extraordinary continual exploration and experimentation, seeking breakthroughs in the unknown and gaining strength through adventure. Ron gently closed his eyes, feeling the energy flowing within his body and the changes brought by the fusion of the 1000 transformations. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The gains from this journey to the northern lands were far richer than he originally thought. Tomorrow he would head to the royal treasure vault to seek the complete inheritance of the crown breathing technique, especially the legendary ultimate night realm, the cultivation method of the crown knight. And that would be his ultimate goal on this journey. In the stillness of the night, Ron stood atop the lookout tower of Ralph Castle, his gaze piercing through the Milky Way. Looking into the deep cosmos, the traits of star projection were particularly active at this moment, with countless streams of star energy, like gentle rivulets, continuously flowing into his ocean of spirit through some invisible bridge. When all was silent, with only the whispers of starlight, Ron often contemplated an ancient proposition, the theory of longevity. As someone who might live for centuries or even longer, he had no choice but to confront this issue. In the course of long years, how many births and deaths of family will he witness? How many rises and falls of dynasties? How much prosperity and decline of civilizations? A familiar voice interrupted Ron's contemplation. He turned to see Edmund slowly ascending the tower, holding 2 cups of fragrant hot tea. Brother, Ron nodded slightly and accepted the teacup. The aroma of the tea was heartwarming, It was the sweet flower tea he loved in childhood, a specialty of the family. I thought you wouldn't remember. Ron took a sip. The taste was as gentle and sweet as in his memory. Edmund smiled. How could I forget? When you were a kid, you were always pestering old Martin in the kitchen just to have a few more cups of this. The two stood side by side, looking at the distant starry sky, momentarily speechless. After a long while, Edmund finally spoke softly. When you were 15, you stood here and told me you didn't want to go to the Black Mist jungle. Back then, I thought you'd leave for a few years at most, then come back with some magic and knowledge to continue living the noble life. His gaze bore a hint of sentiment. Who would have thought? You would really become the legendary wizard. Ron looked at his elder brother, who was almost a generation older than him and had now passed 30. In his perception, due to excessive work, Edmund's life energy was like a candle burned down to the middle, bright yet starting to wane. In just a few short years, his father's hair had begun to gray, and the marks of time crept into the corners of his eyes. But he, because of bloodline activation and wizard ascension, found his life energy even more vigorous than when he left, more robust than at 15. This paradox, this essential difference in the essence of life, became so glaring at this moment. What are you thinking about? Edmund inquired, breaking Ron's thoughts. Time, Ron simply answered, his eyes still gazing into the distance. To you it is fleeting, to me it is almost eternal. Upon hearing this, a complex emotion flashed in Edmund's eyes, a mix of longing for the path of the extraordinary and resignation to the brevity of mortal life. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you. He whispered, longevity is a coveted gift for most, yet it also means endless farewells. Ron smiled faintly, a gentle glint in his eyes. Every life has its meaning, regardless of length. Briefness doesn't mean insignificance, on the contrary. It's because of briefness that it seems even more precious. Moved by these words, Edmund wiped his eyes, unsure of what to say. Brother, I'm going to see Andre at the royal palace tomorrow, and then I'll be leaving the kingdom, heading for the central lands. Ron suddenly said, his tone calm and resolute. So soon? Edmund was somewhat surprised but quickly understood. Indeed, for someone like you, the kingdom can no longer provide much room for growth. Ron nodded. The central lands hold more knowledge and power. It's the real gathering place for wizards. Edmund was silent for a moment, seemingly deliberating something. Finally mustering the courage to ask. As a child, we often lay here, counting stars and making various wishes. Do you remember what your wish was? Ron closed his eyes, his thoughts returning to that distant night. Big and a small boy lay side by side on the castle's top floor, looking at the star-filled sky, making that exceedingly innocent wish. I wish that one day I could fly into the sky and touch the stars. He answered softly, a nostalgic smile curving on his lips. And now, Edmund pursued, what is your wish? Ron pondered for a long time, a note of determination flashing in his eyes. To understand the essence of this world, to become a true and eternally bright existence in the sky. Edmund nodded slightly, saying no more. Thus the two brothers stood side by side, silently gazing at the starry sky until the moon set in the west and the first light of morning rose from the east. In the twilight of dawn, they exchanged a smile, as if they had returned to that carefree childhood. Yet both knew that nothing was the same anymore. The next morning, in front of the gates of Ralph Castle, the family silently stood to bid farewell to Ron, who was about to embark on a journey. He looked at these familiar, yet estranged faces before him, a wave of indescribable emotion rising in his heart. Father, brother, the future of the Ralph clan is entrusted to you, Ron said, his voice carrying a solemn promise. No matter what happens, the Ralph clan will always have my protection. The old count, with tears in his eyes, tightly held his son's hand. My child, no matter where you go, this will always be your home. Edmund stepped forward, handing over a storage box to Ron. This is the family's memento. Inside are portraits of each of us and a lock of hair. May you feel the presence of your family, no matter where you are. Thank you, big brother, I will treasure it dearly. Ron carefully placed the storage box into the spatial bag, then took out a crystal ball from his bosom. This is a gift I've prepared for the family. If the family ever faces danger, input the command into it, and it will eliminate all enemies below the official wizard level. The old count accepted the crystal ball with both hands, as if holding the most precious treasure in the world, his eyes filled with emotion. The moment of farewell had finally arrived. Ron took a long look at the castle, a place carrying countless memories for him, then turned and boarded the carriage. Elan nimbly leapt onto the driver's seat, and the stand-in puppet pulled the carriage rapidly away. Ron's gaze fell on those figures growing smaller through the window, a sense of melancholy in his heart. Are you finally ready to leave the kingdom? In the royal palace, Andre felt the familiar sense of pressure approaching and murmured to himself, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. Once he was just an inconspicuous 13th prince in the royal family, without power, without allies, not even a decent fiefdom. If not for meeting Ron, if not for that decisive bloodline awakening, he might have become Cynthia's plaything, or died in some dark corner. But fate's gears work in mysterious ways. A chance encounter completely changed the trajectory of both their destinies. The carriage stopped in the front courtyard of the royal palace, and Ron stepped down slowly. He wore a black robe, making his skin appear even paler. Andre, he nodded slightly, a rare smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Ron, Andre hurried to meet him, forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart, maintaining the dignity expected of royalty. The two exchanged a smile, no words needed, everything was understood without being spoken. The atmosphere inside the royal palace was peaceful. The news of yesterday's victory had already spread. Throughout the city, people cheered, praising Crown Prince Andre's wisdom and his powerful wizard friend. Ron, under the guidance of a maid, arrived at the east side of the royal palace. There stood an independent building, surrounded by tall gray stone walls. Only a heavy iron door served as the entrance, intricately carved with complex protective runes. Andre was already waiting at the door, dressed in formal royal attire, looking solemn and respectful. The guardian of the treasure vault is in place. He nodded slightly to Ron. We can go in now. Ron's gaze swept over the guardian runes, silently analyzing the energy composition and protective principles within them. These runes clearly had a strong ancient characteristic, differing slightly from the rune system he had learned in the Black Mist jungle, emphasizing more on the connection of bloodline and inheritance. The iron door slowly opened with a dull clatter. An ancient and mysterious atmosphere greeted them, mixed with some indescribable energy fluctuation. An elder with hair and beard as white as snow stood inside, his eyes vigilant and sharp. This is Cullen, the guardian of the royal treasure vault and a bloodline knight. Andre introduced. His family has guarded the royal treasury for generations, familiar with every treasure within. Ron nodded slightly to the elder, who returned with a respectful bow. Lord Ron, Cullen's voice was raspy. Prince Andre has already informed us of your purpose. The inheritance items for the crown breathing technique are ready. Please follow me. The three walked down a narrow corridor, with countless deep blue crystal lamps hanging on both sides of the wall, emitting a soft and mysterious glow. This lighting seemed to have been specially treated, capable of suppressing the energy fluctuations emitted by certain treasures, preventing interference among them. At the end of the corridor was a spacious circular hall, surrounded by dozens of cabinets and display stands, each protected by a specially made energy barrier. In the center of the hall was a gigantic crystal ball, emitting a faint golden glow, seemingly monitoring the energy balance of the entire treasure vault. This is the core area of the royal treasure vault, Cullen explained. The extraordinary items collected by the royal family over the ages are stored here, with some even tracing back to the very founding of the royal family. Ron's gaze swept over those exhibits, slightly surprised in his heart. The Farouk royal family's collection was indeed vast, far exceeding his expectations. Some items emitted obvious extraordinary energy fluctuations, their value already considerable. The inheritance of the crown breathing technique is right here. Cullen led the two to a specially crafted display stand on one side of the hall. Displayed on the stand were three items: an ancient parchment book, a golden circular badge, and two small crystal statues. The statues appeared to be humanoid, but had become blurry due to the age. This is the original manuscript of the crown breathing technique. Cullen pointed to the book. said to be written by the first-generation Crown Knight himself. Detailing all 4 stages of the cultivation methods, Ron could sense the weak energy fluctuations emanating from the book, clearly specially treated to resist the erosion of time. This badge is the Sun Badge. Cullen continued to introduce. It is said to have the ability to guide and purify sun energy, an essential item for the advanced stages of cultivating the crown breathing technique. Finally, the elder pointed to the small crystal statue. This is the most precious item, the ancestral puppet, which is said to contain the movement memory and energy imprint of the first-generation Crown Knight. Ron's eyes were immediately drawn to this unassuming statue. He could feel that the energy fluctuation emitted by this small object was completely out of proportion to its appearance. The kind of energy was ancient and pure, as if it had traversed endless time while still maintaining a certain primal vitality. "May I take a closer look?" Ron inquired, his gaze never leaving the statue. Cullen hesitated for a moment and looked toward Andre. The latter nodded slightly, and only then did the elderly man cautiously remove the protective barrier. He placed the statue on a specially made tray and handed it to Ron. Ron carefully took the tray and immediately performed extraordinary recognition to deeply probe the energy composition of this mysterious statue. As his spiritual power seeped in, an astonishing discovery emerged in his consciousness. Inside this seemingly ordinary statue lay a highly complex energy core. The core emitted a golden yellow light, like a miniature sun. The internal energy circuit was unimaginably intricate and was evidently the masterpiece of an alchemist. What intrigued him most was that the energy traits contained within this core were remarkably similar to the incomplete sun's protection within his body. Ron's heartbeat involuntarily sped up. He immediately realized the significance of this discovery. The final stage of the crown breathing technique mentions a key condition: the cultivator must possess a complete sun's protection, Ron slowly said. His eyes still locked on the statue, but as far as I know, this trait is extremely rare and can almost only appear within the royal bloodline. Andre nodded in agreement. Indeed, our royal ancestors once received the blessing of the sun god, a blessing that was passed down in the form of sun's protection, but with the generations, this trait has become increasingly diluted. Now, very few people can exhibit a complete sun's protection. Ron's gaze shifted from the statue to Andre. This ancestral puppet, I can sense it contains the initial, purest energy imprint of sun's protection. Andre's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. You're saying the energy core within this puppet is very likely the sun essence extracted from the bloodline of the first-generation Crown Knight, used to record and pass down the most authentic cultivation posture. Andre and Cullen both looked at Ron in astonishment, clearly not expecting him to uncover this secret so swiftly. Ron Wizard indeed has keen insight. This is indeed one of our royal family's most treasured secrets. Legend has it that when the first-generation Crown Knight created this breathing technique, to ensure future generations could master the most correct posture, he deliberately sealed part of his soul and bloodline essence into this puppet, forming a permanent memory imprint. Ron examined the precious puppet closely, his mind swirling with thoughts. If he could extract the sun essence from the puppet and fuse with the incomplete sun's protection obtained through his breathing technique, theoretically he could gain the complete trait and thereby meet the key condition of the final stage of the crown breathing technique. Yet, this process is extremely dangerous, as the fusion of external essence with one's own traits could, if handled carelessly, lead to the collapse of one's soul structure. Ron carefully observed the two puppets. Although they appeared almost identical on the surface, their energy fluctuations had subtle differences, like two different renditions of the same piece of music. The puppet on the left emitted a more intense energy, akin to a blazing flame, as if a miniature sun was sealed within. While the puppet on the right was more restrained and peaceful, with energy fluctuation rhythms that adhered more closely to the natural laws of the sun's operation, like the warm sunshine of a spring day, soothing without being scorching. These two puppets represent the two different cultivation philosophies of the crown breathing technique, Andre slowly explained, his voice tinged with a trace of yearning and reverence for the power of his ancestors. The one on the left leans towards eruption and conquest, representing the path of conquest, which involves forcefully harnessing sun energy to obtain extreme power in a short time. The one on the right represents the path of coexistence, achieving a more lasting and stable power enhancement through harmonious coexistence with sun energy. So that's how it is. Ron turned to Andre, calculated for a moment and said, Andre, I hope to take the puppet on the right and a crown badge as the foundation for an in-depth study of the crown breathing technique. In exchange, he took a carefully sealed wooden box from his spatial bag. He opened the box cautiously. Inside were 12 bottles arranged neatly, each emitting a faint golden glow with nearly perfect energy fluctuations. This is my improved version of the bloodline activation potion, meticulously modulated and balanced, which enhances the effect by at least 30% over the version you used back then, with side effects reduced by 40%. It incorporates part of the traits from your bloodline. Purification, significantly boosting the success rate and bloodline purity. Ron's voice was calm, but there was a glint of pride in his eyes over his creation. The activation success rate is roughly around 70%. You can use this as a heritage item, ensuring that each generation can stably produce a bloodline knight of the red blood flying dragon, securing your bloodline's prowess for at least 300 to 400 years. Andre's eyes lit up, his golden pupils slightly expanding with excitement. He knew all too well what this meant. Being able to stably produce official knights with the red blood flying dragon bloodline for future generations is the most stable foundation. To maintain rule. Deal, Andre agreed without hesitation, his tone revealing undisguised joy. I will make a copy of the crown breathing technique manuscript for you, along with this ancestral puppet symbolizing the path of coexistence and the crown badge. He turned to Kulon and instructed directly. Start the duplication work tonight, ensuring that every detail is accurate. Kulon hesitated, a glint of doubt flashing in the elder's eyes. But under Andre's determined gaze, he ultimately nodded silently and turned to arrange the duplication of the manuscript. The royal suite, located in the quietest corner of the east wing of the palace, is a luxurious residence prepared specially for noble guests. Crystal chandeliers hung from the towering ceiling, casting a soft glow that illuminated the exquisite furniture and tapestries. A huge four-poster bed occupied the center of the bedroom, with sheets made of the finest silk, feeling smooth like flowing water upon touch. But such luxury was just a cloud to Ron. His full attention was focused on the mysterious crystal puppet. He carefully placed the puppet within a specially prepared energy isolation array. A blue light curtain immediately surrounded it, blocking external energy interference. Then Ron began a deep, extraordinary recognition, his spiritual power acting like dense probes, slowly penetrating every corner of the puppet. As the spiritual power delved deeper, the internal structure of the puppet gradually became clear in Ron's consciousness, like a detailed three-dimensional map. The core was indeed, as he thought, a sun essence, containing the meticulously extracted bloodline essence of the first-generation Crown Knight. But Ron felt a bit disappointed that, after ages of erosion, the surface of this condensed stone had formed a sturdy energy shell. This shell was almost fused with the internal essence, like a heavy rust coating precious metal. Extracting a pure sun essence would require extremely precise equipment, which his current spatial bag's simple alchemy furnace could hardly purify effectively. Ron's fingers gently tapped on the table, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Perhaps only when reaching the crystal tower, with more advanced equipment and a more comprehensive knowledge system, can I attempt such a high-difficulty purification. Although unable to immediately utilize the condensed stone to complete his own deficient sun's protection, Ron did not feel disheartened. In comparison, the ultimate stage cultivation method of the crown breathing technique was more worth his current effort in research. He opened the manuscript, carefully unfolding the first page. The text on it was not ordinary text, but a kind of special rune. These runes were a unique recording method, only completely understood by those with a certain degree of sun's protection. As he infused his spiritual power, the runes on the manuscript began to slightly glow, forming a peculiar resonance between him and the manuscript. Those originally obscure runes gradually became clear, turning into vivid cultivation illustrations and detailed explanations. Information surged into Ron's consciousness like a tide, giving him a sensation of sudden enlightenment. So that's it. The ultimate stage of the crown breathing technique is called the Wheel of Radiance. As he delved deeper into the reading, Ron gradually understood the complete system of this breathing technique. Previously, he had only mastered the basic parts, but now, the full picture of the system finally unfolded before him. The crown breathing technique is divided into 4 stages, each with its unique goals and cultivation methods. The first stage, body tempering and refining, strengthens the body through special breathing techniques and postures, combined with body refining scorching oil, to prepare for bearing more powerful energies. The spiritual communication of the second stage builds upon the first stage, further establishing the initial connection between consciousness and sun energy, allowing the cultivator to perceive and guide a trace amount of sun energy. A bloodline activation of the third stage maintains the activated state through magma dew, constructing a bloodline circuit within the body, enabling sun energy to circulate and form an initial sun system. And the final fourth stage, Wheel of Radiance, integrates the achievements of the first 3 stages to construct a complete miniature, fixed star system, enabling the cultivator not only to guide sun energy, but also to purify, strengthen, and form it. Once the preliminary balance of the fixed star system is achieved, one can become a crown knight, rivaling morning star-level wizards. There is also a supreme realm, merely conceptualized, known as the body as the sun. No wonder crown knights are so rare in history. Ron's eyes sparkled with amazement. The path demands extremely high requirements for bloodline and talent. Without complete sun's protection, it's impossible to commence the final stage of cultivation. The final form of the crown knight, the Wheel of Radiance, is divided into 3 essential steps. First is solar essence, using special breathing techniques and postures to generate a unique resonance between the body's sun's protection and the sun in the sky, forming an energy resonance circuit, acquiring a continuous influx of sun energy. Next is bone and blood melting, channeling sun energy into bones and blood, enhancing and transforming the body comprehensively, so that it can bear more sun energy, and simultaneously turning body parts into storage and transformation centers for sun energy. The last is radiant configuration, constructing a miniature, fixed star system within the body. This system comprises dozens of energy nodes forming a complex network. Upon construction, the cultivator can skillfully wield sun energy as if manipulating their limbs, forming a special energy outer layer, the crown armor. This layer of armor is both a formidable defense and a terrifying weapon. Crown armor, it's not just a means of protection but a symbol of power. Ron continued reading, his eyes glowing brighter. It can withstand most physical attacks while converting parts of energy attacks into own power, creating a positive cycle. What he had earlier mastered, the Corona swordsmanship, was merely a foundational part of this system, focusing on external moves and footwork. The current manuscript elucidated the true core aspects on how to perfectly integrate sun energy into every move, imbuing each strike with the power of the sun. So that's it. It's not that the moves are complex, but that the use of energy requires such precise control. No wonder most wizards show little interest in breathing techniques. Ron pondered, a glimpse of understanding crossing his eyes. The time cost and energy investment required for this path are truly too high. In the world of wizards, time and energy are the most precious resources. For a regular wizard needs immediate combat ability. They could directly modulate the bloodline of slaves to create exclusive combat puppets. There's no need to spend over a decade cultivating an unconventional knight's path. Wizards pursue the shortest routes to knowledge and power, and though the crown breathing technique is powerful, it is overly roundabout. Only those unable to advance further along the wizard's path would attempt this arduous knight's road. But for me, this is a perfect opportunity. The final part of the manuscript recorded some failed cases and warnings. Some cultivators were too eager for success, forcibly wielding sun energy beyond their capacity, resulting in energy outburst, at best leading to severe injuries, at worst turning to ashes. Some made errors while constructing the fixed star system, causing energy circuits to become chaotic, turning them into walking high-energy bombs, ready to explode at any moment. It is evident there are no shortcuts in the extraordinary world. Every ounce of power must be exchanged with equivalent risk and effort. As night deepened, Ron remained immersed in the manuscript, tireless. For a seeker of knowledge, nothing is more exciting than discovering new power systems. The footsteps of guards outside had changed thrice, the moon outside quietly sinking west, yet Ron had no intention of resting. As an official wizard, his mental state far surpassed ordinary people's, easily staying awake for days on end. After lunch the next day, Ron decided it was time to depart from the kingdom. Were the treasure's harvest satisfactory? Andre asked, leading him to a specially prepared drawing room. Quite so, Ron nodded. The manuscript of the crown breathing technique was more detailed than I imagined. And that ancestral puppet was indeed useful to me. The two settled in the spacious drawing room, as attendants served meticulously prepared refreshments before withdrawing, leaving the two old friends alone. Honestly, I really envy you. Andre raised his teacup, gazing through the window into the distance. To keep moving forward, always pursuing higher realms. Ron looked at Andre, the once fallen prince now gradually transforming into the ruler of a nation, with no trace of the hesitation and timidity from the past. Everyone has things they ought to do, he said calmly. Your mission is to govern the kingdom and continue the royal lineage. My path is to explore the unknown and seek the essence. Andre sighed softly. Rationally, I understand that it's just. He paused, his eyes flickering with an almost imperceptible melancholy. After this farewell, I might never see you again in this life. Ron was slightly stunned and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Indeed, for a mortal, a few decades is a lifetime. Yet for an official wizard, this is just a brief chapter in a long life. Seeing this, Andre shook his head and sighed softly. I guess I was right. Someone like you probably rarely looks back at these mundane memories. Do you? Saying this, the young man with golden hair suddenly laughed. That carefree laughter was like returning to their youth when they first met. It's okay, I know it's a hard question to answer. I just have one request. He paused, his gaze turning uncharacteristically serious. If one day I become a handful of dust, I hope you might take the time to visit my grave. At that time, who knows what the Faruk kingdom would look like? Ron took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. I promise you, Andre. No matter how long it takes, I will come back. To see your kingdom, to visit your grave. Andre smiled contentedly, the worry in his eyes dispelled. That's good. Before that, I'll strive to make the Faruk kingdom stronger, so when you return, you will be amazed. The two exchanged a smile, temporarily forgetting the vast difference in the length of their lives, simply enjoying their rare friendship. It's getting late, I should set off. Next time I return, it might be after everything has ended. He stood up, a wave of indescribable emotion rising in his heart. Andre was silent for a moment, his gaze turning to the increasingly dark sky outside the window. And what does it mean for something to end? Perhaps in 1,000 years, after all, none of us can live that long. Upon hearing this, Andre's lips curled into a bittersweet smile. You might last that long, but I'm afraid I'll become dust within a century. His gaze shifted to Ron, the golden vertical pupils glimmering with complex emotions. When you walk the world 1,000 years from now, my descendants might only revere you as a legend. Ron did not immediately respond, his gaze passed Andre, landing on the family crest on the wall. The golden crown badge gleamed resplendently under the light like a silent witness. Even a millennium will eventually come to an end, eventually. Finally, he slowly spoke, his tone carrying a weariness beyond his years. But some things are eternal, such as memories and promises. Andre was somewhat moved, then soon returned to his original expression. I hope so. Then farewell. The black-robed wizard began to walk, speaking lightly. Andre took a deep breath and then formally performed a night salute. May the stars guide your path, may fate favor your journey. Ron returned the gesture with a wizard's salute, right hand over his chest, a slight nod. May sunlight shine upon your kingdom, may your offspring carry on your glory. They exchanged one final smile, a tacit understanding and camaraderie conveyed without words. Ron turned and left, his long robe fluttering slightly behind him like a black sail setting off for a long voyage. Andre stood in place, watching the friend who had changed his destiny leave, his eyes filled with both reluctance and expectation. He knew this might be the last time in his life he would see him, but this friendship, this intersection, would forever remain in his memory, becoming one of his most treasured possessions. The black-robed wizard waved backward, not turning back again. He walked out of the royal palace gates, where Aelin had already prepared a carriage. The tree spirit sensitively detected the master's emotional fluctuations, but wisely refrained from inquiring, just respectfully opening the car door. The carriage slowly moved into the thick haze, gradually disappearing on the distant horizon. Ron's hands folded, playing with the crown badge in his palm, his thoughts already drifting to that unknown future land. The Crystal Tower, the center of the wizard world, was about to welcome an extraordinary visitor. Time flies, the world changes like tides. He mused to himself, gazing through the car window at the endless fields and the blurry mountains in the distance. When I return here again, everything on this land will probably have long changed beyond recognition. A peculiar sense of loneliness enveloped him, a melancholy unique to those with long lifespans. But soon his eyes regained their determination. This is the path I have chosen for myself. Ron took a deep breath, a flash of resolve in his eyes. No matter how many thorns and fog lie ahead, I will clear them all. The carriage continued forward, carrying the young wizard to the next chapter of his destiny. And behind him were memories and attachments that time would gradually blur, as well as family and friendships destined to not journey together. This is the fate of a wizard pursuing eternity and truth, yet having to accept the transience of all coexistences. The Sky Harbor of the Black Mist Jungle is entirely different from a typical port. There are no tumultuous waves, no bustling cargo ships, only a vast platform protected by a special energy barrier with several large sky airships docked on it. These airships vary in appearance, some resembling a huge metallic fish, with a surface covered in shiny scales, able to freely change posture in the sky. Others look like ancient sailboats, but instead of canvas sails, their masts are adorned with translucent crystals that automatically adjust angles, constantly collecting and transforming high-altitude magic airflow. Yet, the most eye-catching at the moment is a massive airship slowly descending, stirring up a circle of dust. Unlike ordinary airships, this one is entirely silver-white, with a streamlined hull like a fish, and a pair of giant translucent wing membranes on either side, gently vibrating like biological wings. The surface of the hull is covered with a complex network of runes, glowing faint blue under the sunlight. Flying dragon-level commercial cruiser, Dawnwalker. Ron stood on the edge of the square, squinting slightly to scrutinize the giant airship, evaluating it silently in his heart. This level of airship usually operates only on major routes and rarely visits a remote area like the Black Mist Jungle. Being able to come for rescue in such an urgent situation, obviously, the school must have paid a considerable price. The hatch at the bottom of the airship slowly opened, and a silver-white gangway extended downwards, eventually reaching the ground steadily. By the time Ron reached the gangway, quite a few school members had already gathered around the airship, coming to bid farewell to this silver giant ship. Among the crowd, he immediately spotted Lady Allen's slender figure, standing alone at the edge. "Madam, you came too." Ron quickly walked up, with a rare gentleness in his eyes. Lady Allen turned around, with a seldom-seen smile on her wrinkled face, but soon returned to her usual stern expression. Today she was wearing an unusually exquisite deep purple robe, which should be one of the few outfits she reserved for formal occasions. Her hair was meticulously styled, no longer the usual disheveled appearance. "Why, what's so surprising about a teacher sending off their student?" she said with her customary sarcastic tone, but deep in her voice, there was a trace of hard-to-conceal pride. "After all, I'm the one who led you onto the path of wizardry. This title can't be taken by others." Ron smiled subtly, his calm and composed expression rarely showing a hint of warmth. "Madam, without your guidance, I couldn't have reached this point so quickly." "Stop with the useless platitudes." Lady Allen waved her hand, but a flash of satisfaction crossed her eyes. "You, on the other hand, must be cautious when you reach the Central Lands. The atmosphere over there at the Crystal Tower is entirely different from the black mist jungle. On the surface, it seems harmonious, but underneath the serenity, currents run deep, conflicts abound. Her tone suddenly turned serious. Especially the people of the Crown clan, seeing you as a primordial wizard who can generate pure blessings, they might pounce on you like hungry wolves upon a fat sheep. They'll try to win you over, control you in various ways, so remain vigilant. Ron nodded slightly, taking the advice to heart. Lady Allen, hailing from the Crystal Tower, surely has a profound understanding of the situation there. As a primordial wizard, the blessings he generates are irresistibly attractive to those in power, which is both an advantage and a potential danger. And Lady Allen's voice suddenly softened, with rare hesitation. Lilia, that child, was nowhere to be found early this morning. I guess she doesn't want to face the farewell scene. Ron fell silent for a moment, with a wave stirring in his heart. Lilia has always been of such a quiet and sensitive disposition. Facing an impending separation, avoidance might be the best way she can handle it. Actually, with his current status, he could take Lilia along to the Central Lands. But Alan can already handle most of the assistant duties. On the other hand, regarding Lilia, he has deeper considerations. Although Lilia is diligent and eager to learn, her current growth rate indeed can't keep up with his pace. More importantly, the magic power concentration in the Central Lands far exceeds that of the Black Mist jungle. The air there is rich with high-purity magic, causing severe overload symptoms for those who haven't reached the advanced apprentice level over the long term. Mild symptoms include headache, dizziness, and insomnia, while severe ones could lead to magic circuit disorders and even permanent damage. Only those who have grown up in the Central Lands, the extraordinary tribes and wizard clan members, and after reaching the level of advanced apprentice, can adapt to the magic environment there. Currently, Lilia has not yet broken through to the intermediate apprentice, with a long way to the advanced apprentice. Taking her to the Central Lands would be more of a harm than an opportunity. Under Lady Allen's protection, she can progress step by step, which is the best arrangement for now. That child, although somewhat weak, has a pure heart, and is diligent and grounded. Lady Allen continued, with rare tenderness in her tone. I will guide her well, you needn't worry. I believe she will grow significantly under your supervision, Ron said sincerely. Lady Allen looked at the young wizard before her, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. There was pride in her student, but also regret for not reaching a higher level herself. She knew that this young man's future would far surpass her own, perhaps reaching the level she once yearned for but could not achieve. From now on, you must face the wider world alone. Her voice suddenly became solemn and dignified. The Central Lands not only possess the most advanced knowledge and the most powerful forces, but are also filled with various temptations and traps. She took a deep breath, continuing, do not sacrifice long-term freedom for momentary convenience, nor abandon true pursuit for illusory power. Remember your beginner's mind to understand the essence of this world. Ron bowed his head slightly, indicating respect and remembrance of these words. Time is getting late. Lady Allen glanced at the port. The airship is about to set sail. You should head back. She took out an exquisite scroll box from her bosom and handed it to Ron. This is my farewell gift, the magic potion formula for spirit dew. It can help you find yourself when lost in abyssal exploration or spiritual journeys. Ron took the scroll box, feeling a wave of emotion. He carefully placed the scroll box into his spatial bag and bowed deeply to Lady Allen. May wisdom be with you. This was the most solemn farewell among wizards, expressing his most sincere respect for his mentor. A gleam flashed in Lady Allen's eyes, but soon returned to her usual calm. She nodded gently and turned around. Go, don't look back, the road ahead is your true destination. Ron took one last look at the elderly woman before turning towards the port. This farewell might not see them reunite until he becomes a dark sun-level wizard or even a great wizard. When his silhouette disappeared into the cabin, Lady Allen finally let out a gentle sigh. She once had such an opportunity, standing at a higher point to overlook the world, but fate played tricks, and that door closed to her in the end. Now, she personally pushed her student towards that height she could not reach, hoping he could go further and see clearer. I hope you succeed, child, she murmured, her voice so light only she could hear. I hope you can reach the places I could not, stand on the peaks I could not climb. Perhaps one day, when you behold the world, you can tell me about the scenery there. Outside the gangway, a man in a navy blue uniform had been waiting for some time, embroidered with a delicate bird emblem, the symbol of the Airship Guild. Welcome aboard, wizard. The man stood at the bottom of the gangway, his voice tinged with respect. Please present your wizard badge so we can arrange the appropriate cabin for you. Ron stepped forward and took out the silver badge, flickering with faint light from his chest. Since signing his name in the wizard general record, this badge automatically activated as an unforgeable identifier of his official wizard status. The badge gleamed with unique energy fluctuation under the sun, a fluctuation that cannot be replicated by any means. The strictest identity certification in the wizard world. The badge's design was a violin shimmering with eerie black light, symbolizing his current most powerful attack magic. The reception staff took the badge, his hands slightly trembling. He carefully placed the badge on a specially designed verification device, which immediately emitted a soft blue light, affirming the badge's authenticity. Wizard Ron Ralph, your identity has been confirmed. The reception staff immediately bowed respectfully, his voice filled with awe. The cabin map shows we have prepared cabin No. 3 on level for you, our highest single suite. Ron nodded slightly, his expression calm, but a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. The reception staff seemed to have noticed his puzzlement and explained. Wizard Ron, this was especially arranged by Vice Dean Hayek. He personally contacted the Airship Guild headquarters, requesting the best cabin for you. Ron realized this, a barely perceptible smile curling his lips. This was evidently a special care from the school. An investment for his future. Wizard Ron, your ticket and cabin key. The attendee respectfully handed over a crystal card and a delicate silver key. Although you already know the relevant rules, I still need to remind you the Dawnwalker mainly carries various valuable cargoes. Wizards ride for free in exchange for providing protection in emergencies. Ron nodded slightly, this rule was well known. The sky route, though much safer than the sea route, was still fraught with dangers. The Airship Guild provides free ride service and luxurious cabins, while wizards protect the airship when attacked. A win-win cooperation model. If you protect the airship during the journey, besides waiving the basic ticket fee, you can also earn a certain percentage from the cargo. The specific percentage will be determined based on your level of contribution. The attendant continued to explain, eyes filled with anticipation, clearly hoping this young wizard would step forward in times of danger. Also, these are your itinerary details. He handed over a beautifully crafted parchment with elegant floral script detailing the itinerary. We will circle around the abyss along the main route to the Central Lands, making a brief stop at Abyssal Outpost No. 69 to refuel and rendezvous with another wizard. After passing through the glazed islands in the endless sea, we will officially reach the Central Lands. Barring any unexpected events, the entire journey is expected to take about a month. The Great Abyss is vast and boundless, surrounded by countless outposts, each with its own number. The Ashen Town that Lady Allen previously mentioned to me is the most special among all these outposts. Ron took the parchment and carefully browsed its contents. The flight route, stopovers, and estimated time, everything was meticulously arranged. The service tailored for official wizards was in stark contrast to his own experience as an apprentice, running around and enduring the hardships of travel. Ron Wizard, are there any other accompanying personnel? Do you need us to arrange accommodations for them? The reception staff asked respectfully. My tree spirit assistant, Alan, and these pieces of luggage. Ron indicated to the tree spirit Alan standing beside him, along with the neatly arranged boxes and bags. And a crystal vat, which contains my small sea race creature, requiring special care. The reception staff nodded and took note, immediately signaling to several staff members nearby to move the luggage, while taking out a small crystal whistle from his pocket and gently blowing it. Moments later, several tall and strong half-beastmen appeared. These are our professional movers. They will ensure all your items are safely delivered to your cabin. The reception staff explained. Meanwhile, please allow me to briefly introduce the facilities on the airship. Ron nodded for him to continue. The Dawnwalker has 3 decks. Deck A is the VIP area, equipped with a private dining room, meditation room, and a small laboratory designed specifically for official wizards. Deck B is for regular passengers and public areas. Deck C is for cargo and the mechanical zone. Additionally, the observation deck on top of the airship is open all day. You can go there anytime to enjoy the starry sky. The reception staff explained in detail. Breakfast is served in the dining room daily from 7 to 9 a.m. Lunch is from 12 to 2 p.m. And dinner is from 6 to 8 p.m. Of course, if you have special needs, you can notify the service crystal inside the cabin at any time, and we will make special arrangements for you. Inside the airship was much more spacious than it appeared from the outside, clearly using some kind of spatial expansion magic. The corridors were wide and bright, with glowing crystals embedded on both sides, providing soft lighting that wasn't harsh on the eyes. The floor was made of some kind of translucent crystalline material, with a slight elasticity underfoot, each step resonating with faint energy fluctuations, creating a comfortable feeling. When Ron stepped into his suite, the sight before his eyes made him raise an eyebrow. This was hardly a simple cabin, it was more like a luxurious mobile apartment. Spacious living room, separate bedroom and study, and even a small experimental area equipped with basic alchemy tools and a simple set of magic potion equipment. The bookshelf near the window was filled with dozens of hardcover books covering various research fields, from the basic overview of elemental theory to the more profound plane boundary exploration. A small service crystal was placed on the bedside table, which could summon staff with a light touch. "Is there anything else you need, Ron Wizard?" The reception staff stood at the door, politely asking. "No, that's all for now. You go ahead and do your work," Ron replied casually. The reception staff bowed slightly and exited, gently closing the door. Only then did Ron relax, surveying this temporary home. He walked to the window, and through the large observation window, he could see the full view of the black mist jungle below. "Alan, start unpacking the luggage," Ron instructed casually. The tree spirit nodded, as the green vines began orderly taking items out of the boxes and arranging them. Just then, the hum of the airship's engine grew stronger, and the floor of the cabin vibrated slightly as if it were about to take off. On a nearby rooftop, a slender figure curled up, silently watching all this. Lilia hugged her knees tightly, tears silently streaming down her cheeks, soaking her gray-white apprentice robe. She dared not go down to bid farewell to Ron, fearing she couldn't control her emotions, and those buried feelings of attachment and reluctance would all be revealed. She watched the airship rise slowly into the sky, the silver hull gleaming in the sunlight like a giant fish leaping out of the water, swimming toward a vast sky. The runes on the hull glowed with blue light, and the twin wings at the stern spread like a giant mythological bird, imposing and mysterious. Lilia wiped away her tears, a newfound determination rising in her heart. Her fingers involuntarily clenched her robe, her knuckles whitening from the force. "One day I will catch up to your steps, stand by your side again, no longer just that apprentice who only records and organizes, but a partner able to explore the mysteries of knowledge with you." This promise was not spoken to anyone, but was a vow to herself. Her gaze followed the airship closely, until it became a dot on the horizon and finally disappeared into the clouds, as if swallowed by the tide of destiny. Pushing open the door of the herb store, the familiar scent of herbs wafted over, but the store was empty, devoid of the usual busy silhouette of Lilia. The bottles on the shelves were neatly arranged, the countertop spotless, everything seemed the same as usual, yet something seemed missing. Lady Allen walked straight to the inner chamber, pulled open a hidden drawer, and took out a yellowed map. It was a detailed map of the Jade Forest, marked with the traits of various areas and key locations. On the edges were her own annotations, indicating dangerous areas and the distribution of rare herbs. She murmured, her fingertips gently tracing the vast green area on the map. Her eyes full of contemplation. Rich in natural power, abundant in magic potion materials, and the apprentice competition isn't as fierce as it is at the Crystal Tower. This was not just a simple escape, it was a meticulously designed plan. In that land far from the influence of the Crystal Tower, she could develop her research more freely, while also providing Lilia a better environment for growth. There, the natural magic was not as intense as in the Central Lands, which would not overly burden Lilia's body, yet was much richer than the Black Mist jungle, enough to meet her gradually increasing needs. Her thoughts began to organize the travel plan in her mind. Starting from the Black Mist jungle, passing through the Snake Scale Swamp, it would take about 5 days. Then it's the outskirts of the Farrukh Kingdom, where it's relatively calm and they can rest a little. Moving southeast, crossing the Dragon Ridge mountain range, they would reach the edge of the Jade Forest. The entire journey would take a few months, and considering potential accidents and unforeseen needs, preparing half a year's worth of food and potions should be enough. Crystal coins and magic stone fragments should also be brought in abundance to handle any emergencies on the road. As for the precious magic potion equipment and materials, take what can be carried, seal up what can't, and consider retrieving them once the situation stabilizes in the future. The most important thing is ensuring Lilia's safety. Although the child currently has only fair talents, her growth speed is anything but slow. And just like Ron returned the grace to her, perhaps Lilia can also be a comfort and support in her later years. A gentle look flashed in Lady Allen's eyes, an expression rarely seen on the stern old woman's face. Just as she was contemplating the details of resource preparation, the doorbell jingled and someone entered. Lady Allen quickly looked up, hoping to see Lilia's figure, but it was Uni who came in. Today, the purple-eyed witch was wearing a simple gray robe, her silver-white hair neatly tied back, appearing more composed than usual. On the face that often maintained an elegant smile, there was now a rare seriousness. "Sorry to disturb you, Allen." Uni stood at the door, her eyes filled with a certain complex emotion. "I think we should have a good talk before you leave." Her gaze swept over the map spread on the table, a look of understanding flickered in her eyes. "It seems you've planned your itinerary well. The Jade Forest indeed is a good choice, away from the central land conflicts, and the resources are quite abundant." Lady Allen frowned slightly, but still gestured for Uni to sit down. Their relationship wasn't exactly intimate, but there was mutual respect. After all, in this remote school, female witches like them were already scarce. The two witches sat opposite each other in silence, only the fragrance of tea wafted in the air. The steam rose from the teacups, like the unspoken thoughts between them, swirling and dispersing. "You and Sauron seem to have recovered well." Lady Allen broke the silence first, her tone inquiring, examining Uni's face, which was much rosier than usual. Was it Ron's grace that took effect? Uni nodded, gratitude flashing in her purple eyes. "That pure power, it's indescribable. The years of accumulated spiritual contamination melted away like ice and snow in that moment." She paused, seemingly searching for the right words, her fingers gently stroking her cheek. "There used to be a dark scar caused by spiritual contamination, but now it had vanished without a trace. It felt like being thoroughly cleansed by warm sunlight, every fiber filled with vitality. I haven't felt so light and pure in a long time." Her voice carried an unmistakable longing, a sentiment every witch deeply consumed by spiritual contamination could understand. Spiritual contamination is like shackles on the soul, heavy and hard to shake off, while grace is the key to unlocking these shackles, restoring one's freedom. Impatience flashed in Lady Allen's eyes but quickly vanished, replaced by her usual coldness. "The grace of the primordial wizard has always been purer and more effective than that of ordinary wizards. It's not surprising." Her tone was calm, as if discussing an ordinary academic question, but her gaze betrayed her inner pride. After discussing Ron, the two witches fell into silence again. Outside the window, the wind from the Black Mist jungle rustled through the treetops. Uni suddenly spoke, her tone probing. "When are you planning to leave? We can offer you some extra help." Lady Allen pondered slightly, calculating various possibilities. "In 3 days, I need time to organize herbs and equipment and prepare sufficient supplies." Gaze fell once again on the map, her finger lightly tapping a few key locations. "If all goes well, we'll reach the edge of the Jade Forest within a month." The school will arrange for a few apprentices skilled in earth magic to accompany us. They'll be useful in the swamp areas. She paused briefly and quietly added, "This is the last assistance we can offer." Lady Allen raised an eyebrow. This news was clearly unexpected, and a wary glint passed through her sharp eyes. Hayek is actually being so accommodating. He doesn't need me to pay any price. Uni sighed, her voice tinged with a bit of helplessness and fatigue. You always make things too complicated. The deputy dean holds no malice towards you, on the contrary, he has always admired your talents. If it weren't for him and Master Valen defending you against all opposition back then, the Crystal Tower would have never agreed to let you come to the Black Mist jungle. Her tone carried a hint of reproach, like dealing with a stubborn old friend. They originally wanted to confine you in the secret prison of the Crystal Tower, until they could figure out what accident might come from you. Lady Allen fell silent for a moment. Yes, she knew the truth, but her pride never allowed her to admit that she owed a debt to anyone. Those deep green eyes flashed with a complex light, seemingly examining her past decisions and her current situation. As for the price, maybe the deputy dean is also waiting for your dear apprentice's future favor. After all, who wouldn't want to gain that pure power? Uni continued, her tone teasing, deliberately steering the conversation to avoid her embarrassment. Thank you for your kindness then. Lady Allen was silent for a while, then rarely expressed gratitude, her voice less sharp than usual. But I'm a bit worried about Lily now. The child has been missing since morning. I'm afraid she'll do something foolish. Uni's face showed a knowing smile. Don't worry, I saw her sitting alone on the East District rooftop. She'll naturally come back once she sorts out her emotions. Lady Allen gently nodded, a weight finally lifted from her heart. At least Lily was still within the school's area, so safety wasn't a concern. Uni stood up, her purple robe making a soft rustling sound as she moved. I should be going, there are still many things to handle. Her gaze fell on Lady Allen, carrying a mix of emotions. In any case, have a safe journey, Allen. Lady Allen nodded without further words. After Uni left, the herb store returned to silence. The old woman stood by the window, looking at the gradually darkening sky outside. Her mind filled with countless thoughts. Over 100 years spent here, and now about to leave, she felt a bit reluctant. Night had fallen, inside the newly built makeshift meeting room. Hayek sat at the head of the table, with a cup of deep red stimulant drink before him. His face looked more haggard than usual, the shadows under his eyes indicating he hadn't rested well in a long time. Sauron sat on his left, holding a roll of parchment which recorded the school's recent observational data. Even though his injuries had improved, the fatigue from having faced death's edge hadn't completely dissipated. Uni sat on the right, her long white and purple hair tied at the back. At this moment, she was focused on the magic projection floating in the center of the table. It was a three-dimensional map of the Black Mist jungle, marked with various colored light spots representing different types of energy anomaly zones. The situation is worse than we expected. Hayek sighed, gently using his fingers to manipulate the projection, enlarging a particularly bright red area. The energy leakage in the altar area has already affected the peripheral defense arrays, and cracks are appearing on the energy barriers in the South District and West District. Sauron nodded, his expression grave. I've already arranged for personnel to reinforce the crucial nodes, but that's only a stopgap. The seal on the bloodline altar is completely shattered, and abyssal energy is continuously flooding in. We can't solve the problem at its core. How's the evacuation work going? Hayek asked, his gaze shifting from Sauron to Uni. 80% has been evacuated. Uni replied, her voice carrying fatigue. We estimate it'll take another week to complete the basic evacuation, but even so, the vast amount of knowledge and equipment accumulated by the school can't be taken all. She paused for a moment, a look of regret flickering in her purple eyes. Centuries of accumulation, just going to waste like that. Hayek's expression grew heavier, but his tone was exceptionally firm, preserving Perso. And Nell is the primary task. Knowledge and equipment can be rebuilt, but once talents are lost, they are hard to recover. Sauron suddenly spoke, the topic seemingly a bit abrupt. Speaking of talents, Alan is preparing to leave for the Jade Forest in 3 days. Hayek slightly raised an eyebrow but wasn't surprised. I've already approved her request. The school will dispatch an escort team to ensure her and that female student's safe passage through the snake-scale swamp. His voice was calm, yet a complex emotion showed in his eyes. Alan is advanced in years and should be properly protected. You still hold sympathy for her, even after all this time. Sauron's gaze carried inquiry. Back then, she acted against the Crystal Tower so boldly, even openly defying a Dark Sun-level wizard. If it weren't for you and Master Valen stepping in, she might have been long gone. At that time, Alan was overly arrogant, intoxicated by her own talent. She thought she could ignore the rules and directly challenge authority just through her abilities. His gaze turned distant, as if recalling a story long past. But I admire her talent and courage, even if they manifested in a kind of reckless self-destruction. Yet she never appreciated your help. Sauron spoke softly, his voice tinged with some resentment. She even maintained hostility towards you the whole time. Alan's pride does not allow her to admit her past mistakes, nor does it permit her to express gratitude to anyone. Hayek shook his head slightly, his tone devoid of rebuke. That's her nature, just like flames forever burning upwards, the strong forever longing to challenge higher places. It's an unchangeable trait. Uni softly coughed and joined the conversation. I went to see Alan this afternoon. She's already preparing to leave. The witch's purple eyes flashed with worry. She cares deeply about that student, Lilia, seemingly considering her a sort of legacy. Speaking of legacy, Sauron suddenly brought up a new topic, showing a rare smile. Ron left a gift for Holt before departing, a bottle of improved artificial stardew, which might soon allow him to reach the advanced apprentice spiritual power critical point. An exceptionally noble character, such young people are already very rare in today's wizard world. Hayek sighed, his eyes shimmering with appreciation. This trait of gratitude might be even more precious than his talent. The three wizards exchanged smiles, each seeing the admiration and anticipation for Ron in the other's eyes. In the 100-year history of the Black Mist School, it's rare for an apprentice to gain such unanimous recognition from multiple masters. How should we arrange the school's relocation this time? Uni returned to the main topic. Which apprentices are worthy of being taken to the Central Lands? Hayek pondered for a moment, his gaze falling on the projected lights representing each apprentice. The top 10 in the candidate wizard sequence must be taken, especially Holt, whose earth element talent is considered top-notch within the entire school. Others, if they have their own specialties, can also be included. Then it's decided. Seeing no objections from the two, he summarized. The top 10 of the candidate wizard sequence, along with advanced apprentices who have particularly outstanding performances in various disciplines, totaling no more than 30 people. The remaining personnel will be dismissed locally. We will ensure they are well accommodated and have destinations. After all, although the Black Mist School is a marginal school, it has always adhered to the basic principles of the wizard world. He paused, a trace of complex emotion flashing in his eyes. As for the knowledge and equipment that cannot be taken, preserve what can be stored, to be retrieved when possible in the future. What cannot be preserved must be abandoned. This decision left the three present feeling somewhat heavy-hearted, but they all understood that, given the current situation, this was already the best option. The abyssal contamination of the Black Mist jungle is already irreversible. Insisting on salvaging those material assets would only lead to more casualties. By the way, Sauron, Hayek suddenly remembered something, turning to his colleague on the left. You mentioned before about exchanging merit points and life-saving grace to reward Ron. What did you end up giving him? Sauron coughed, suddenly teasing and keeping a secret. That item, I can only reveal that it's a long unused device from the school. As for what it is, you can guess. The Dawnwalker airship breaks through the clouds, its silver hull shimmering brightly in the sunlight, like a giant dragon cruising through the sky. The wing membranes on either side of the ship gently stretch and tremble slightly with the air currents. The propulsion crystals at the bottom of the hull emit a soft blue light, continuously converting complex energy into steady forward momentum. Ron stands on the observation deck, overlooking the changing sea of clouds below. Though the stars are invisible during the day, it does not hinder him from feeling the grace of star projection. The energy from the depths of the universe still flows into his body incessantly, though the absorption efficiency is somewhat lower compared to nighttime. It's been a week since leaving the Black Mist jungle, and the airship has maintained a stable speed, heading towards Town 69. This is one of the essential stopovers on the route from the Black Mist jungle to the Central Lands, crucial for refueling and resupplying. Besides Ron, a few other passengers on the deck are also enjoying the scenery. Most of them are merchants or nobles, dressed in exquisite clothing and occasionally exchanging a few words, their laughter carried away by the wind. As Ron approaches, their conversations inevitably quiet down, their eyes reflecting a subtle awe and curiosity. Is that the official wizard from the Black Mist jungle? A young noble quietly asks his companion, his voice full of curiosity. He looks so young, even younger than me. SHH, keep your voice down. His friend warns, a cautious look in his eyes. Wizards have hearing far superior to ordinary people, and they bear grudges easily. I once saw a merchant who ended up growing a pig's tail overnight after talking about a wizard's attire behind their back. It lasted for 3 whole months before disappearing. The young noble immediately closes his mouth, a look of terror on his face as he quickly walks to the other side of the deck, as if this could avoid Ron's attention. This reaction brings a slight smile to Ron's lips. Since becoming an official wizard, he has increasingly been able to sense the subtle changes brought about by this identity. Just standing there can change the atmosphere around him. As his thoughts swirl, Ron senses a familiar energy fluctuation coming from behind. Alan appears silently beside him, her green vine-like body glistening healthily in the sunlight. Master Dale has woken up. Alan reports softly, her voice like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves. She's been saying lately how much she likes the environment of the new crystal vat, saying the water there is clearer and more comfortable than in the old vat. Ron nods, feeling delighted. The new crystal vat prepared for Dale on the airship is twice as large as the previous one. Inside, there's an alchemy device simulating an underwater environment, capable of creating various water currents and light effects, allowing the little sea siren to experience more changes and joy. Let's go and see her. Ron turns away from the observation deck and heads towards his suite. Returning to the suite, Dale is happily swimming in the new crystal vat. Her golden eyes light up immediately upon seeing Ron, her tail flapping the water and creating ripples. Master, she exclaims excitedly, her voice full of joy. This place is amazing. There's a special energy in the water that makes me feel very comfortable, just like swimming in the ocean. Ron smiles and nods, then walks over to the workbench on the other side of the room. Spread out there is a series of complex blueprints and design sketches, with a small crystal container on the edge, inside which hovers a faintly glowing fragment, emitting a weak but stable energy fluctuation. This is the precious gift he obtained from Sauron in exchange for merit points, and a life-saving favor, the complete blueprint of the simulation battle device, as well as a core containing the soul fragment of his old acquaintance, the weapon master Axa. This gift is more valuable than any money or material, as it provides a possibility, a vital tool that could significantly accelerate his training progress. Ron gave it much thought when choosing Sauron's reward. Other wizards might opt for precious materials, ancient spells, or rare magic potion formulas, but none were as meaningful as a system capable of continuously generating value. The simulation battle device precisely offers such a possibility. The simulation battle device was originally a large facility used by the Black Mist School to train apprentices, capable of creating various battle environments and opponents, allowing apprentices to gain combat experience under safe conditions. However, the school's device is bulky and requires multiple alchemists to maintain. Its high cost combined with the less-than-expected improvement effect made it fall out of favor over time. Ron's goal is to miniaturize this device, creating a portable version, a personal training field just for himself. In this way, he could engage in high-intensity realistic training anytime and anywhere, unrestricted by time and place. What is Master studying? Dale curiously pokes her head out from the crystal vat, her golden eyes fixed on the complex blueprints. A device that will allow me to train more efficiently. Ron explained simply, his fingers lightly tracing the intricate lines. If successful, I will be able to create simulated battle scenarios anywhere, to spar with various imaginary opponents. His thoughts returned to the combat phantoms he once faced in the simulation battle device, the sense of immersion, tension, and pressure incomparable to ordinary training. In the simulated environment, he could attempt various techniques and strategies that are too dangerous in reality without worrying about the cost of failure. As his strength increased, it became more and more difficult to find suitable opponents. Once this device is completed, it will be able to create opponents based on his needs with equal or even slightly stronger capability, providing him with continuous challenges and opportunities for growth. More importantly, in the original simulation battle device, he had felt that his skill experience points increased at a significantly faster rate, almost similar to the training rooms in games from his past life. If he could replicate and enhance this effect, it would greatly accelerate his growth. Ron picked up the crystal container and gently shook it, causing the soul fragment inside to sway and emit subtle energy fluctuations. This is Axe's soul fragment, the Tiger Race weapon master who had once sparred with him on the simulated battlefield. This was a bonus he secured after discussions with Sauron. He and Axe only had a mediocre friendship. Acquiring this core came at a cost, but was due to information Sauron once shared with him that Axe's soul actually shared the Crystal Tower's battle database. In other words, all the information and intelligence the opponent collected over 100 years from battles. With those geniuses in the Crystal Tower could be obtained by him. However, the simulation battle device currently has a core problem that needs to be solved. Creating those realistic environments and opponents consumes a lot of energy, and without an efficient energy recycling system, even a complete magic stone could not last long. The reason the school's devices are so expensive to use is precisely because of excessive energy consumption. A more efficient energy recycling structure needs to be designed. Ron thought, lightly tapping his finger on the blueprint. Perhaps the energy layering technology of the flowing shield wall can be used to create a multi-level energy conversion network. How long until 69 Town? He suddenly asked, breaking his thoughts and looking up at the window. According to the broadcast, about 3 hours. Alan replied, vines gently swaying. We just crossed the gray mist mountain range and are now flying over the ashen plains. Ron nodded, deciding to use this time to continue refining his design. He needs to procure some special materials while the airship docks at 69 Town, particularly crystal stones to stabilize the soul fragments and conductive metals for the energy recycling structure. Time ticked by, and the scenery outside the window gradually changed from the dusky plains to countryside dotted with sparse buildings. In the distance, the outline of 69 Town began to emerge, an ancient town surrounded by high walls, its buildings mostly constructed from gray stones that shimmered with a subtle metallic luster under the sunlight. Respected passengers, we are about to arrive at the 69th Abyssal Outpost. The broadcast sounded again. The airship will dock for 2 days for refueling and equipment maintenance. Passengers may disembark and explore freely, but please be aware that the area around the 69th Abyssal Outpost is tainted with abyssal aura. It is advised not to stray too far from the gathering place. Thank you for your cooperation. Ron put away the blueprints and materials, organizing his gear. Town is not only a supply station, but also his first stop in deep exploration of the abyss. Some of the abyssal specialties here are much cheaper since they originate from the source. He plans to use these 2 days to find materials needed to construct the simulation battle device and gather some first-hand information about the abyss. Dale Alan, I'm going to disembark for some scouting. Ron stood up, his voice calm. Try to stay in the cabin and avoid going out unnecessarily. The docking tower of the 69th Abyssal Outpost stood about 1 kilometer outside the city gate, a stone structure about 100 meters high. The top is equipped with a large platform and anchoring devices, designed specifically for airship docking. The entire tower is gray-black, its surface engraved with protective runes, glimmering faintly blue under the sunlight. These are meant to resist the erosion of abyssal energy and ensure safety during airship docking. The Dawnwalker slowly landed on the docking tower's top, its side wing membranes retracting, the light of the propulsion crystals gradually dimming until extinguished. Several uniformed staff members immediately approached, skillfully connecting the ship to the anchoring post, ensuring the airship wouldn't be displaced by wind during its stay. Ron stood at the airship's exit, waiting for the gangway to be lowered. He wore a simple black robe, with a silver insignia displayed on his chest as a mark of identity. A small spatial bag hung at his waist, containing necessary items and some magic stone fragments for trade. When the gangway made contact with the docking tower's top platform, a wind mixed with dust and some peculiar scent brushed Ron's face. The scent was neither purely abyssal energy nor the ordinary smell of dust. It was a unique hybrid, carrying the subtle aroma of metal and sulfur, characteristic of 69 Town's air composition. Ron walked down the gangway slowly, feeling a subtle energy fluctuation transmitted from the ground as soon as his foot touched the platform. This was the special resonance produced by the fusion of abyssal aura and surface world magic power, imperceptible to ordinary people, but clear to a wizard like Ron. Many passengers were already moving about on the docking tower platform, mostly merchants or adventurers, familiar with 69 Town and appearing well-practiced. Several uniformed staff members were guiding passengers, providing them with information about the duration of the stop and important notices. Ron walked to the edge of the platform, overlooking the entire 69 Town. From this height, the whole town presented a unique gray-black tone, like a massive ink stone embedded in the earth. The town walls stood about 20 meters high, built of some special stone that shimmered with a faint elegance. The buildings inside were mostly square stone structures, neatly arranged on both sides of winding streets, chimneys standing tall, with wisps of gray smoke occasionally rising and blending with the clouds in the sky. The first impression of the town was solidity and defensiveness, but if looked closely, one could spot the vitality it contained. There was an endless stream of caravans at the gate, a bustling marketplace, and in the distance, some sizable workshops were operating, emitting various energy lights. "Is this your first time in 69 Town, wizard?" A heavily accented voice came from behind. Ron turned around and saw a short, middle-aged man with unnaturally gray skin. The man wore a simple gray-brown robe, with a string of small, colorful bottles hanging at his waist. His eyes displayed a peculiar silvery gray shade, with a faint purple halo around the pupils, clearly the result of long-term abyss influence. "Yes, this is my first visit." Ron's voice held neither hostility nor friendliness. It was merely a factual statement. "I am the local guide, Ethan." The man slightly bowed, making an exaggerated salute. "If the wizard desires assistance, I can provide the most professional guiding services and ensure your stay in 69 Town is both safe and delightful." Ron scrutinized the guide, claiming to be Ethan, judging from his breath and temperature. He was indeed a living person rather than some disguised abyss creature. Although his eyes showed traces of abyss influence, his mind seemed relatively clear, without obvious madness or hostility. However, judging by the fluctuation of aura from the other party, his physical fitness had reached at least the level of a knight squire. But considering the special environment of the Abyss Edge, such prowess was everywhere, perhaps not surprising at all. "How well do you know 69 Town?" Ron asked, his gaze sharp as a blade. "I've lived here for 32 years, born and raised." Ethan replied proudly, patting his chest. "I know every street, every shop, even every stone in 69 Town. Whether you are seeking materials, information, or want to experience some special services, I can take you to the best places." He lowered his voice for the last sentence. A crafty glint flashed in his eyes. Ron slightly raised his eyebrows, but was not surprised. Such border towns are often breeding grounds for various gray transactions. "I need some extraordinary materials," he said directly, taking a piece of parchment from his spatial bag, listing a series of items. Mainly abyss minerals for alchemy and device construction, and some special crystal stones to stabilize soul fragments. Ethan took the list, quickly glanced at it. A hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes, but then he nodded. "Most of these things can be found in the Abyssal Bazaar. The rest require going to the shadow area to find specific merchants. Given the wizard's identity, acquiring these should not be difficult, although the price might be higher. Price is not an issue. As an official wizard and professional alchemist, he had accumulated considerable wealth, enough to indulge a little in a place like 69 Town. Then, when do we set off? Ethan eagerly asked, his eyes sparkling with the reward soon to be received. Ron looked to the sky, the sun not yet at its peak, time was still early. Let's go now. My stay in 69 Town is limited, I need to finish the procurement soon. Ethan was delighted, immediately making a pleased gesture towards the docking tower's exit. This way, wizard. We can take the suspension car down the tower. It will save a lot of time. The suspension car is a special transportation tool connecting the docking tower to the ground, similar to a simple crane, capable of quickly moving up and down along fixed tracks, much more convenient than walking the spiral staircase inside the tower. Ron followed Ethan to the suspension car station at the edge of the tower, boarding a small crane. The vehicle was made of some dark metal, with simple seats inside, seeming to have been used for a long time but well maintained and running smoothly. Ethan skillfully operated the control lever, and the suspension car slowly started, gliding down along the fixed track. Through the window, Ron could see the internal structure of the docking tower, layers of metal frames, intertwining pipelines, and occasionally flashing magic crystal lamps. This docking tower was built about 200 years ago. Ethan introduced proactively, with a tone of local pride. The wizards at the time discovered the town's unique geographical location suited as an outpost, so they invested in building this tower. Since then, our small town truly began to thrive. Ron nodded, having read some related information on the airship before, and was slightly aware of this history. The suspension car slowly descended, passing through the foggy area in the middle layer of the tower body, eventually stopping at the ground platform. Ron followed Ethan out of the station, arriving at the plaza at the bottom of the docking tower. Here, many people were already active. Some were passengers just off airships, others were locals coming to pick up people or do business. It's about a 20-minute walk from here to the city. Gate. Ethan pointed to the distant gray-black town walls. If the wizard finds it inconvenient, I can call for a carriage. Walking is fine, Ron replied, interested in the surroundings of 69 Town and wanting to personally experience its unique atmosphere. The two walked along a path, paved with gray slabs toward the direction of the town. Stalls were distributed along both sides of the road, selling various drinks and snacks, apparently catering to the travelers just alighting from airships. Most stall owners were locals, their skin showing varying degrees of gray, eyes carrying that peculiar halo. Seeing the wizard badge on Ron's chest, they would immediately bow their heads, showing respect. Do all residents of 69 Town have this characteristic? Ron asked, pointing to a stall owner's gray skin. Yes, it's a natural change from long-term living under abyss influence. Ethan explained, his tone containing both pride and helplessness. We living at the abyss edge are typically physically strong, seldom ill, and have excellent vision in the dark, but the price is changes in skin and eyes and shorter lifespans. He paused, then lowered his voice to add, of course, abyss influence is not just superficial. Some people gradually develop special abilities, yet these abilities often come with changes in character and mind, which not everyone can master. Ethan guided Ron along the stone path towards the city gate, occasionally nodding to the vendors by the roadside. Ron observed his surroundings, noting an indescribable scent in the air. It wasn't pollution or decay, but rather a peculiar metallic scent, combined with an iron scent similar to blood, carrying a subtle vitality, as if the air itself was breathing slowly. The wizard has probably noticed the peculiarity in the air, hasn't he? Ethan glanced at Ron's slightly furrowed brow and took the initiative to explain. That's what people call the abyssal scent, a unique product of where abyssal energy meets the surface world. Ron nodded slightly, his senses much sharper than those of ordinary people. He could not only smell the scent, but also feel the subtle energy fluctuation within it, faint and persistent, like a distant heartbeat. This energy fluctuation carried an irregular rhythm, both familiar and strange, enticing one to delve deeper into the experience. Then Ethan began to describe the various enhancement effects the abyssal scent had on the residents. Ron was intrigued by these changes. They aligned with what he'd read in the Abyssal Creatures Atlas, but were even more detailed and specific. Are there other changes? He pursued, beginning to ponder how to apply this information to his own bloodline research. Ethan pondered for a moment, a complex light flashing in his eyes. Many people develop special abilities. I have a friend who can sense abyssal energy fluctuations and foresee impending danger. Once during an exploration, he suddenly commanded everyone to stop, and at that moment, the ground ahead collapsed, saving the entire team from danger. His tone suddenly turned somber. But the cost is equally great. On average, our lifespan is nearly a third shorter than that of ordinary people. Even though we appear strong, few of us live past 50 here. He gestured towards an elderly woman on the distant street. Her skin had turned a deep gray, almost black, and her eyes had become crystalline purple, emitting an unnatural glow. Look at that elderly lady, she's just over 40, yet her body has begun to rapidly decline. This is the abyss not only granting us power, but also prematurely harvesting our life fruit. Ron silently committed this information to memory, both out of academic interest and to assess potential risks. Exploring the mysteries of life has always been one of the core pursuits of a wizard's exploration. Earlier, you mentioned the abyss allows people to gain special abilities. Do these abilities follow any particular patterns? He continued to inquire, preparing to record this information in his own library of consciousness. There are indeed some patterns, but they are not absolute. Ethan explained, sidestepping a drunken dwarf. For example, those dwarves who master excavation often develop a special perception of underground spaces. Elves adept at weaving might acquire the ability to manipulate fine threads. Those explorers operating long-term in the Black Sand Wasteland region may develop a weak ability to control sand particles. He tapped his chin gently with his fingers. Simply put, the abyssal scent enhances people's original talents and traits, while also twisting them, making them more extraordinary. It seems these changes aren't entirely negative. Ron commented softly, his gaze sweeping over the varied residents on the street. Ethan let out a short laugh. On the surface, that's true, but the greatest cost isn't the shortened lifespan. It's that we've been marked by the abyss and can never leave. Ron raised an eyebrow. Marked. This statement piqued his interest. Yes, marked. A persistent shadow appeared in Ethan's eyes. People who live around the abyss long-term undergo certain changes, making it impossible for us to leave the coverage range of the abyssal scent for long periods. He pointed to his forehead, as if indicating an invisible mark. Once we attempt to go too far or stay away too long, we begin to lose control. Mild cases experience headaches, hallucinations, emotional instability. Severe cases undergo complete mutation, becoming mobile abyssal radiation sources, contaminating everything around them. Ron saw fear flicker in his eyes when he mentioned mutation. It wasn't hearsay fear, but the shock of having witnessed it firsthand. I once saw someone mutate. Ethan's voice was almost inaudible, his gaze unfocused, lost in some painful memory. It was my uncle, chosen for an experiment that forced him to leave the abyss edge for 2 months. When I saw him in the cage again. Ethan's voice trembled slightly. His body had completely deformed, skin cracking to reveal spreading black crystals, eyes multiplying to more than a dozen, scattered across his entire head. Most terrifying of all, he had lost all reason, becoming a beast driven by instinct. Ron felt the genuine fear from this description. This mutation clearly involved not only physical distortion, but also the collapse of the spirit and consciousness. In the end, the guards had to. He didn't continue, but the implication was quite clear. In reality, even if allowed to leave, we simply don't want to leave. Ethan continued, trying to shake off those heavy memories. The lack of abyssal scent makes us feel extremely uncomfortable like. He hesitated for a moment, seemingly searching for an appropriate metaphor. It's like the pain of an addict who can't get their beloved object. At first there's anxiety and restlessness, followed by severe headaches, and finally unbearable pain, leading to total breakdown. Ron nodded thoughtfully. The situation is very similar to the abyssal brand phenomenon recorded in the Abyssal Creatures Atlas, only less severe. Abyssal energy indeed possesses captivating traits, granting power while binding the soul, a true double-edged sword. It's said that wizards once attempted to remove such marks. Ethan scratched his head, continuing uncertainly. I got this information while chatting with an apprentice. He's a drinking buddy of mine. According to him, during the experiment back then, wizards used very precious magic potions. Initially it seemed effective. The subject's skin returned to normal color and their eyes no longer glowed. But on the 7th day, he shook his head, frowning deeply. The subject suddenly went mad, started tearing at their own skin, claiming something was crawling under it, and finally they. Ethan made a throat-slitting gesture. Ended their pain themselves. Wizards found some kind of black crystals in their bloodstream, already fused with the blood, almost impossible to separate. Ron remained silent for a moment, digesting this information. The abyssal brand seemed more deeply ingrained than he imagined, not only altering the body and spirit, but even permeating to the most basic life functions. This also confirmed his previous speculations. The residents here possessed physical qualities many times stronger than ordinary people, with opportunities to awaken various special abilities. They could be easily trained into highly effective warriors, but the outside world rarely saw traces of these abyssal residents, clearly due to various restrictions. What happens to those who lose control? Are they executed? Ron asked. Ethan shook his head, pointing to a dark building within the city walls. Tall walls stood around with spikes atop them, the heavy gate made of dark red metal, engraved with strange runes. Fully armed guards stood at the entrance, holding specially crafted spears, the tips gleaming with eerie purple light. They are sent to the prison. He hesitated. Considering whether to reveal this information, every outpost has places like this. Ostensibly to protect ordinary residents, but actually, he leaned closer to Ron. Lowering his voice, it's also an experimental ground for wizards, with specific procedures allowing wizards to purchase those who have lost control as research materials. The mention of research materials sparked a hint of interest in Ron. As a bloodline modulator, he knew the research value of these experiment subjects. The tissue samples and blood of abyssal mutants often contained unique energy structures and gene fragments, irreplaceable for advancing bloodline research. Of course, such transactions are strictly regulated. At this point, the man's eyes darted, watching the wizard's reaction cautiously. Wizards need to sign special contracts to ensure the experiment subjects don't lose control. If something goes wrong, let me guess, the responsible wizard has to make compensation. Ron calmly interjected. Ethan nodded, showing a trace of surprise, evidently not expecting the other to know these rules so well. Yes, and the compensation is extremely high. A few months ago, a wizard paid several complete magic stones because of an experiment subject escaping and causing 3 deaths. Of course, the worst consequence was the loss of reputation. That school won't obtain official experiment permits at the abyssal outpost for at least 10 years. Ron noted this information carefully. While interested in the abyssal experiment subjects, he wasn't planning to delve into this field just yet. For now, his bloodline research priority was the further development and integration of the Chimera. Bloodline and helping Dale and Alan enhance their bloodline concentration and complete their transformation. At least at this stage, he wasn't willing to risk exploring other potentially uncertain paths. The two continued on, soon arriving at the main gate of Town 69. The gate was grand and magnificent, constructed from a dark brown stone, the surface intricately carved with runes, gleaming faintly blue in the sunlight. Each set of runes was arranged in precise geometric structures, forming a complex network of protective arrays. These runes are part of the protective array, Ethan explained, pointing at the glowing patterns. They can slow down the penetration of abyssal energy, protecting the town's residents from overexposure. He pointed to a particularly complex set of runes. This main part was specifically designed by the enchanters of the Crystal Tower as purification nodes, able to convert penetrating abyssal energy into relatively harmless forms. It is because of these runes that the abyssal atmosphere inside the town is much weaker than outside, yet more pure, without causing physiological discomfort. After the guards at the town gate verified Ron's wizard badge, they immediately saluted respectfully, not daring to conduct any unnecessary inspections. This respect and fear for official wizards were consistent throughout the Ring Abyss Continent group, as wizards held a position above almost all extraordinary individuals. Upon stepping through the gate, Ron immediately sensed a subtle energy shift. The abyssal atmosphere inside the city walls is indeed much weaker than outside, but also more refined. This seems to be the result of some sort of filtering and purification, making it feel less oppressive and giving a peculiar sense of comfort instead. It feels like drinking ice water on a scorching day, refreshing and invigorating. Well then, welcome to Town 69, Wizard. Ethan made an exaggerated welcoming gesture, with a hint of pride in his eyes. Our small town may not be as prosperous as the Central Lands, but it has its unique charm. Ron's gaze lifted, seeing that the scenes inside the town were indeed quite unique. The streets wound and twisted, paved with dark gray stone slabs, flanked by buildings of various distinct styles. Some were ordinary stone houses, while others seemed to be cast from living metal, with surfaces constantly changing in subtle patterns. There were also some that appeared to be remodeled from the skeletons of giant creatures, emanating a pearly sheen under the sunlight. The most striking sight was a tower soaring into the clouds, made entirely of transparent crystals, each crystal constantly changing angle, making the whole tower appear to be rotating slowly. That's the observation tower, Ethan explained, following Ron's gaze. The crystals at the top change color according to the abyssal activity, ranging from a calm blue to a dangerous red, with 7 levels in total. Ron looked at the top of the tower and saw the crystals emitting a calm light blue glow, indicating that the current abyssal activity was at a low level. The residents walking on the streets were a mix of various races. Aside from the gray-skinned humans like Ethan, there were different alien races. The residents from these different races all bore similar abyssal mutation traits: gray skin, glowing eyes, unnatural limb extensions, or abnormal body patterns. Noticing Ron's observation, Ethan smiled and explained. Under the influence of the abyss, racial boundaries become blurred. Our shared mutation traits, in a way, bring us closer together. Here, there are no strict racial barriers like in the outside world. Everyone is equally marked by the abyss. He shrugged with a hint of dark humor in his tone. It's precisely this shared curse that has created our unique harmony. As the two ventured deeper into the city, the streets became more crowded. Voices of hawking, bargaining, and strange music intertwined, forming a noisy yet vibrant soundscape. But as Ron passed by, an invisible repelling field seemed to form around him. The crowd unconsciously parted, making way for him. The originally noisy vendors and customers suddenly quieted, their gazes filled with awe. Those close enough to see the badge on his chest immediately bowed in salute. "Make way, the wizard is here." A tall man with a scarred face, wearing an armband on his arm, called out in a low voice, helping Ron push aside a few young people blocking the way, his voice full of reverence. As an official wizard, Ron's presence itself was a silent deterrent. His radiation field and magic power fluctuation were enough to make all those with a certain level of perception among the extraordinary aware of danger, instinctively choosing to keep their distance. Ethan seemed to have anticipated this, a proud expression on his face. Being able to guide a wizard was a great honor, promising considerable gossip for him in the town for quite some time. "We have reached our destination, wizard." The man stretched his hand towards an open plaza ahead. "This is Town 69, largest trading venue, the Abyssal Bazaar." Ron's gaze moved through the crowd, landing on the bustling plaza. The Abyssal Bazaar covered a vast area, at least the size of several football fields, divided into dozens of zones, each selling different types of goods. There were food vendors, equipment sellers, and potion merchants. There was even a section offering various special services, ranging from fortune-telling to therapy. Today seems particularly lively, Ron pointed out, noticing that the market was far busier than he had expected, with a wide variety of people bustling shoulder to shoulder. "Ah, yes. The fluctuation of the observation tower you saw earlier indicates that we are in the trough period of the abyssal tide." Ethan nodded, showing a knowing expression, and his explanation became more professional. Just like the ocean has tides, the energy activity within the abyss also undergoes periodic changes. It's currently a relatively calm period for abyssal energy, making exploration less challenging, which is why explorers from all over are coming at this time. Ron showed interest in this information. So what is the duration of the abyssal tide cycle? What are its specific manifestations? The major cycle is about a year, but there are several minor cycles in between. The shortest lasting only a few days, while the longest can reach a quarter of a year. Ethan's tone carried the confidence of someone experienced. During the peak period, the density of magic power inside the abyss will rise significantly. The entire environment becomes unstable, spatial distortions intensify, and passages frequently close or change direction suddenly. He casually pointed to a stall, displaying various crystals gleaming with strange lights. The most obvious manifestation is the active change of abyssal materials. See those blood crystals, those collected during the trough period have a dull luster and ordinary energy purity, while those from the peak period are as bright red as blood, with clearly visible internal energy flow, valued at least 5 times more. He pondered for a moment, then added, "Of course, the risk increases greatly as well. Abyssal creatures become extremely frenzied during the peak period, and even some ancient entities that usually lie dormant may awaken and become active. Every peak period, the mortality rate of explorers doubles." Ron nodded to indicate his understanding. The so-called abyssal tide bears quite an intriguing resemblance to the magical power surges brought by the previous star ring convergence. Coupled with the starry sky raving's previous display of restraint against abyssal creatures, there's likely a deeper connection between the two that he currently does not understand. That's why the city's streets and markets are bustling with so many activities and shoppers now. Ron linked this information with some previously learned content. Although the rewards are higher during the peak period, most explorers choose to operate during the trough period. Yes, just as you've observed, Ethan agreed. For most people, returning alive is more important than bringing back valuable materials. Only those particularly powerful or particularly crazy explorers venture deep during the peak period. He pointed to a well-equipped expedition team in the distance. Look at that team, all seasoned explorers with at least 10 years of experience. But even they choose to act during the trough period, keeping risks within a bearable range. All right, let's return to the market itself. We'll start from the edge area. Ron instructed simply, "I need to understand the local market trends and material qualities." Ethan immediately led the way, guiding Ron through the bustling crowd to a corner of the market. This area primarily trades in basic abyssal materials, such as energy crystals, tissue samples of ordinary mutated creatures, and some abyssal ores. The stalls offered a dazzling array of goods, from ordinary black stones to shimmering crystals, from bizarre plant specimens to liquids of various colors. There was no shortage of variety. The stall owners were mostly weathered explorers or local residents. Some even exhibited obvious abyssal mutation traits, like extra eyes or deformed limbs. One particular shop caught Ron's eye. A weathered wooden sign at the shop's entrance read, "Stone of Fortune." A crowd gathered at the entrance, some leaving disappointed while others cradled their loot, deliriously happy. The shop's owner was a small-statured old man whose left eye had mutated into a purple crystal from abyssal exposure, shimmering with an eerie light in sync with his breathing. His right hand had only 3 fingers. The remaining 2 seemed to have been forcibly twisted off by some force, leaving twisted scars. "What kind of shop is this?" Ron asked Ethan beside him, already partly guessing the answer. "A gambling stone shop. One of the most popular forms of gambling here." Ethan's voice carried a hint of wariness. The owner, Colin, was once also an abyssal explorer, who lost 2 fingers and 1 eye in the 4th layer of the abyss. It said he acquired some special ability in the abyss, enabling him to accurately pinpoint raw stones containing rare materials. There was a secret he didn't mention. Many precious abyssal materials often crystallized from the bodies of some explorers. As for Colin, the shop's owner, he certainly wouldn't risk his life venturing to find stones himself. Whatever methods he used to find such peculiar gambling stones remained unknown. Interest flickered in Ron's eyes as he stepped directly towards the shop. Inside, hundreds of black stones of various shapes were displayed, each appearing featureless, with rough and uneven surfaces like ordinary coal. Ron, however, could sense the concentrated energy contained within them. And despite their similar appearance, these stones clearly came from different layers of the abyss, so the types of materials contained within them varied. Upon seeing Ron's silver insignia on his chest, Colin immediately put down his work and bowed. "Care to try your luck?" Ron's gaze swept over the price list on the wall. Ordinary gambled stone, 20 magic stone fragments each. Premium gambled stone, 80 magic stone fragments each. Rare gambled stone, 200 magic stone fragments each. Colin noticed Ron's interest and immediately explained. Ordinary bet stones come from the edge area, with a finished product rate of 70%, but mostly low-grade materials. Premium bet stones are from the first and second layers, with a 50% finished product rate, occasionally containing rare substances. Rare bet stones are from below the fourth layer. Though the finished product rate is less than 30%, any gains are incredibly valuable. Ron nodded slightly, expressionless, but inside he had already activated his extraordinary recognition ability. In his perception, these ordinary stones began to show different energy fluctuations. Some were as weak as a candle, some as strong as a torch, while others displayed peculiar colors and patterns. Extraordinary recognition, proficient, experience points +1. However, he quickly discovered the limitations of his current proficiency in extraordinary recognition. Even though he could perceive the energy intensity and general attributes inside the stones, he couldn't determine the specific type of substance. It's like seeing a blurred silhouette, but unable to recognize its true form. This limitation, combined with the high costs associated with betting stones, is probably why shops like Colin's could exist long-term. In the extraordinary world, various insight and perception abilities abound. If the secrets inside the original stone could be easily cracked, this kind of gambling would have lost its value long ago. His gaze fell on his 3 most interesting stones. They consisted of 1 rare and 2 premium bet stones. In his perception, the energy fluctuations of these 3 stones were the most intense and complex. Among them, the rare bet stone even showed an abnormal spatial distortion, as if the internal space was not entirely within the same dimension as the outside. 2 premium bet stones, 1 rare bet stone, how many magic stone fragments? He directly spoke up, with a tone that revealed no particular interest. Colin's purple crystalline eyes flickered. 3 bet stones, a total of 360 magic stone fragments. Ron expressionlessly took out a few complete magic stones and played with them in his fingers. 3 stones, 3 complete magic stones. Colin was taken aback. A trace of hesitation flashed in his crystalline eyes. Considering the value of complete magic stones with regard to their purity and portability, although slightly higher than 100 magic stone fragments, the difference shouldn't be this large. If he really agreed to the price of 3 magic stones, the profit from this transaction for Colin would be quite low. After all, using his special method to cultivate such a bet stone costs a lot as well. However, he dared not offend the other party given his status as an official wizard. He could clearly feel that faint sense of pressure emanating from Ron. It wasn't an intentionally displayed intimidation, but a natural aura. Of course, it's a deal. Colin felt the faint oppression from Ron's gaze and could only grit his teeth in agreement. Ron suddenly turned and asked Ethan next to him, "You should have bet on stones before, right? Your insight is like a torch. I've certainly tried it a few times." Ethan was momentarily stunned, then scratched his head with a bitter smile and confessed honestly. "Lost quite a few magic stone fragments. Later I gave it up." Ron nodded and said nothing more, taking the stone opening knife handed over by Colin, feeling the special energy attached to it. This knife had been meticulously refined, able to precisely cut along the energy patterns of the stone, maximizing the protection of the internal substance from damage. A considerable number of onlookers had already gathered around, holding their breath, eager to see the young wizard's bet stone results. At the abyss edge, a wizard's every move always attracts the curiosity and attention of ordinary people. Ron placed the first stone on the cutting table, closed his eyes, and gradually let his spiritual power seep into the stone, perceiving the direction of the energy flow. This ability stems from his profession as an alchemist, giving him a sensitivity to matter far beyond ordinary people. After finding the best cut-in point, he swiftly struck with the knife, his movements clean and precise, without any extra actions. The stone split with an echoing sound, a crack extending from the center outward. A wisp of pale green light overflowed from the crack, as the stone completely opened, revealing a thumb-sized emerald crystal inside. The surface of the crystal was covered with countless tiny barbs, and the center constantly rotated a cluster of dark green mist, emanating an unsettling aura. Heart-devouring stone, Colin exclaimed in shock, his purple crystalline eyes flashing intensely. This is a fairly rare gemstone, which can act as an energy storage medium, devouring emotional energy and magic power, worth at least 5 complete magic stones. With just this heart-devouring stone, Ron had already made a substantial profit. After giving it a glance to determine its specific information, he expressionlessly took out the heart-devouring stone, carefully observing the pattern of its energy flow. His mind was already beginning to devise a specific use, using it as a casting medium, coupled with the sound wave vibration magic. Perhaps a brand new form of attack could be created. First absorb the target's negative emotions, then amplify them tenfold or 100-fold through resonance before feedback. The first stone already yielded results, but he knew the true treasure lay ahead. The texture of the second stone was far harder than the first. Ron could feel a frenzy of energy constantly clashing inside, seemingly ready to erupt at any moment. He adjusted his breathing, focused his spiritual power on the blade, and gently slid along an almost invisible seam. Crack rang the crisp sound, splitting the stone. A thick purple-black mist gushed out, instantly saturating the air with a pungent sulfur smell. The surrounding onlookers retreated immediately, with some even covering their mouths and noses, showing fearful expressions. When the mist cleared away, a purple-black crystal the size of a fist lay quietly in the center of the stone. Sparks of electricity flickered continuously on its surface, and inside, a flame seemed to burn eternally. Congratulations, sir. This should be an abyss crystal, a specialty of the third-floor black sand wilderness. It contains a high concentration of abyssal energy and can add abyssal traits to weapons if integrated. Ethan, standing by, also recognized it this time, having apparently encountered such an energy crystal before. I had the fortune of seeing such a crystal in an explorer. Tion team. Though it's not as valuable as the heart-devouring stone, worth only 2 magic stones. But it's undoubtedly a big profit. The crowd gasped in amazement, and some started whispering about Ron's luck and keen eye. Opening 2 stones consecutively with high-value items was a rare occurrence in the stone gambling world. Ron maintained a calm expression, but inwardly he was satisfied with his gain. He turned his attention to the last stone, a mysterious rock, exhibiting spatial distortion traits in extraordinary recognition. Outwardly, this stone showed no obvious differences from the other 2. But upon touching it, one could feel an abnormal chill, as if it could absorb the warmth from one's fingers. Ron took a deep breath and focused all his spiritual power on the stone, searching for that deeply hidden energy circuit. This time, instead of cutting the stone open directly, he used the tip of his knife to draw a complex rune on the stone's surface and then gently pierce the center point. A crisp cracking sound was heard as the stone split open from the center, and cracks extended outward along odd spiral patterns, eventually separating completely. A dazzling blue light burst forth, illuminating the entire shop interior, forcing the surrounding people to close their eyes against the blinding brightness. When the light subsided, everyone saw clearly the treasure at the stone's center. It was a deep blue gemstone the size of a pigeon egg, as if containing an endlessly profound starry sky within. Star points twinkled, spiral arms rotated, and tiny space ripples continually undulated on its surface, seeming to devour the surrounding air. The entire shop fell into a deathly silence, everyone rendered speechless by the gem's awe. This was clearly beyond the realm of ordinary stone. Gambling, entering the domain of extraordinary treasure. Colin's expression was utterly frozen, purple crystal eyes frantically flashing. His complexion shifted from red to green to white, finally settling into a dull gray tone. His lips trembled slightly, and he was unable to speak for a moment. Colin's voice was so weak it was almost inaudible. This type of gem typically only appeared in the Abyss 6th layer Maze domain. The Void Gem can affect small-scale space structures, create high-capacity space equipment, and serve as a casting medium for short-distance teleportation. Standing nearby, Ethan swallowed hard, his eyes reflecting complex emotions. "Wizard, sir, the value of this Void Gem, at least equivalent to 4,000 magic stone fragments, maybe even more." The crowd erupted with suppressed exclamations. Some even unconsciously stepped back, as if fearing the gem could trigger a space collapse at any moment. Items capable of affecting space are among the most precious and dangerous existences in the extraordinary world. Ron kept his expression unchanged and carefully placed the Void Gem into a specially made crystal box. Such a treasure must be properly preserved, lest its emitted energy cause unpredictable effects on the surrounding environment. "Seems like luck is on my side today." His tone remained calm, as if he had merely picked up a coin instead of a fabulously valuable treasure. Ethan stood nearby, his mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg, eyes bulging as if he had forgotten the basic physiological need to breathe. Once he regained his composure, he immediately looked toward Colin, finding the owner's face twisted in utter displeasure, which surged a sense of satisfaction within him. He had previously suffered multiple losses at this stone gambling shop, each time nearly driven to fury by Colin's two-faced smile. Now seeing him falter at Ron's hands, especially losing 3 extraordinarily precious gems at once, was utterly satisfying. Congratulations, Wizard sir, on your streak of good fortune." Colin forced himself to suppress his deep regret, barely managing to squeeze out a smile that was more like crying. "The value of these 3 treasures far exceeds what you paid, truly. Heaven-sent luck. Stone gambling relies greatly on an eye for detail, but also, thanks to the owner for providing such an opportunity. Not surprising for an official wizard, even his choice of stones is so discerning." A bystander remarked, all filling their voice. Evidently, everyone present tacitly agreed that Ron possessed some sort of insight ability, attributing his treasure-finding success to his own capabilities. This is the advantage of having sufficient inherent strength. If he was still an apprentice, he would likely face numerous attempts to seize his treasures, perhaps even from owner Colin himself. But now, Ron placed the 3 treasures into a spatial bag and nodded to Colin. The latter had to bow in return, thanking him for bringing in today's revenue. "Master, you really struck it rich this time." Just as they stepped out of the shop, Ethan couldn't contain his excitement, his voice rising 8 octaves. "That old fox Colin has tricked so many people, and today he finally hit a wall. He used to love disguising valuable gems, putting them in inconspicuous corners, then hiring a shill to cut them open, attracting customers that way." Ron didn't respond to Ethan's gossip, instead contemplating the application of the Void Gem. Such a rare spatial attribute material, besides being the main material for the pocket house technique, might also be combined with his simulation battle device. Over the next few hours, he successively purchased some auxiliary materials needed to construct the simulation battle device, a special conductor for energy stabilization, light particle crystals to enhance the realism of illusions, and several rare alchemy solvents. Although these materials were not expensive individually, they often required special channels to obtain outside, but in a place like the Abyssal Bazaar, they could be traded openly at relatively reasonable prices. They continued to wander through the market. Ron's attention was drawn to a large bulletin board not far away. A crowd gathered there, some recording information, others in heated discussion. "What's posted on that bulletin board?" Ron pointed to the wooden board surrounded by people. "That's the market's information center," Ethan explained. "Various recruitment notices, trade demands, and expedition warnings are posted there. It's a great place to get the latest updates." Ron nodded and walked straight towards the bulletin board. The crowd seemed to sense the aura he exuded, unconsciously making way for the young wizard to easily view the information. Ron stood in front of the bulletin board, quickly browsing through the various notices. Abyssal Expedition Team Recruitment Notice, Rare Materials Purchase Notice, Bounty Tasks, Safety Warnings. Suddenly, an old piece of parchment caught his attention. Crystal Tower Abyssal Observation Station, Recruitment Notice. The Crystal Tower is expanding its abyssal observation network, planning to build several new outposts in the Edge area. It requires a large number of apprentices and wizards with abyssal exploration experience, especially bloodline modifiers and alchemists. Beside the announcement stood two young men in gray robes, quietly discussing something. Ron noticed they held some documents, their expressions full of longing yet mixed with concern, obviously aiming for the position. "You two, come here," he directly commanded, his voice not loud but enough to make the two immediately stop talking and look over warily. Seeing the wizard badge on Ron's chest, the two apprentices immediately bowed respectfully. "Wizard Master, tell me the details of this announcement," Ron ordered bluntly, with no trace of a request in his tone. "Application process, selection criteria, and any hidden conditions." The two apprentices exchanged a glance, and the older one cautiously answered. "This project has been underway for several years, Wizard Master. It was initially led by Professor Udall, planning to establish 6 observation stations at the Abyss Edge, specifically to study the long-term effects of abyssal energy on organisms. 4 stations have been completed so far. What are the specific requirements for application?" Ron pursued, his gaze as sharp as a knife. "First, professional qualifications." The younger female apprentice uneasily twisted her fingers. "Bloodline modifiers and alchemists have priority admissions. Secondly, proof of at least 1 abyssal exploration experience, showing the applicant can work normally in the abyss without going mad." She paused, seemingly hesitating to speak the last point, but under Ron's gaze she continued. "The most crucial and difficult part is the recommendation letter, preferably from an inner member of the Crystal Tower. Independent wizards with no background are almost impossible to admit unless they possess extremely special talents." Ron took out 2 magic stone fragments from his spatial bag and casually tossed them to the 2 apprentices. "This is your information fee." The 2 were flabbergasted as they caught the fragments, repeatedly thanking him, their faces a mix of excitement and confusion. They had only answered a few questions and received enough of a reward to cover several days of living expenses. Ron had already turned and left, his thoughts rapidly processing. The Crystal Tower, establishing observation stations in the abyss to specifically research abyssal organisms and mutated ecology, presents a golden opportunity for him. It allows him to acquire first-hand abyssal research data and establish an official background, laying the foundation for further deep exploration in the future. Professional qualifications aren't an issue. He possesses both an alchemist and a bloodline modifier. He currently lacks abyssal exploration experience, but can begin preparing for it. As for a recommendation letter, with his status as a primordial wizard and benefit ability, finding the right angle shouldn't be difficult. No wizard would refuse a benefit pure enough to counteract spiritual contamination. As the sun began to set, Ron felt that today's gains had far exceeded expectations. Not only did he obtain 3 precious abyssal materials, including the serendipitous Void Gem, but he also discovered the potential development platform of the Abyssal Observation Station. "Today I plan to head back first," Ron said to Ethan, his tone carrying a deeply hidden satisfaction. "If there's time tomorrow, I'll continue to wander around the town." He handed over a magic stone fragment. "Take it, this is a tip. Your guiding service today pleased me. Continue like this tomorrow." Ethan bowed and eagerly accepted the magic stone fragment. His attitude became even more enthusiastic. "Thank you for your generosity. Are you going back to the airship to rest?" "Yes, today's harvest needs to be properly sorted," Ron replied, "especially the Void Gem. He needed to study its energy attributes more thoroughly to determine the best application method." Ethan immediately led the way, guiding Ron through the gradually quieting streets towards the city gate. The sunset's afterglow cast a golden-red layer over the gray buildings, making the entire town less gloomy. "If you're interested, wizard tomorrow," Ethan suggested on their way to the city gate. "I can take you to the Shadow Zone. There are some more special goods and services there that you won't see in ordinary markets." Ron raised an eyebrow, showing interest in the proposal. "What kind of place is it specifically?" Ethan's expression became slightly tense, but he quickly regained his professional smile. The Shadow Zone is a special area of Town 69, located in an abandoned section in the northeast corner of town, trading items in the gray area. The rules there are different from the marketplace, more free. He paused as if choosing his words. I must clarify that any event that occurs there will not be intervened by the town's official forces. Everyone can only rely on their strength for safety. Ron nodded in understanding. Under the influence of the Abyss's presence, some conventional social constraints indeed become blurred. The existence of such a lawless land is precisely one aspect he wants to explore. Sounds intriguing, he calmly replied, we can take a look tomorrow. When passing through the gate, the guards once again saluted the black-robed wizard in respect. Outside the city, dusk had set in, and thin mist wandered along the cobblestone road leading to the docking tower, appearing blood-red under the setting sun, as if exhaling from the abyss. Ethan seemed accustomed to this scene, and skillfully guided Ron through the mist towards the docking tower. Back in the suite, Ron found Dale leaning over the edge of the crystal vat, her little face pressed against the transparent wall, intently observing the constantly changing water patterns inside. Alan stood beside her, vines gently stretching, presenting a relaxed posture. Master is back. Dale cheered, her fishtail splashing the water, stirring ripples. What good things did you buy? Was the city fun? What do the residents of the Abyss Edge look like? Are they all contaminated? A barrage of questions burst from the little sea siren's mouth, and Ron's lips curled slightly. When interacting with Dale, he could always relax somewhat from his deliberately maintained calm facade. Bought some interesting materials. Ron simply replied, then turned to Alan. You can go out for a walk, move around near the airship, but don't go too far. Dale, remember to bring your crystal talisman. Dale excitedly nodded, swiftly leaping out of the crystal vat, transforming into the shape of legs. The blue crystal talisman hanging around her neck emitted a faint glow, a humidifying device Ron had specially refined for her, capable of providing necessary moisture in dry environments. I'll take care of Dale, Master. Alan's voice was like a breeze rustling through leaves. The observation deck on the airship seems to have some interesting vine plants. I'd like to observe their growth state up close. Once the two had left, Ron immediately took out today's harvest and carefully lined them up on the workbench. The three abyssal items emitted their unique light under the lamp, the deep blue glow of the void gem, the gloomy green of the heart-devouring stone, and the pulsating violet-black electric light of the abyss crystal. Ron first picked up the void gem, cautiously placing it on a specially made detection device. This was a simple setup he had temporarily assembled on the airship to roughly measure some basic data of extraordinary items, though its precision was far inferior to the instruments of the school's formal laboratory. As the detection proceeded, the various data of the void gem gradually emerged. Energy density exceeded ordinary magic stones by 20 times. The fluctuation frequency was unusually stable, presenting a rare quality structure. Most astonishing was its spatial propensity index, which almost reached the instrument's measurement limit. These spatial attributes, Ron's eyes flickered with excitement but soon returned to calm. It can definitely be used as the main framework material for the pocket house technique. The pocket house technique is the kind of ancient spatial magic he had seen before, capable of creating a private space isolated from the external world, internally arranged according to the caster's will. This magic requires extremely rare spatial attribute, materials as a medium, and the void gem is one of the ideal choices. Ron recalled Lady Allen's mobile herb store, a seemingly ordinary little cube whose interior was a world of its own, capable of accommodating numerous herbs and alchemy equipment. Back then, he developed a strong interest in this spatial magic, but had always struggled with finding the right materials. The spatial attributes of the void gem far exceed any material I've seen before, perhaps even superior to those used in Lady Allen's herb store. Ron mused, eyes gleaming with anticipation. If I can combine it with my alchemy technology to create a truly private laboratory, I can directly resolve one of my long-standing issues. Conducting such experiments in public environments, like airships or inns, is obviously not safe. and fixed laboratories lack sufficient flexibility. A portable private space could not only solve this problem, but also provide him with an undisturbed research environment. He carefully returned the void gem to the crystal box, then picked up the heart-devouring stone. This emerald crystal trembled slightly in his hand, as if sensing his emotional fluctuations. Ron could feel that whenever his thoughts wavered, the dark green mist at the core of the crystal would correspondingly spin and accelerate, as if absorbing these intangible emotional energies. The heart-devouring stone can absorb and store emotional energy and magic power, Ron pondered. This trait might be applicable in the construction of a simulation battle device. The mobile simulation battle device is currently one of his most important projects. In simulation battles, the emotional fluctuations generated when fighting strong enemies or dying are exceptionally intense. Ron recalled his experiences with the school's simulation battle device. If the heart-devouring stone could be integrated into the device's core, this emotional energy wouldn't be wasted, but would serve as an additional energy source for the device. Perhaps when the technology advances, he could also integrate collected soul fragments into the device. These fragments inherently carry the emotional memories of their original owners, capable of producing continuous emotional fluctuations, providing a stable energy source for the heart-devouring stone. It could also be used during nighttime meditation. Ron thought of another use. The star projection meditation technique continuously generates magic power. It's wasteful to let it overflow during the process. Better to channel the excess magic power into the heart-devouring stone as a backup energy source for the device. No energy should be wasted, but rather find the most appropriate way to transform and utilize it, which is also a reflection of his inherent virtue of frugality. Finally, Ron turned his gaze to the abyss crystal. Unlike the previous two items, this purple-black crystal emitted a dangerous sense of instability. The frequency of flashing electric lights within it was irregular, and the surface temperature constantly fluctuated, clearly containing extremely frenzied abyssal energy. This thing shouldn't be handled too much now. Ron cautiously placed it into a multi-layered protective container. Handling it rashly may lead to energy out of control, causing an explosion. He deeply understood the dangers of abyssal energy, especially like this high-concentration crystal which, if mishandled, could cause irreparable disasters. A rational researcher would never risk satisfying temporary curiosity. When we reach the crystal tower and have a stable experimental environment, I'll consider using it for charging the stand-in puppet. Ron made a decision. With the stand-in puppet's affinity for abyssal energy, this crystal might rapidly advance its charging progress. After arranging these valuable materials, he stood up and went to the window. The sky had completely darkened, and stars began to twinkle in the deep blue night sky. He could feel the energy within the starlight flowing continuously into his body through the star projection, nourishing his magic core. Ron took a deep breath, feeling the steadily growing power within him. Since becoming an official wizard, his strength has been steadily increasing, but it's far from enough. The depths of the great abyss, the secrets of bloodlines, the truth of the stars, are still too many unknowns waiting for him to explore. And every harvest, every new project is a step toward that ultimate goal. Tomorrow I'll continue exploring Town 69 to see what's special in that shadow area merchandise. Ron silently planned his goals. If I'm lucky, I might find some materials that are still in urgent shortage. Outside the window, the figures of Dale and Alan appeared on the airship deck. The little sea siren was enthusiastically demonstrating to Alan a water ball transformation technique she had just learned, shaping the water ball into various animal forms. Alan watched patiently, occasionally using vines to lightly applaud in appreciation. Ron's lips curved slightly upward. Power is a tool, not a goal. Knowledge is a path, not a destination. Retracting his gaze, he began preparing for tonight's meditation. The star projection trait was always activated, and tonight's star force was especially abundant, making it an excellent opportunity to enhance spiritual power and magic power. He sat crossed-legged on the meditation mat, slowly closing his eyes, and his consciousness began to extend toward the sea of stars. Immersing, unifying. Star Eater's ravings, Mastery experience points +1. The advanced trait star projection is continuously effective. His spirit was like a star, emitting a dim yet endlessly enduring light in the endless darkness. Spiritual power weaves like fine threads, creating paths leading to the depths. He has been an official wizard for almost a month, and both his spiritual power and magic power continue to grow rapidly, even surprising himself somewhat. When he broke through in the Black Mist jungle, his spiritual power jumped from 4.9 to 5.3. Now it has stabilized at a level of 5.4, much faster than expected. This growth isn't a chaotic leap, but a relatively stable process. Each meditation session brings a small yet definite increase, and the star projection trait offers additional gains under bright starlit nights. The growth of his magic power is even more astonishing, surging gradually from 3.8 to 4.2. In terms of actual magic power, it's almost double that of a normal, newly promoted official wizard. This is mainly due to the sustained effect of the star projection trait, ceaseless day and night. Star energy continuously flows into his body, nourishing the magic core, causing it to expand and deepen. Ron's consciousness sinks further, passing through the outer layers of thought waves, reaching the sea of stars, his deeper consciousness world. After becoming an official wizard, his spiritual world underwent tremendous changes. What was once a calm sea of spirit has become unfathomable yet clear and transparent. Countless starlights embellish it, forming a magnificent star map, as if the entire universe is compressed into his spiritual world. These stars aren't distributed haphazardly, but arranged in a certain complex but existent order. Like a miniature universe, each star represents a potential or a possibility, guiding his future growth direction. However, most of these stars remain dim, with only a few glinting with faint light, showing preliminary signs of activation. Like a giant turning in their sleep, hinting at the great power that may awaken in the future. Gathering the light of stars through meditation to continuously light up the star map in the spiritual world is the growth path for the Star Eater's ravings at the official wizard stage. Ron recalled the content he previously saw in the meditation technique annotations, his thoughts roaming within the star map. In terms of strength, he has just stepped into the threshold of the morning star level, far from reaching the pinnacle of this stage. To truly stabilize this stage, he must light up the first star in his spiritual world, reaching a spiritual power of 5.5 to form a complete energy recycling system. At this moment, the brightest star in Ron's spiritual world remains in a semi-activated state. Like the morning star before dawn, flickering with light that dims and brightens, it seems just one step away from fully lighting up and unleashing its internal potential. That is the hermit star, symbolizing solitude and wisdom. In the Common Celestial Objects collection, this star is described as the guardian of knowledge, a sage familiar with the secrets of silence. Once lit, it can bestow the lighter with extraordinary intelligence and insight, enabling them to see through appearances and touch the essence. According to the meditation technique's description, once the hermit star is lit, Ron's spiritual power will not only break through 5.5, reaching a new standard line. He will also gain a permanent attribute enhancement, intelligence enhancement, significantly boosting his learning and comprehension abilities. Moreover, at night, especially when the hermit star is high in the sky, this augmentation effect will be further enhanced. This enhancement, combined with his traits like extensive knowledge and conception, is enough to help him understand complex concepts more swiftly, discovering subtle clues that ordinary people would miss. In certain situations, it may even produce an intuition close to premonition. Just one more step. Ron gazed at the half-light, half-dark star in his spiritual world, feeling both anticipation and an indescribable sense of urgency. According to the Star Eater's ravings, as each star is lit, they gradually connect into constellations, forming more complex and powerful energy structures. Once a complete constellation forms, the power of all the stars merges into one. The constellation further enhances abilities, granting unique traits, signifying a leap beyond the morning star to the moon level. The hermit star holds a central position in the seat of wisdom, the constellation being relatively harmless and providing the most significant enhancement effect. This is why Ron chose it as the first to activate. when most of the crucial constellations in the star map are fully lit, and he attempts to forge the phantom skeleton prototype under his will. It means reaching the dark sun level, beginning the journey toward the great wizard realm. This path is long and treacherous, with each lighting up requiring immense energy and patience. Ron has no illusions of achieving this overnight. He hopes instead to take each step solidly, firmly walking each segment of the journey. On another note, since advancing to an official wizard, he has felt a qualitative leap in his life level. The most apparent change is the drastically reduced need for rest. In the past, he needed at least 5 to 6 hours of sleep, but now just 2 or 3 hours suffice to restore his spirit to peak condition. This continuous alert state has at least doubled his research efficiency. The nights he once spent forcing a weary brain to think are now the moments when his mind is most active. In the morning, Ron opened his eyes from meditation, feeling the abundant magic power flowing within him. Ever since becoming an official wizard, especially after acquiring the star projection trait, his magic power reserves have steadily increased every day, like a reservoir constantly expanding, already far surpassing the period of an advanced apprentice. Outside the window, the morning in Town 69 had already begun to bustle. Gray smoke rose from chimneys of every house, blending with the low clouds in the sky, like rice paper dyed with light ink. Faint energy traces were faintly visible in the smoke, a result of the abyssal aura interacting with ordinary combustible materials. Ron got up and waved his hand casually. The teapot in the room floated automatically, pouring a cup of tea at the right temperature, which floated steadily to his side. The surface of the tea was as calm as a mirror. Not a drop spilled, showing his gradually increasing precision in magic control skills. This delicate magic control was almost an impossible task before becoming an official wizard. Even with the aid of magic like the Ring of Brilliance, it was difficult to achieve such precise control. Most objects could be moved roughly, rather than performing complex maneuvers so flexibly. But now, with the increased activation and smoothness of magic flow, it was merely a reflection of his casual thoughts. He took a sip of tea, feeling the warm liquid flow down his throat into his body. The refinement of spiritual power and magic control is one of the most notable changes after a wizard's advancement. Ron pondered, magic condensing between his fingers, forming a tiny point of light. A while ago, he had tried to keep such a point of light stable, but it always collapsed in less than 3 seconds. But now the light danced at his fingertip. Sometimes it transformed into a vividly lifelike butterfly, sometimes into a budding flower. Each transformation was precise to an astonishing degree, even capable of simulating the intricate patterns on the butterfly's wings and the veins on the petals. He could even let this point of light pass through walls and still maintain its shape on the other side. The precision of such control was simply inconceivable. However, flying still remains a problem to be solved. Ron pondered, looking out the window at a few slightly larger birds with dark gray feathers gliding across the high sky. Their flying posture was remarkably graceful, able to maintain basic balance even in turbulent air. Placing the teacup back on the table, Ron walked to the window, gently raising his hand. An invisible force lifted his body, causing him to slowly rise half a meter off the ground. This floating effect could indeed achieve the effect of flight in a short time, but the speed was average and precise direction control was difficult. He slightly adjusted the magic output, allowing himself to spin in a circle in the air, then move forward 2 steps and finally stop steadily in place. The entire process seemed simple, but consumed a considerable amount of magic power. Like using a goblet to drink water, neither economical nor practical. Releasing the magic, he landed back on the ground, a slight frown on his brow. The crystal tower must have specialized flying spells. Ron formulated a plan in his mind. Or more efficient spatial jumping spells, like instant movement. This can be listed as one of the first topics to study upon reaching the central lands. Proper flying spells not only drastically reduce magic consumption, but also significantly improve speed and stability, making flight a practical mode of transportation, rather than a luxurious waste of magic power. And instant movement is evidently more difficult. It's said that wizards below a great wizard wanting such a spell must possess a special talent related to space or use special casting mediums. But its applicability far exceeds general movement. Spells unrestricted by distance and obstacles. It can be said to be the pinnacle of all movement spells. Just then, a soft knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. He spoke lightly, "Come in." The door was pushed open, Elan's graceful figure appearing at the doorway. The tree spirit's green vines shimmered in the sunlight, and the face of the simple, marble sculpture-like woman wore the soft expression as always. "Master, Ethan's guide has been waiting outside for quite some time." Elan's voice was like a breeze brushing through the leaves. He said that special commerce in the shadow area usually only happens during the day. If you want to take a look, it's best to set out now. It's said that some explorers have just returned from the abyss today, bringing back a batch of rare items. Ron nodded and stood up. This was indeed one of his goals for this trip, to find the rare materials needed to construct a simulation battle device and suitable fusion carriers for the various cores of the Chimera bloodline. "Tell him I'll be there soon. I need to prepare some collection containers and testing tools first. There might be active tissue samples needing handling." Elan nodded gently, silently leaving the room. Ron walked to the window, watching the gradually brightening sky, a barely noticeable expectation appearing at the corner of his mouth. In the spiritual world, that half-lit hermit star still flickered with intermittent light, patiently waiting for the moment it would be fully illuminated. This moment might soon arrive, for each acquisition of new knowledge, each insight into the essence of the world, makes this star symbolizing wisdom closer to a state of full awakening. Just as he was about to proceed, an energy fluctuation came from behind, accompanied by crisp footsteps. Ron turned around to see a young woman in airship uniform walking briskly towards him. The woman gave a slight bow, her voice respectful. "I am Marion, the chief steward of the Dawnwalker, and the captain has sent me to inform you of a message." Ron nodded, motioning for her to continue, curious inside as to why the airship's management would specifically send someone to find him. "We will welcome another official wizard passenger this afternoon. Considering both of you are residing in the Atir area, the captain wants to ask your opinion in advance, whether you need a partition installed between the two suites. This would ensure your privacy during the voyage remains undisturbed." Ron raised an eyebrow. This was unexpected news. "Can you tell me more about this wizard?" Ron asked, his tone indifferent. Marion hesitated slightly, seemingly contemplating which information she could disclose. "The other distinguished guest is Wizard Reynolds, an experienced Morning Star-level wizard, who also holds the qualification of a professional bloodline modifier. As far as I know, he frequently travels between the Central Lands and various abyss exploration points, and is a regular with us." She paused and added, "Wizard Reynolds is relatively reserved by nature, but kind, and has never had any unpleasant incidents with other passengers in the past. The captain hopes you two can get along, but also understands the wizard's need for private space." Ron pondered for a moment. An experienced Morning Star-level wizard, and also a bloodline modifier. Such a person would undoubtedly bring a lot of valuable information and experience, especially since this wizard frequently travels to the Central Lands. He should possess the latest intelligence and trends. For Ron, who is new here, this is the best channel to understand the detailed situation of the Central Lands. No need to set up a partition. He finally decided, "I am happy to meet this fellow traveler." Marion breathed a sigh of relief, clearly satisfied with this response. "Thank you very much for your understanding, Wizard Sir. Wizard Reynolds is expected to board by evening. If you are interested, the captain would like to invite both of you to dinner tonight to get to know each other." "I will consider it," Ron responded vaguely, neither refusing nor committing. He wanted to observe this fellow traveler before making a decision. Marion nodded in understanding, naturally not daring to make any presumptuous actions. "Then I won't disturb your tour any longer. If you decide to attend the dinner, please inform us via the service crystal before evening, and enjoy your visit to Town 69. The lady gracefully curtsied and left, leaving Ron to contemplate this new development. Stepping out of the Dawnwalker, Ron saw Ethan's gray figure beneath the docking tower. The guide was wearing a simple, yet well-made dark gray outer garment today. There were more small bottles at his waist than yesterday, clearly prepared for potential special circumstances. "Good morning, wizard sir." Ethan greeted respectfully, his bending angle just right, showing respect without appearing overly servile. "Today's itinerary will also be accompanied by me throughout, ensuring your safety and convenience. I have arranged the access in the shadow area, which should bypass some unnecessary troubles." He made a pleased gesture, and the two walked along the wide stone path toward the town. On both sides of the stone path were a peculiar kind of street lamp. Inside the lampshade was not an ordinary flame or magical light source, but a mutated form of firefly sealed in a container. Their abdomens emitted an eerie blue light, capable of penetrating the unique gray mist of Town 69 better than ordinary light sources. Compared to yesterday, today the town was noticeably more lively. The number of pedestrians on the streets had at least doubled. Long queues formed in front of many stalls, the sounds of transactions rising and falling, creating a cacophony. Even a temporary stage was set up in the market center, with several singers in gray robes singing a strange tune. The lyrics contained words Ron had never heard before, and the melody was sometimes pleasant and sometimes jarring, clearly influenced by Abyss culture. What was more notable were the adventurers dressed in various attires. They moved in groups through the streets, well equipped with complex expressions of vigilance and excitement on their faces. Some teams even carried large supply carts, piled with special tools and protective gear needed for Abyss exploration. "Is there any special event today?" Ron asked, keenly noticing that many teams were moving in the same direction, as if drawn by some unseen force. "It's the change of the Abyss tide," Ethan explained in a lowered voice. A tone of awe at the supernatural phenomena. "The observation station detected last night that the abyssal energy is about to enter a low-cycle phase. Many adventure teams are seizing the moment to prepare for short-term exploration. This opportunity only comes 4 or 5 times a year, each lasting varying durations, and missing it might mean waiting for a few months." One nodded briefly to confirm, then, "Without further delay, let's set off early." Ethan pointed in the direction of the east of the city. "We need to pass through the main city, then exit through the east gate. The shadow area is outside the official city walls, but it has its own protective system not to prevent abyssal energy from seeping in, but to maintain its unique, ecological balance." Ron understood his implication. This is a lawless place, with its own rules and order, all established on strength and interest, rather than morality or law. The two passed through the city under the morning light, where some early risers and residents were already on the streets. As they crossed a stone bridge, Ethan pointed down to a small stream. The water appeared unnaturally purple, with a faint glow on the surface, flowing slowly like solidified syrup. "That's abyssal blood," Ethan explained, his voice carrying a trace of awe. "It's said to be the blood of the abyss itself, seeping into the surface world from certain special nodes. Its composition remains a mystery to this day. But if you dare to take a sip—" He paused, a flicker of unease flashing in his eyes. "At the very least, it could permanently alter your senses, at worst, cause direct mutation." Ron paused to observe the peculiar stream. Through extraordinary recognition, he could sense the complex energy structure contained within the water. It wasn't a single form of energy, but a mixture of dozens or even hundreds of energies, intertwining and colliding, yet maintaining a bizarre balance. "Where does it flow?" Ron asked, his gaze following the stream's direction. "It ultimately flows into the eastern Silent Lake, which is one of the areas most concentrated with abyssal energy in the entire region." Ethan responded, his expression turning serious. "Silent Lake is a forbidden zone, and without official permission, no one can approach. Even an official wizard needs special approval to conduct research." Ron nodded in understanding, not asking more questions. Passing through the East City Gate, the scenery immediately changed. The orderly stone pavement turned into a rugged dirt road, and the structured buildings were replaced by a variety of makeshift shacks. The abyssal aura in the air also grew stronger, carrying a subtle oppressiveness that made breathing slightly uncomfortable. "We've officially entered the outer area," Ethan reminded, involuntarily lowering his voice. There's no protective array here like inside the city, and the seepage of abyssal energy is more pronounced. But it shouldn't be an issue for a wizard like you. Ron could clearly feel the change in the surrounding environment. It wasn't just the anomaly in the energy field. There was also a subtle spatial distortion, as if the distance before his eyes was being slightly stretched or compressed, making it difficult to judge near and far. What was more unsettling was that the state of the passers-by around was evidently different from ordinary people. The residents here are mostly fringe people, Ethan explained quietly, his gaze scanning the surroundings warily. They're either criminals exiled from the city or explorers too influenced by the abyss to adapt to normal society. And some are special researchers who have chosen to stay voluntarily. Ron noticed a small figure curled up in the corner by the roadside, wrapped in a tattered cloak, revealing only a pair of glowing eyes as they passed. Those eyes turned towards them, filled with indescribable hunger and fear. "Sir, try not to make eye contact with them," Ethan advised, quickening his pace. "Some have lost the ability to think normally, with only the basic instincts shaped by the abyss remaining." Ron nodded slightly, understanding the warning implicitly. In the Abyssal Creatures Atlas, there were similar records. The final stage of abyssal influence is often the degeneration of intelligence and the strengthening of instincts, reducing originally complex advanced beings into mere predators or scavengers. As they proceeded deeper, the surrounding buildings became increasingly dilapidated, with an indescribable odor permeating the air, like a mixture of metal, sulfur, and decaying organic matter. "We're nearly there," Ethan's voice became tense. "That black wall ahead is the boundary of the shadow area." Ron looked up, seeing a black wall about 3 meters high coming into view. It seemed to be made of some kind of black metal or mineral, covered in tiny pores, occasionally emitting wisps of purple mist. The top of the wall had no guards, but the wall itself seemed to possess some sort of life traits, slightly wriggling as if breathing. That wall is said to be the experimental product of a certain alchemist, forged from a special material called living metal, Ethan explained. A hint of reverence in his voice. It can autonomously assess the strength and intentions of entrants, automatically attacking dangerous individuals, however. As an experimental product, it sometimes can be unstable. Ron squinted, able to sense the complex energy flow inside the wall, indeed remarkably similar to the energy cycle of a living organism. Ethan led Ron towards a side of the wall, where there was an inconspicuous small door integrated with the overall wall, almost indistinguishable. "This is the certified entrance, requiring an entrance fee and a simple power assessment." Sitting in front of the small door was a half-height dwarf, with deep purple skin, a pair of curved little horns on his head, and eyes completely black, lacking any whites. He wore a robe made of an unknown material, shimmering with faint rune glows on its surface. "Ethan, bringing new guests again?" the gnome asked in a raspy voice, his eyes sweeping over Ron. "This time it looks like a big shot." "Bach, this is the wizard, sir, who wishes to visit the shadow area," Ethan introduced respectfully, with a hint of tension in his tone. "Please provide the appropriate courtesies." The gnome Bach's eyes widened slightly, and he quickly stood up from his seat and bowed to Ron. "Welcome to the shadow area, wizard, sir." His attitude became noticeably more respectful, and his voice even carried a trace of sycophancy. "The entrance fee for an official wizard is 10 magic stone fragments. But considering this is your first visit, 5 will suffice." Ron did not haggle, directly taking out 5 magic stone fragments from his spatial bag and placing them on the small table in front of the gnome. "Thank you very much for your generosity, wizard, sir." Bach quickly pocketed the magic stone fragments, then brought out a small black crystal ball from under the table. "Allow me to conduct a simple power evaluation for you. Rest assured, it means no harm. It's purely for the safety protocol of the shadow area." Ron understood the purpose of such an evaluation, to ascertain the visitor's power level and ensure they were not to be offended. He reached out and gently touched the crystal ball. The sphere immediately lit up with a dazzling blue light, quickly turning purple, and finally into deep red. Very stable morning star level. The gnome casually glanced at the color of the crystal ball, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. "Your instantaneous output has at least reached middle morning star." Ron was already well aware, judging from the instantaneous reaction of the magic power input, he was indeed only middle morning star since he had just advanced a month ago. Then, "Please take this." Bach skillfully took a red badge from the drawer and handed it to him. "This represents your identification in the shadow area, discouraging those with low perception ability to prevent unnecessary bloodshed." Ron accepted the badge and pinned it on his robe. The badge was engraved with a complex rune, shimmering with a peculiar glow in the light. "And my payment," Ethan softly reminded from the side, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. Bach impatiently tossed a few crystal coins to Ethan. Got it, here you go." When he turned back to Ron, the gnome's attitude became sycophantic once more. "Wizard sir, everyone in the shadow area will show you respect. If you encounter any issues, just present your badge. In the core area, you'll also find special services and items targeted at high-ranking visitors." Ron nodded in understanding, gesturing to move forward. Bach swiftly opened the small door and respectfully stepped aside. As Ron passed through the door, he immediately felt a strong energy fluctuation, as if moving through an invisible barrier. The surrounding scenery also changed instantly. The drab desolation of the outside world was replaced by strange, multicolored lights. The entire shadow area seemed shrouded in eternal twilight, illuminated by countless colored lights. "Welcome to the shadow area, wizard sir." Ethan became more relaxed, as if returning to a familiar territory. "With your clearance, you can go directly to the core area, where the unique silent market of the shadow area is located." He glanced around, continuing his guiding duties. The trading mechanism there is entirely different from the outside world. Each trader has their own isolated cage, unable to sense energy fluctuations or conduct spiritual detection. All communications are carried out via the central magic plate. Safe and discreet, it's an ideal place for rare item exchanges. Ron's gaze took in the panorama of the shadow area. The architecture here was bizarre and varied, some resembling huge mushrooms, others like twisted bone towers. He carefully observed the so-called silent market. Its dome was divided into dozens of hexagonal isolation zones, each sealed completely by a translucent energy barrier, making it almost impossible to see inside from the outside. In the center stood a massive black crystal plate, with various texts and patterns flickering incessantly on its surface. Countless traders' demands and supply information. This design was indeed cleverly devised, effectively preventing accidental occurrences due to energy fluctuation conflicts or spiritual contamination during trades. For abyssal materials trading, such protective measures were by no means excessive. Delving deeper, Ron noticed that these isolation zones were not the same size. Some were obviously more spacious and luxurious, seemingly reserved for specific guest level. Others were small and simple, barely allowing one person to move. This layered design reflected the internal hierarchy of the trading post, and Ron himself was evidently categorized as an upper-level visitor. Each trader is allocated a temporary isolation zone. Ethan continued to explain, speaking slightly faster to not waste time. Inside, they post their trading information or respond to others' needs. All actual communications and exchanges are completed by the central system, ensuring neither party knows the other's true identity, unless voluntarily disclosed. At the reception stood a peculiarly designed demonic puppet. Its body was constructed of silvery white metal, embedded with countless tiny blue crystals, and its head was a perfect sphere without any facial features. Ron examined the intricate energy flow within it, noting some form of artificial intelligence structure inside. "Honored guest, welcome to the silent market." The demonic puppet spoke in a neutral tone, its voice resonating directly in Ron's mind, completely bypassing his ears. "Please present your authority badge." Ron displayed the red badge on his chest to the demonic puppet. The spherical head flickered slightly, seemingly performing some sort of scanning or authentication. "Advanced authority confirmed." The voice of the demonic puppet carried a hint of respect. "You will be assigned to the special transaction area, isolation zone number 7. Please allow me to introduce the basic rules of the silent market." Specific rules omitted. Isolation zone number 7 is spacious and comfortable, at least 3 times larger than the isolation zones for ordinary traders. At the center, there's a chair made of some kind of black metal. With a small magic plate floating in front, it's the personal interface of the central main plate. Special authority holders can access the history transaction records and the list of special items, the demonic puppet added after explaining the general rules. If needed, please browse through the archive option at the bottom right of the magic plate. We provide full access to advanced authority visitors. Ron was intrigued by this privilege. Valuable information about the Abyss might be hidden in the historical transaction records, and the list of special items might include the rare materials he needs. The energy barrier of the isolation zone displays a deep bluish-purple hue, both blocking sight and shielding all energy fluctuations and spiritual detection. Wish you happy trading, respected wizard sir. After a slight bow, the demonic puppet withdrew, leaving Ron to explore the system independently. Ethan had already been arranged to wait outside, as guides are not allowed in such high-level transaction areas. Ron sat in the chair and lightly touched the magic plate. With his spiritual power, the plate immediately offered a gentle response, and a complex menu structure appeared on the surface. He first browsed the interface layout, quickly grasping the operation methods simple and efficient, obviously designed for those valuable with their time. Firstly, he searched for transformation resin, hoping to find transaction records of this precious material. However, the results made him furrow his brow slightly. There have been only 2 related transactions in the past 3 months, and the quantities were extremely limited. As noted in the Abyssal Creatures Atlas, the substance is indeed exceedingly rare. According to plan, Ron began to query materials related to the Chimera bloodline, especially those suitable for the lion head core of Abyss bloodlines. The Scorpion bloodline obtained last time at the Black Mist School's combat arena lost its advancement potential due to modulation, so he did not choose to integrate it into his own Chimera bloodline at that time. This time, he hopes to find more primordial and active bloodline samples. Ron's gaze was like a scanner, traversing the data stream. His extraordinary recognition and insight abilities allowed him to quickly filter for valuable information. 90% of the transaction records were ignored by him, with only those truly rare or related to his needs being marked. Through systematic analysis of the historical archives, Ron pinpointed 2 particularly valuable material records. The first is the main extraordinary organ of the Desert Hunter. This top predator living in the 3rd floor of the Abyss, the Black Sand Wilderness, is shaped like a giant snake with its body covered in hard, deep black scale armor, able to swim through the desert as freely as a fish in the sea. Its greatest feature is its remarkable environmental adaptability and hunting aptitude, capable of surviving and thriving in even the most adverse regions of the Abyss. Ron particularly noted a detail mentioned in the transaction record. The Desert Hunter possesses a strong energy transformation ability, capable of converting abyssal contamination into its own strength. The second is the core extraordinary organ of the eco-membrane worm. This creature is not very powerful, but can move freely between abyss layers without environmental restrictions. Its secret lies in its surface, bearing a unique eco-membrane, which swiftly analyzes and adapts to ambient environmental traits, creating a stable microenvironment for itself. These 2 bloodlines, Ron envisioned potential fusion paths in his mind, contemplation flickering in his eyes. Combining them should be able to forge a very intriguing lion head. The Chimera itself is a composite bloodline. Further undergoing secondary bloodline fusion on composite is unpredictable. Diving deeper into the query, he found several special material records for protecting soul fragments, spiritual, crystal, stardust sand, and ghost soul pearl. These are key components in constructing simulation battle devices, able to stabilize and protect soul fragments within the device, preventing activity loss or degradation. Ron recorded this information in specific areas of his memory palace while starting to publish his trade requirements on the magic plate. He planned to exchange these special items with high-grade magic potions and rare materials brought from the Black Mist School. The first to respond was a trader offering spiritual crystal, willing to exchange a thumb-sized crystal for Ron's spiritual stabilizer. This magic potion, considered precious in the wizard world, was stronger and more stable in Ron's improved version, evidently garnering interest from the trader. Ron confirmed the trade via the system and placed the potion on the transmission platform. A moment later, a crystal glowing with a faint silver light appeared in the same position. He picked up the crystal, carefully examining it through extraordinary recognition. Its structure was stable. Energy was pure, high quality, perfectly meeting the simulation battle device's requirements. Following this, he made several more agreements with traders, acquiring star dust sand and a considerable quantity of ghost soul pearl. These transactions proceeded smoothly, with offered conditions being relatively reasonable, and Ron being generous enough to pay ample magic stones or potions. In his view, the materials required for this crucial device concerning future development must be the best, not a place for cutting costs. However, the extraordinary organs of the desert hunter and eco-membrane worm have not yet received a response. Ron was not worried, knowing that specimens of such abyss creatures are indeed rare, requiring more time to find the right seller. After patiently waiting for about an hour, a response finally appeared on the magic plate. A trader calling themselves Wanderer claimed to possess the complete eco-membrane of the eco-membrane worm, but set a considerable price: 5 bottles of advanced magic potion plus a magic stone. After brief consideration, Ron decided to accept this price. With his current financial power, albeit not insignificant, this expenditure was still within an acceptable range. Moreover, the energy core of the eco-membrane worm is crucial for his bloodline experiment. Worth its value. The trade quickly concluded. He received a transparent crystal ball, with an energy mass inside that continuously changed color that was the legendary eco-membrane. Examining through extraordinary recognition, he confirmed the sample was intact and fully active. One could even sense that unique adaptability, attempting to establish contact with the surrounding environment. As Ron was preparing to leave, the magic plate suddenly flickered and a new transaction message caught his attention. Looking for consultation services from an experienced bloodline modifier. Offering Desert Hunter Core Extraordinary Organ, Complete Eyeball, possibly with added tentacle suckers and corrosion liquid reservoir. Ron's steps halted immediately. Desert Hunter, one of the bloodline samples he had been searching for. He quickly returned to his seat and carefully read the details. The poster called himself Mist Walker and provided not only the eyeball but also other key organs. But the transaction conditions were rather unique. It wasn't a simple material exchange, but a search for professional knowledge. We need a professional with experience in abyssal bloodline modulation to assist in solving a stability issue of a test subject. The test subject originates from an abyss third-floor creature and is currently in a highly unstable state, capable of collapsing or going berserk at any moment. If an effective stabilization solution can be provided, tentacle suckers and a corrosion liquid reservoir will be included as additional remuneration apart from the main transaction item. Such exchanges of knowledge for materials are not uncommon in the wizard circle. Professional knowledge is often more valuable than physical items and difficult to appraise. Many powerful wizards would rather exchange rare materials for critical information than conduct simple magic stone transactions. Ron, almost without hesitation, responded to this message. Possess experience in abyssal creature bloodline modulation, willing to provide consultation services. Need to know more about the specifics of the test subject. The response came quickly. Thank you for your attention. The test subject is based on a creature from the abyss third floor. After multiple bloodline enhancements, it has currently integrated traits from 3 different creatures from the Black Sand Wilderness. The problem is that, although the test subject has gained the expected enhancement in abilities, it also exhibits severe instability. Specific symptoms include continuous cracking and reformation of the skin, frequent rearrangement of internal organ positions, and an extremely chaotic spiritual state. It is suspected that mutual repulsion between the bloodlines is the cause. Do you have experience handling such problems? Ron's eyes lit up slightly. Through complex bloodline modulation conducted in the Black Mist School using Scorpion organization and bloodline altar tissues. He had accumulated fairly rich practical experience. He should be able to solve the problem posed by the other party. The issue of repulsion in multi-bloodline fusion is one of the most common challenges in bloodline modulation. According to your description, the problem may lie in the order of fusion and improper choice of media. If more details can be provided, including the specific bloodline types used, the order of fusion, the media substances used, and the basic state of the test subject, I can provide detailed suggestions. The other party seemed quite satisfied, and the response became more detailed. The base creature is a desert lizard. It first integrated the visual system of a gray-eyed scorpion, followed by the defensive traits of a rock-skinned snake, and finally attempted to add the cluster consciousness capability of a black sand ant. The media used was standard gray mist essence combined with a small amount of memory crystal powder. The problem arose after the last fusion, where the test subject exhibited obvious repulsion reactions, forming new carapaces on its surface, which cracked quickly, and internal organ positions reorganize every few hours. Ron frowned slightly. It was indeed a tricky problem. Using the extensive knowledge trait, he quickly integrated all related knowledge in his mind to analyze this challenge from different angles. The core of the problem lies in the cluster consciousness of the black sand ant conflicting fundamentally with the traits of the previous two bloodlines. The gray-eyed scorpion and rock-skinned snake are both strongly individual consciousness beings, whereas the black sand ant cluster consciousness is essentially a distributed thought model. This contradiction places the test subject's body and spirit in a constant state of internal conflict. Regarding a solution, I suggest the following. Immediately employ a consciousness anchoring agent to stabilize the test subject's spiritu. I'll state preventing further deterioration. Introduce a fourth bloodline as a harmonizing agent, recommending a fragment of gray mist lizard bloodline, which has extremely strong adaptability. Regarding media, the combination of gray mist essence and memory crystal powder is too rigid, suggesting adding 15% resilient fluid. Through a special energy field circulation system, help the test subject gradually adapt and integrate. This series of suggestions clearly exceeded the original proposed solution by the other party. After a moment of silence, the reply came slowly. Your level of analysis is quite brilliant. The insight into the conflict between cluster and individual consciousness indeed hits the nail on the head. I happen to have a small amount of gray mist lizard blood sample and resilient fluid. Would you be willing to conduct a face-to-face detailed discussion via isolation system? I'm waiting in Special Exchange Room 3. Ron felt slightly surprised. Although the invitation was a bit abrupt, it was understandable. When dealing with complex extraordinary issues, textual exchanges are often less effective than direct dialogue. Moreover, after understanding the professional level of the other party, he was quite eager to engage in further communication. Guided by the central system, Ron was led to Special Exchange Room 3. It was a semi-transparent space enveloped by a special energy barrier, allowing limited visual interaction but completely isolating energy fluctuations and spiritual detection. Across the barrier, a blurred figure had been waiting for a long time. Behind the energy barrier, Ron could only see a tall male figure in a dark robe, with facial features completely obscured by a layer of special energy. Thank you for accepting the invitation. The voice on the other end came through a special device, deliberately distorted in some way. I am the Mist Walker, a scholar studying the abyssal bloodline. Your expertise intrigues me greatly. Not everyone can pinpoint the fundamental conflict between cluster consciousness and individual consciousness so accurately. The integration of abyssal creatures' bloodlines has always been one of my research focuses. He responded simply, neither humbly nor arrogantly. What is the exact formula for the consciousness anchoring agent you mentioned earlier? The other party suddenly asked, clearly trying to test Ron's professional knowledge. The standard formula includes moonstone powder, soul grass essence, memory crystal fragment, and star dew as the base. However, when dealing with abyssal creatures, I recommend replacing the moonstone with abyssal quartz and adding a small amount of dreamland flower honey as a stabilizer to better accommodate the fluctuating traits of abyssal energy. His answer evidently satisfied the other party, whose demeanor seemed to relax slightly. You indeed possess extensive experience. Regarding my test subject, the stabilizing measures I've tried include using a balanced crystal and soul rope. But the effects were limited. How long do you think it would take to see significant stabilization after introducing the gray mist lizard bloodline? That depends on the baseline state and the degree of rejection of the test subject. Ron pondered for a moment, translating his step-by-step bloodline shaping skills into a detailed professional operational explanation. Generally speaking, initial stabilization should occur within 24 to 48 hours, with complete integration taking 7 to 10 days. The key is to create a progressively adaptive environment, promoting natural bloodline fusion through the circulation of the energy field, rather than forcibly suppressing rejection reactions. The ensuing exchange lasted nearly 2 hours, with both parties delving deep into various theoretical and practical issues of bloodline integration. Through the extensive knowledge and records trait, Ron showcased a breadth of knowledge far beyond the ordinary, and due to his bloodline shaping skills, he displayed extraordinary practical depth. He carefully controlled the display of information, neither intentionally holding back nor revealing the insight abilities and operational techniques brought by his skills and additional traits. The other party clearly found the exchange exceedingly satisfying and finally made a decision. Your suggestions are invaluable. As the agreed-upon reward, the Desert Hunter's eyeball, tentacle sucker, and corrosion liquid reservoir will be yours. I will arrange for delivery immediately through the system. Moments later, 3 specially crafted containers appeared on the trading platform. The most striking was the central gigantic transparent sphere. Suspended within it was a grotesquely large eyeball. This eyeball was as large as an adult's head, covered in a layer of black scales, with a pupil showing a bizarre spiral shape, seemingly constantly rotating, inducing a sense of dizziness upon viewing. Dozens of thick nerve conduits extended from the back of the eyeball, still connected to some indistinguishable tissue remnants. The second container held a mass of wriggling black substance, the tentacle sucker of the Desert Hunter. Its surface was covered with innumerable tiny suckers, the center revealing a terrifying jaw full of jagged teeth. Even isolated in the container, the mass of tentacles continued to wriggle, as if searching for potential prey. The last container contained a viscous liquid, constantly changing colors, the corrosion liquid reservoir. This was one of the Desert Hunter's most terrifying weapons, capable of secreting potent corrosive substances that could dissolve the tissue and bones of most creatures in an instant. Ron carefully inspected these 3 treasures. Through extraordinary recognition and the insight trait, he could clearly see the complex energy flow within the eyeball and the unique mechanism of transforming abyssal contamination into power. These samples are preserved very well, with plenty of vitality. He sincerely expressed his gratitude. This will greatly aid my research. Before you leave, may I venture to inquire about your name? The other party suddenly asked. I rarely encounter colleagues so well versed in abyssal bloodline studies. Ron, after a brief thought, decided to only tell the other party his surname, which was also an unspoken rule among wizards. Ralph from the Black Mist School. The figure opposite seemed to shiver slightly. Ralph. This surname sounds familiar. I am Reynolds, and if you don't mind, perhaps we can exchange insights again in another occasion. Ron's heart was stirred. The name sounded particularly familiar, wasn't it just the Morning Star-level wizard mentioned earlier by the airship administrator who was about to board? This was indeed an unexpected coincidence. However, upon reflecting, it wasn't that surprising. In this remote outpost, the number of official wizards was not particularly high, so meeting by chance was not out of the ordinary. Wizard Reynolds, it's my honor to converse with you. Ron politely responded, beginning to ponder the potential implications of this unexpected encounter. Reynolds seemed to say no more, simply concluding the conversation. I hope the materials I provided will be useful for your research. Perhaps we will meet again soon. Enjoy your stay in Town 69. As the conversation ended, the energy barrier gradually restored to a completely opaque state, and Ron could no longer see the other party's figure. This is the value of knowledge. He looked with satisfaction at the 3 precious abyssal organs obtained without spending a penny, already starting to envision how to integrate them into the lion head core of the chimera in his mind. These organs are undoubtedly the most ideal materials, containing the abyss adaptability and energy transformation ability he needs. Leaving the silent market, Ron met up with Ethan, who was waiting outside. "The trade is complete, we can leave now." Ethan visibly breathed a sigh of relief, seemingly not very at ease with the shadow area. "Great, Master Wizard. Shall we head straight back to the airship, or would you like to tour other areas of Town 69? "Back to the airship, then," Ron decided, his thoughts already drifting towards the imminent experiment. "I need to process these materials as soon as possible." On the way, Ron's mind was constantly revolving around the encounter he just had. Wizard Reynolds, Morning Star level wizard skilled in bloodline modulation, was about to become his neighbor on the ship. This might be a rare opportunity for exchange, especially as he was about to venture to the unfamiliar Central lands. Being able to meet an experienced senior was undoubtedly fortunate. Back on the airship, Ron immediately started organizing the newly acquired materials. In the experimental area of his suite, he set up a temporary workbench and took out a specially made preservation device to ensure those abyssal organs remained in optimal condition. Just as he finished handling his tasks, the service crystal suddenly lit up. "Wizard Ralph, the captain invites you to the reception room on Deck A. Wizard Reynolds has arrived and hopes to have dinner with you." Ron smiled faintly. This chance encounter indeed quickly resulted in a follow-up. He tidied his attire, ensuring his appearance was fitting for an official wizard, then headed to the reception room. The reception room was elegantly and comfortably arranged, with a finely carved round table at the center, already adorned with various delicacies and wines. The captain, a slightly stout man in uniform, stood at the door to greet him. "Wizard Ralph, welcome to this small gathering," the captain said warmly. "Wizard Reynolds has just boarded, and I think this is a good opportunity for the two of you to get acquainted." Ron nodded politely in acknowledgement, his gaze passing over the captain to look inside the room. Beside the round table, a tall, middle-aged man was sipping a drink. He wore a deep blue robe, with a wizard badge on his chest similar in style, yet different in pattern to Ron's. "Wizard Reynolds, this is Wizard Ralph from the Black Mist School, en route to the Central Lands," the captain introduced. Reynolds slowly turned around, revealing a face with distinct features, his sharp blue eyes giving Ron a sense of familiarity. At the moment their eyes met, Reynolds' expression clearly froze. "Ralph," his voice carried a hint of undisguised surprise, "I didn't expect to see you here." Ron smiled inwardly. He had already confirmed his suspicions. This Wizard Reynolds was the Mist Walker in the shadow area. The young wizard displayed a friendly smile. "It seems I had the fortune of crossing paths with you in Town 69 earlier." Reynolds subtly raised his eyebrows, then also showed a slight smile. "It seems our caution was somewhat superfluous in this small place." The captain clearly didn't understand the subtle dialogue between the two wizards, but smiled benevolently. "Wonderful, it seems the two of you are already acquainted, which will make the journey more enjoyable. Please sit down and enjoy the dinner. I've prepared some unique airship specialties." Both were extraordinary beings who had undergone life transitions. Consuming ordinary food was more of a dining etiquette to them. "Wizard Reynolds, it seems you have your own unique insights into abyssal creatures." Ron had a simple bite, and then casually found a suitable topic to lead in. "Haha, it is rather you, young Wizard Ralph. Your bloodline modulation theory displays a depth beyond your years." Reynolds did not respond, just gently swirling the wine in his glass, the clinking of ice against the glass making a crisp sound. The captain nodded slightly with understanding. Though he didn't quite comprehend these professional discussions, he maintained a polite smile. A moment later, he wisely refilled the two wizards' drinks and quietly stepped aside to give them space for private conversation. "Especially your insights into consciousness conflict during multi-bloodline fusion." He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, imperceptibly casting a sound insulation magic, ensuring their conversation wouldn't be overheard by outsiders. "I must admit, this is a key point I had previously overlooked." I have always overly focused on the rejection reactions at the physical level, neglecting the mutual struggles at the level of consciousness. Physical rejection is usually more straightforward, measurable and observable with instruments, while consciousness conflicts hide much deeper. In my experiments, I noticed that even if the issue of tissue rejection is successfully resolved, the test subject may still fall into a state of division due to conflicts at the consciousness level. His explanation carried both theoretical depth and a grounded sense of practical experience, something many young wizards find difficult to grasp. Reynolds nodded in agreement. Indeed, my test subject under your suggestion has shown significant signs of stability, especially the method of introducing gray mist lizard bloodline as a harmonizing agent. This idea is very unique. Its innate adaptability indeed provides a perfect buffer zone for the entire bloodline system. Ron took a sip of wine, his gaze drifting out towards the gradient night sky. As an adapter of edge ecosystems, the gray mist lizard evolved special physiological structures that enable it to remain stable amidst dramatic environmental changes. This trait, when transformed into a bloodline medium, can also smooth out intense conflicts between different bloodlines. Your understanding in this regard far surpasses mine. There was a note of acknowledgement of his professional ability in Reynolds' tone. To be honest, encountering a colleague with such a deep understanding of bloodline studies in such a remote area is indeed a pleasant surprise. He put down his wine glass, his gaze drifting towards the gradating twilight outside the window. The first batch of stars had already appeared in the deep purple sky, seeming brighter and more mysterious than usual at this special position, the abyss edge. Actually, my return from abyss exploration and rush to the central lands has its own purpose. Reynolds' tone turned low and steady. His eyes became profound, as if piercing through the night outside the window, gazing at some impossibly distant place. Ron's spirit immediately became focused, not rushing to inquire, but quietly waiting for the other to continue. I wonder if you have heard of the institution called the Abyssal Observation Station. Reynolds' gaze returned to the young wizard opposite him, his tone carrying a hint of probing. Ron's heart almost moved, as this was exactly what he had learned earlier from the bulletin board. He slightly raised his eyebrows. I've heard a bit about it. Said to be an abyss observation network being expanded by the Crystal Tower, presided over by a great wizard, but I know little of the specifics. Exactly so, Reynolds nodded. The Abyssal Observation Station is ostensibly an academic research institution, but in fact, it undertakes the responsibility of monitoring and controlling the expansion of the abyss. His voice was low, although a sound insulation magic had been set up. Discussing such sensitive topics still instinctively made him remain cautious. Recently, the observation station has detected unusual activity at the abyss edge, particularly unstable energy fluctuations in the 7th floor soul abyss. This fluctuation pattern is entirely different from previous periodic fluctuations and seems to show some kind of regular strengthening trend. A rare look of worry flashed in Reynolds' eyes. To address this potential crisis, the observation station is urgently recruiting official wizards with specific professional skill to form a special research team. Ron's gaze remained as calm as water, but his mind was swiftly running like a storm. So, you are going to apply for this position? Yes, Reynolds calmly admitted. I have some insights in abyssal biology and bloodline modulation, hoping to provide some professional support to the observation station, especially in terms of the adaptability and evolutionary mechanisms of those abyssal creatures. I have some unique insights. He leaned slightly forward, his eyes keenly focusing on Ron. In fact, Wizard Ralph, considering the extraordinary talent you've shown in the field of bloodline modulation, especially in your precise grasp of abyssal creature bloodlines, I believe you are very well suited for this position as well. Sincerity resonated in Reynolds' voice. It is rare to find someone so young who can reach the level of an official wizard and display such profound academic insight. The observation station is in need of fresh blood that combines theoretical height and practical capability. Outwardly, Ron remained calm and collected, but he had already begun rapidly evaluating the value and potential risks of this opportunity, responding cautiously. "This is indeed an interesting proposal. I indeed have ample interest in the research of abyssal ecology." Reynolds smiled slightly, adding, "That would be even better. Perhaps in the near future we may have the opportunity to become colleagues." Ron weighed various possibilities in his mind. The Abyssal Observation Station serves as a branch of the Crystal Tower hosted by a great wizard. Here he can not only gain more knowledge, but also access various rare abyssal materials and technologies, providing more possibilities for his melting furnace concept. "If I have the chance, I would love to learn more." Ron cautiously expressed his interest, maintaining a certain distance. "However, for now, I have some personal research to complete regarding an improvement idea for a special alchemy device." Of course, every wizard has their own research directions and plans. Reynolds nodded in understanding. "When we reach the Central Lands, if you're interested, I can introduce you to some related personnel at the observation station. Regardless of whether you join, such an exchange would benefit your research." "Then thank you in advance." Ron nodded slightly, a hint of sincerity flashing in his eyes. Their academic exchange continued for a long time. From bloodline theory to abyssal exploration experience, from cultivation insights to tales of the Central Lands, they covered everything. Engaging in depth with an experienced abyssal explorer greatly benefited Ron, particularly those first-hand experiences of actual inspections of various layers of the abyss, which are invaluable knowledge unavailable in books. When they parted, they exchanged their communication badges. Upon returning to his suite, moonlight had already filled the entire cabin. He stood by the window, gazing at the vast night sky and scattered stars in the distance. The star projection trait automatically activated. A ceaseless flow of star energy surged through the invisible bridge into his body, nourishing his spiritual power and magic core. Abyssal Observation Station. Ron's eyes gleamed with a contemplative light. "Perhaps that will be my next stop." He turned around and resumed working on the design plan for the simulation battle device until the first ray of dawn pierced through the clouds. In the following days, the airship steadily sailed toward the Central Lands. Ron spent most of his time in his suite, studying the materials obtained from Town 69 and the organs of the Desert Hunter. Occasionally, he would engage in discussions with Reynolds on the deck or in the dining room. Besides, Ron also took the time to refine the design plan for the simulation battle device. With the special materials obtained from Town 69, especially the precious crystal stones that stabilize soul fragments, the core problem of the device has been resolved. With an appropriate energy recycling system, a miniaturized yet fully functional personal training ground could be realized. Days passed, and the airship traversed much of the periphery of the abyss, gradually approaching the glazed islands on the endless sea, the last stop before the Central Lands. The Dawnwalker sliced through the high clouds, its hull shimmering under the sunlight like an elegant great whale of the sky. The runes on the sides of the ship rhythmically pulsed with soft blue light as the airship progressed, providing stable buoyancy and propulsion for this giant airship. After several days of travel, the airship had long left behind the gloomy and oppressive area at the abyss edge, heading towards a vast azure sea, the endless sea. On the horizon, faint land contours could be seen. That is the glazed islands, the last stop before reaching the Central Lands. The glazed islands are named for their unique semi-transparent rocks that exhibit colorful halos under sunlight from afar. They appear as scattered gems on the sea. The islands boast a pleasant climate and diverse ecology, inhabited primarily by the fishman race and various aquatic extraordinary groups. They maintain close trade relations with the Central Lands, transporting rare sea products inland and bringing back exquisite artisanship of the Central Lands to the islands. On the observation deck, Ron leaned alone against the railing, his gaze fixed on the increasingly distinct outline of the islands in the distance. The morning breeze brushed against his cheeks, carrying the unique damp, salty aroma of the sea, invigorating the spirit. The mana fluctuations above the endless sea are much more stable compared to the abyss edge, yet far richer than those in the black mist jungle, especially when the star projection trait activates. At night, he could sense the reflected starlight over the sea bringing him additional enhancement, a sensation both unfamiliar and marvelous. According to the navigation log, we should reach the docking tower on the glazed main island in about half a day. A steady voice came from behind. Ron turned around to see Reynolds approaching him. The middle-aged wizard at this moment was wearing a silver belt embedded with dozens of miniature crystals, an alchemy item that enhances water elemental magic, showcasing the equipment foundation of an experienced wizard. Ron nodded slightly, a faint smile in his eyes. I wonder if you have ever visited the Glazed Islands. After several days of getting along, a harmonious atmosphere of communication had been established between the two wizards. Ron gained much first-hand information on the central lands and abyssal studies, while Reynolds admired the young wizard's insights in the field of bloodline studies. I've been there a few times. Reynolds moved to stand beside Ron, his gaze also turned to the distant islands. The Glazed Islands boast the most abundant aquatic material market on the endless sea, where almost all deep-sea treasures can be found, from the bones of storm whales to luminescent algae from abyssal trenches, you name it. He paused, a glimmer of recollection in his eyes. Especially the coral market on the main island, which holds the most comprehensive treasure collection in the entire endless sea region, with many antiques even traceable back to the Second Era. If you're interested in these things, you definitely shouldn't miss it. It certainly sounds tempting. Ron responded softly, while his mind had already started calculating. Recently, through observing Dale, he discovered that although the little sea siren had already obtained a rather pure golden ring sea siren bloodline, there was still room for further enhancement, especially her occasional affinity for the wind element. This is a direction worth further research. If suitable amplification materials could be found, it might be possible to create a more complete bloodline system for her. Just as the two were conversing, a subtle energy fluctuation suddenly wafted through the air. It was a pulse of extremely primal and wild life energy, like the breath of an untamed beast, forming invisible ripples in the high sky. The two wizards almost simultaneously stopped their conversation, their expressions becoming alert. Ron squinted slightly, his spiritual power extending like invisible tentacles around him, quickly capturing the source of the energy fluctuation. It was a group of flying creatures from the southeast, their energy signatures carrying strong animalistic traits and an intense sexuality. Reynolds asked in a lowered voice, his blue eyes instantly becoming sharp like an eagle's, his fingers silently sliding into his sleeve, ready to draw out his magic wand at any moment. That chaotic energy fluctuation. Harpies, it's likely their mating season now. Ron's gaze turned to the distant horizon, where some black dots could be seen rapidly approaching. And there are quite a few of them, at least 30 to 40. The wind flowed between the two, carrying a faint, sweet scent. It was the unique pheromone of the harpies, which becomes exceptionally strong during mating season. He pondered for a moment, recalling the records about harpies in the Extraordinary Creatures Atlas. Harpies in their mating season secrete a special pheromone that strongly stimulates their desires. They also lose basic rationality and initiate indiscriminate matings with any male being. His glance swept across the entire deck, where many male passengers were enjoying the scenery. The mixed scent of so many male passengers on the airship is the strongest lure for harpies in their mating season. Reynolds looked concerned. If we leave it unchecked, they might tear through the outer protective barrier of the airship. The two exchanged a glance, a silent understanding instantly reached. I'll be responsible for capturing, and you'll handle the binding, Ron suggested softly, his thoughts already turning towards the bloodline essence of those harpies. As it happens, I'm also short on materials right now. A hint of surprise flashed through Reynolds' eyes. Do you have a way to subdue them without harming their lives? Harpies in mating season are known for their madness and fearlessness of death. I happen to have a suitable magic system. Let's act now, time is a bit tight. Ron gazed through a small porthole, watching the rapidly approaching black dots. Now it was clear to see their forms. The upper body was that of a human female, with smooth skin and full breasts. The lower body was an eagle's wings and sharp talons, key parts covered in glossy chestnut feathers. The most striking feature was their eyes, devoid of reason or thought, only endless desire like burning lava, a fiery red. Reynolds drew out an ancient-looking magic wand from his sleeve. The wand was entirely made of some silvery white metal, with blue crystals embedded on its surface, gleaming in the sunlight. At the same time, a focused look appeared in Ron's eyes as his spiritual power surged to his fingertips like a tide. Only at this moment did the sharp alarm sound from the front of the airship. All passengers, please return to your cabins immediately. Repeat, all passengers, please return to your cabins immediately. A tense male voice echoed across the entire deck through the airship's broadcast system. A large number of harpies have been detected approaching. This is not a drill. All passengers must evacuate the deck area immediately. The deck was instantly thrown into chaos, with passengers who had been leisurely enjoying the view suddenly jolted awake, looking around in panic. When they saw the rapidly approaching dark shadows in the distance, fear quickly spread. "Oh my God, there have to be at least dozens of them," a middle-aged merchant shouted in terror, his binoculars dropping to the ground in fright. "Run, those damn creatures during mating season will drain a man dry." Another traveler, who seemed knowledgeable about harpies, shouted a warning, dragging a friend beside them as they ran into the cabin. In an instant, the deck was in chaos, men scrambling to escape, some even stumbling to the ground in panic and being trampled by those behind. The airship staff tried to maintain order, but were quickly overwhelmed by the frantic crowd. "Defense team, immediate assembly for the defense team." The airship's security chief, a tall, middle-aged man, shouted, signaling the uniformed defense team members to gather. More than 10 defense team members quickly gathered from various locations, each holding an energy spear. These specially designed weapons could fire charged energy beams, specifically used to repel flying creatures like harpies. But judging by their slightly pale faces and trembling fingers, they did not have much confidence in facing such a number of harpies. "Captain, this number, there are at least 40. A young defense team member reported nervously, his voice quivering slightly. "With our equipment, we can at most handle a dozen or so. There are 2 official wizards on the airship," the security chief said loudly, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. "Quickly send someone to find them. Only wizards can handle an attack of this scale." "Immediately execute." An older team member immediately responded, turning to the others. "Spread out, find those 2 wizards, hurry." The defense team members quickly dispersed, beginning to search throughout the airship for traces of the 2 wizards. Meanwhile, the harpies had already closed in to less than 100 meters from the airship, their aggressively piercing shrieks cutting through the sky, chilling to the bone. The ones in the front had already extended their sharp talons, eyes glowing with a crimson light, ready to tear apart any prey in their way. "Prepare emergency defense measures. All crew members capable of using energy weapons enter combat status immediately." The several energy cannons on the airship began to adjust their angles, aiming at the swiftly approaching harpies. However, everyone was aware that these weapons might not be very effective against so many targets. "They're about to crash into us," someone screamed, their voice filled with despair. Just as the harpies were less than 50 meters from the airship, the situation on the field abruptly changed. A peculiar melody suddenly sounded, like some ancient instrument being lightly plucked in the void. The sound was neither loud nor sharp, yet it penetrated the entire space in an incomprehensible way. It seemed to come from all directions and from a single point, spreading through the air in a way that transcended the conventional sound wave propagation laws. At this moment, countless semi-transparent chains also appeared in the void, spreading layer upon layer like ripples in water, swiftly extending toward the approaching harpies. These chains appeared delicate as silk, yet contained unimaginable power. With lightning speed, they wrapped around the harpies' bodies, binding those frenzied creatures securely in mid-air. No matter how they struggled, they could not break free from this strange restraint. Have the wizards taken action?" An experienced old defense team member, surveying the scene, let out a sigh of relief. And when the first group of harpies was restrained, sharp, slight vibration echoed in the air, like someone scraping their nails against glass. This minute vibration rapidly spread through the air, forming a special echo effect. Each echo was stronger and more penetrating than the last, forming a disturbing geometric growth effect. The bound harpies let out sharp cries of agony, their voices filled with pain and despair. Their bodies trembled under the invisible sound wave shock, feathers falling like rain, some even beginning to ooze blood from their mouths and noses. More bizarrely, these sound waves, although powerful enough to destroy the organs of these extraordinary creatures, were precisely controlled to incapacitate rather than kill. Each sound wave vibration aptly avoided vital points, yet was sufficient to completely deprive the targets of their combat abilities. The entire process lasted less than half a minute, the once menacing flock of harpies almost entirely defeated, cascading from the sky like broken kites. Strangely, however, although they had lost the ability to act, they all maintained weak life signs, simply falling into a state of unconsciousness. What kind of magic is this? Why didn't we notice anything? The young defense team member asked stammeringly, his eyes filled with confusion. Of course you can't feel it. And they don't want us to feel it, the veteran's voice trembled. In that small corner at the stern, Ron and Reynolds stood side by side, their expressions calm. Reynolds, eyes full of astonishment, looked at the young wizard beside him. "Wizard Ralph, your sound wave vibration, it's truly breathtaking." Ron had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. "Wizard Reynolds, you're too kind. It's your binding magic that's just right. It's precisely because of your precise control that I could so accurately apply the sound wave shock." The modest words on the surface couldn't hide Reynolds' inner shock. As a Morning Star level wizard for many years, he was well versed in the various applications of magic. But the sound wave vibration Ron just demonstrated was beyond his understanding. It was not just an ordinary sound wave shock, but a delicate application of the echo effect. By creating a specific frequency resonance within the target, it achieved geometric power enhancement with minimal magic power input. This fine-tuned energy conversion efficiency is rare even among seasoned Morning Star level wizards. He adjusted his perspective and attitude slightly. Originally, in his subconscious, he still viewed Ron as a junior needing guidance. But now it seemed that the young wizard's accomplishments in certain fields might already rival his own. While Reynolds pondered, Ron had already taken out a small crystal bottle from his spatial bag. This bottle was octagonal, entirely crystal clear, with complex rune networks etched inside, shining brilliantly in the sunlight. The bloodline essence of the harpies is fairly precious. A glimmer of interest sparkled in Ron's eyes. Especially these individuals in the breeding season, their internal energy activity is nearly doubled, which is perfect for one of my studies. He looked up at Reynolds. "I wonder if Wizard Reynolds also needs to collect some samples." Reynolds shook his head lightly, a smile on his face. "I'm not particularly interested in harpies. These can all be yours." "Then I accept with appreciation." Ron nodded in thanks and then activated the crystal bottle. The runes atop the bottle began to glow, releasing a bluish energy fluctuation. This energy, like fine threads, extended towards the fallen harpies, precisely connecting to specific acupoints on each unconscious creature. With the connection established, a vibrant, multicolored liquid began to be extracted from within the harpies, flowing along the energy threads toward the crystal bottle. This liquid appeared extraordinarily precious, displaying a rainbow-like luster, sometimes flowing like mercury, sometimes swirling like smoke. Reynolds watched Ron's alchemy tools with interest, about to speak, but was interrupted by the arrival of the airship captain and a team of security personnel. The captain bowed deeply, his voice full of gratitude. "Thank you for your timely assistance. If you hadn't quickly controlled the situation, the consequences would have been unimaginable." "It was just a trivial effort." Ron responded calmly, neither seeking credit nor overly modest. "The Airship Guild has regulations. Wizards who successfully ensure the airship's safety are entitled to extra rewards." The captain said eagerly, "I wonder if you have any requests, honored wizards. We will do our utmost to fulfill them." Reynolds and Ron exchanged a glance, and then Reynolds gently shook his head. "No need, we were just performing our duty, however." He turned to Ron. "These harpy samples are beneficial to your research, aren't they?" "Indeed, if possible, please arrange for personnel to transport these unconscious harpies to the specified location. I need to extract further research materials." The captain immediately agreed and began to arrange for the security team to carry out the task. "It's our honor." The crystal bottle had completed the initial extraction of bloodline essence, accumulating about half a bottle of vibrant multicolored liquid. shimmering subtly with stable and pure energy fluctuations. Ron carefully placed the crystal bottle into his spatial bag, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. This essence was sufficient for his subsequent experiments, particularly for further modulation of Dale's bloodline. Preliminary judgment suggested that the gene source of the harpies was the ancient sea sirens. Perhaps when fused with Dale's sea siren bloodline, some unexpected effects could be produced. The journey remained calm and uneventful. Through the cabin window, Ron could see the contours of the glazed islands becoming clearer, with green vegetation covering the blue-gray rocks. Under the sunlight, they presented a rainbow-like halo. Living up to the name, glazed. The airship slowly descended, passing through a few wisps of thin clouds, heading towards the towering docking tower in the center of the main island. As the distance closed, the scenery on the island became clearer. The main island was crescent-shaped, with a bustling town in the center, its buildings mainly in blue and white tones, harmoniously blending with the blue seas and skies. The streets were bustling with people, including human merchants, as well as mermen and other aquatic races. At the port, ships of various sizes were docked, including traditional wooden sailboats and airships driven by special energy. The Dawnwalker finally docked steadily on the platform atop the docking tower. As they approached the central lands, the ship would briefly refuel here and depart early the next morning.